Section 16 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 3, Chapter 5. And thus it was that a few hours later, Major Windham started back to By'n-Loy again, with bread and meat and wine, and an orderly who plainly thought him mad. Lieutenant Patton had seen them clear of the camp, whose commander was fortunately wrapped in slumber. Keith would not need to pass its sentries on his return, for the track up from the Tarf joined the road to the pass on the farther side of it. He found that he had noted the position of the shieling hut better than he could have hoped, considering the disagreeable preoccupation of his mind during the ride thence with Major Guthrie, and by good chance there was a moon not much past the full. In her cold light, the mountains looked inexpressibly lonely and remote, as Keith rode up the sheep track to the pasture where the harmless little shelters had stood. A faint, exhausted smoke yet lifted itself from one or two of the blackened ruins. The stream was chanting its changeless little song, and in the moonlight Neil McMartin still lay on guard outside the broken door of the one unburnt shieling. Keith bent over him as he passed. He was stiffening already in the plaid which was his only garment. And Ardroy. Taking from Mackay the lantern which he had brought for the purpose, and the food and wine, Keith went rather apprehensively into the dark, low-roofed place. Except that he had flung his left arm clear, its occupant was lying as he had left him, long and quiet, under the tartan covering. His eyes were closed, and he did not look very different from his dead foster-brother outside. But as the light fell on his face he moved a little, and faintly said some words in Gaelic, among which Keith thought he heard Lauchlin's name. He stooped over him. "Ardroy," he said gently, and laid a hand on the arm emerging from the tattered shirt-sleeve. At the touch, Ewen opened his eyes. But all that he saw, evidently, in the lantern light, was the bright scarlet uniform above him. "What, again?" he said, with an accent of profound weariness. "Shoot me in here, then. I cannot stand. Have you not a pistol?" Keith set the lantern on the floor and knelt down by him. "Ardroy, don't you know me? Windham of the Royals. I'm not come for that, but to help you if I can." The dried fern rustled as the wounded man turned his head a little. Very hollow in their orbits, but blue as Keith remembered them, his eyes stared up full of unbelief. "Windham," he said at last, feebly. "No, it's not possible. You are someone else." "No," said Keith, wondering how clear his mind might be. "It is really Windham, come to help you." He was searching meanwhile for the flask of brandy which he had left, and finding it slipped down, untouched, among the sprigs of heather, he wetted Ewen's lips with a little of the spirit. "Yes, it is Windham," said Ewen to himself. His eyes had never left his visitor's face. "But there were other soldiers here before. They took me out to shoot. I think I must have swooned. Then I was back in this place. I do not know why. Are you sure you have not orders to take me out again?" "Oh, good God, no," said Keith. "I've nothing to do with shootings. I'm alone, carrying dispatches. Tell me, you are wounded. How severely?" "My right arm. That is nothing much. This thigh, badly. I cannot move myself." "And what of food?" queried Keith. "I do not see any here, but I've brought some with me." He began to get it out. "Are you not hungry?" "Not now," answered Ewen. "I was once. Captain Windham," he went on, apparently gathering together what forces he had. "Oh, you're coming. This charity. I cannot—" "Do not try," put in Keith quickly. "Not hungry. How long, then, is it since you have eaten?" "Eaten," said the Highlander, and what might be interpreted as a smile dawned on his bony face. "There is no food in these hills. I've had nothing but water for 3 days. I think that is why Lauchlin has gone, to try The words tailed off, as the spark of astonishment and animation in him went out quite suddenly, leaving his face the mask it had been when Keith entered. 3 days. No wonder that he was weak. Keith threw the water out of the bowl, poured some wine into it, and lifting Ewen's head from the bracken held it to his lips. "Drink this," he commanded, and had to say it 2 or 3 times before Ewen obeyed. "But this is wine, Lachlan," he murmured confusedly. "How did you come by wine?" Then his eyes turned on Keith, as if he recognized him again, and the recognition was only a source of bewilderment. Keith, meanwhile, was breaking bread into the wine. He knew that one must not give a starving man too much food at first. But the fugitive, far from being ravenous, seemed to find it difficult to swallow the sops which were put to his lips. Keith, however, persevered, and even added some meat to the bread, and patiently fed him with that, till Ewen intimated that he could eat no more. Keith's next intention was then announced. "Now, I'm going to dress your wounds, if they need it," he said. "You'll permit me?" "Permit you?" repeated Ewen, gazing at him with a renewal of his former wonder. Keith took the bowl and went out for water. The moon was hidden behind a bank of cloud, but a planet hung like a great flower over one of the black mountain tops. The grazing horses lifted their heads inquiringly, and Mackay, sitting propped against the shieling wall, scrambled sleepily to his feet. "No, I'm not going on yet. Get me that torn linen from my saddlebag." To his surprise, when he went back into the hut, after even so momentary an absence, Ewen had fallen asleep, perhaps as the result of eating after so long a fast. Keith decided not to rouse him, and waited. But 5 minutes saw the end of the snatch of feverish slumber, for Ardroy woke with a little cry, and some remark about the English artillery, which showed that he had been back at Culloden Moor. However, he knew Keith instantly, and when the Englishman began to unbandage his wounded sword arm, murmured, "That was a bayonet thrust." The arm had indeed been transfixed, and looked very swollen and painful, but, as far as Keith could judge, gave no particular cause for anxiety. He washed the wound, and as he bound it up again saw clearly in the rays of the lantern, which for greater convenience he had set upon an old stool that he had found, a curious white seam on the palm of the hand. Another ran across the fingers. He wondered for a moment what they were, and then he guessed. But when he came round and unbandaged Ewen's thigh, and miserably enough was it bandaged, and found there a deep gash in no satisfactory state, he was somewhat horrified. This injury called for a surgeon, and he had nearly said so, but, reddening, checked himself, recalling the deliberate denial of care to the Jacobite wounded at Inverness, and the actual removal of their instruments from the few of their own surgeons imprisoned with him. Would Ewen Cameron get real attention in Major Guthrie's hands? He glanced at him, lying with his eyes shut and his hands gripped together on his breast, but making neither sound nor movement, and wondered whether he were hurting him intolerably, and what he should do if he went off into another of those long swoons, and thereupon finished his task as quickly as he could, and had recourse to the brandy flask once more. And then he sat down at the bottom of the rough bed, for the heather and fern was spread on a rude wooden framework standing about a foot from the floor, and gazed at him with a furrowed brow. The lantern on the stool beside him revealed the Highlander's pallor and exhaustion to the full. But, though his eyes were closed, and he lay quiet for a considerable time, he was not asleep, for he suddenly opened them and said, "I cannot understand. Did you know that I was here, Captain Windham? Or is it chance that has brought you so opportunely?" "It was chance the first time, for this is the second time that I have been here," replied Keith. "I will tell you about it. I was on my way this afternoon from Inverness to Perth, when some impulse made me attempt a very foolish shortcut among the mountains. I think now that it must have been the finger of fate pushing me, for thus I came upon this place just a moment or two before they dragged you out and set you against the wall. Only just in time, in fact. I protested and argued with the officer in charge, a Major Guthrie, who has a camp on the Corrieric road up there, and was fortunately able to prevent his shooting you in cold blood." And as Ewen gave a little exclamation, he hurried on in order not to give him time to ask, should he think of it, how he had accomplished this feat. But he intends, at least I think he intends, to send a party in the morning and take you prisoner. And indeed, brute though he is, I hope that he will do so, for otherwise what will become of you, alone here? But Ewen left that question unanswered, and was equally far from asking on what ground he had been spared. The fact itself seemed enough for him, for he was trying agitatedly to raise himself a little. "It was you, though I saw no one. You saved my life then," he exclaimed, rather incoherently. "And now, is it possible that you have come back again, out of your way, and Captain Windham this debt, this more than kindness?" He struggled to go on, but between emotion, weakness, and recent pain, it was more than he could do, and seeing him almost on the point of breaking down, Keith stopped him quickly. "Oh, for God's sake, don't talk of debts, Ardroy. Or if you must, remember what I owe you. See, you are horribly weak. Could you not eat a little more now?" Ewen nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and put out a shaky left hand, apparently to show that he could feed himself. And while he nibbled in a rather half-hearted way at the slice of bread and meat which Keith put into it, Major Windham himself wandered slowly about the hovel. The ashes of last summer's fires lay white in the middle of the floor, and through the hole in the roof, which was the only outlet for the smoke, a star looked in as it passed. It seemed to Keith that before he went on his way he must tell Ardroy the means he had used to save him. Surely there was nothing blameworthy or unnatural in his having revealed who Ewen was when he stood between him and imminent death. But from telling him the reason which Guthrie supposed, or feigned to suppose, lay at the back of his action, he mentally shied away like a nervous horse. The Lowlander had rendered the whole subject so horribly distasteful to him. Moreover, it was not Guthrie who had suggested that Cameron of Ardroy might inadvertently drop a hint. How could he tell Ewen that he had said that about him? He turned round, miserably undecided. Ewen had finished his pretence at a meal, and his eyes were fixed on his visitor. Keith had a sudden access of panic. He was sure that the Jacobite was going to ask him on what plea he had stopped his execution. He would put a question to him instead. "How did you get so far with a wound like that?" he asked, coming back to his former place and sitting down again. "You had Neil McMartin to help you, I suppose. You mentioned Lachlan, too, just now." He had not anticipated more than a brief reply, but Ewen, once started, told him the whole story. Not, indeed, with any superfluity of words, and slowly, with pauses here and there. But the narrative was quite connected, though the speaker gave a certain dreamy impression of having half forgotten his listener, and of going on as if he were living his experiences over again, rather than narrating them. It appeared that he had received both his wounds in that desperate charge into which the clans of the right wing had broken, maddened by the cruel artillery pounding which they had endured, a charge so furious that it had pierced and scattered the English front-line regiments, only to dash itself to pieces on the bayonets of Sempels behind them. At the second and severer injury he fell, and was unable to get to his feet again, for it seemed as if a muscle had been severed in his thigh, and he was besides losing blood very fast. Only the devotion of one of his followers got him away from the heap of dead and wounded strewn like seaweed along the front of the second line. This man, powerful and unhurt, tied up the gash as best he could, and succeeded in carrying his chieftain a little out of the carnage, but in doing so he was shot dead, and once more Ewen was on the ground among the fallen. This time he was lying among the dead and wounded of the Athol men, with none of his own clan to succour him, and here a strange, and yet ultimately a lucky, mischance befell him. For a wounded steward, half crazed no doubt by a terrible cut on the head, crawled to him where he lay across his dead clansman, and, cursing him for one of the Campbells who had taken them in flank, dealt him a furious blow on the forehead with the butt of a pistol. The result for Ewen was hours of unconsciousness, during which he was stripped by some redcoats who would certainly have finished him off had they not thought him dead already. He came to his senses in the very early morning, naked and stiff with cold, but so thirsty that he contrived to drag himself as far as the little burn which crossed the end of the English line in the direction of their own. There, almost in the stream, and unconscious again, Lachlan and his brother, who had been searching for him since evening, almost miraculously found him. His foster brothers carried him to a farmhouse on the moor, where, indeed, he was not the only wounded fugitive, but by noon that day, fearing, and with good reason, a search and a massacre, they somehow procured an old worn-out horse, and taking turns to ride it and to hold him on its back, succeeded in crossing the water of Nairn and gaining the slopes of the Monachlia mountains. What happened then, Ewen was not quite clear about. Between pain, loss of blood, and exposure, he was always more or less fevered, but he remembered an eternity of effort and of going on. At last, the old horse fell dead. For a whole day Neil and Lachlan carried him between them, till, weakened by want of food, they could get him no farther, and had taken shelter on Bain Loy because the shieling hut at least gave him a roof from the cold and the rain. They did not know of Guthrie's camp on the Corriaric road, which indeed was pitched after they got to Bain Loy. In any case, they could not entirely avoid the road, for it would have to be crossed somewhere if they were ever to get back to Ardroy. But in these lonely mountains they were really faced with starvation, and Lachlan had at last been forced to go out scouting for food, and must either have gone far afield or have met with disaster, for he had been gone since the day before. But if he still breathes, finished Ewen, I know that he will return, and if he is in time, perhaps he can contrive to get me away to some other hiding place before the soldiers come for me tomorrow. But in any case, Captain Windham, no, I see that it is Major, I am not likely to forget this extraordinary charity of yours, nor your intervention yesterday. Was it yesterday? He added, rather vaguely. Yes, since it must now be after midnight. The tartan attracted my notice first, said Keith, and then, by great good fortune, I looked again and recognized you. This is Neil's kilt that I have on, said Ewen with a faint smile. There was not a stitch of my own left upon me. You wore the philippeck too, once. It seems a long time ago. But I do not think, he went on, rather feverishly talkative now, that you would have recognized me the day before, with a 2 weeks' beard on me. It happened, however, that I had made poor Neil shave me as best he could, with his Sigean. Oh, that was good fortune too, agreed Keith. Certainly, I should not have known you bearded. And it is because I had been shaved that I am alive now. Ewen gave a little laugh. Oh, do you know, Windham, that before ever I met you, old Angus, my foster father, you remember him, predicted that our lives would cross. I think he said 5 times. And this is... oh, I can't count. How many times have we met already? The old man predicted 5 meetings, exclaimed Keith, struck. How strange. This is the 3rd. Yes, the 3rd time we have met. If he is right, then we shall meet again, and more than once. I hope it may be in happier circumstances. And that I can thank you more fitly, murmured Ewen. Last time. Do you remember the house in the grass market? You told me the comedy would end some day, and the players be sorry they ever took part in it. Keith nodded. It was not the first time, in the last 12 hours, that he had remembered the house in the grass market. But I, for one, do not regret it, went on Ewen, with a touch of defiance. Not for myself, that is. I would do it again. Yet there is poor Neil outside, killed defending me, and so many others on that horrible moor. You were there, I suppose. I was there, said Keith. But my hands are clean of the blood of massacre, he added almost fiercely. If I could have stopped, would best not speak of it. But your cause is lost, Ardroy, and I suppose you know it. It only remains for you to escape the consequences, if you can. I do not seem to be in very good trim for doing that, said Ewen, and again he gave the shadow of a smile. But, since we speak so frankly, I cannot think that our cause is lost, while the prince and Lochiel remain at large. We may be scattered, but... The prince has not been captured, has he? He asked sharply, having evidently seen the change which the mention, not of the prince, but of Lochiel, had brought to Keith's face. No, nor is it known where he is. Oh, thank God. And Lochiel. Keith shrank inwardly. Now it was coming. His momentary hesitation had a cruel effect on Ewen, who dragged himself to his elbow. "Windham," he said hoarsely and imploringly. "Surely he's not. What have you heard? Oh, my God, don't keep me in suspense like this. If he's captured, tell me." "Oh, you mistake me," said Keith, nearly as hoarsely. "He has not been captured. I'm sorry if I misled you." Ewen had relapsed again and put a hand over his eyes. It was fairly clear that his chief's fate was even more to him than that of his prince. And now that odious information must be imparted. Keith tried to gain a little time first. "But Lochiel was wounded in the battle. Did you know that?" Ewen removed his hand. "Yes, and I've thanked God for it, since it caused him to be early carried off the field." "You saw him fall?" "No, but afterwards we met with some of the clan and got news of him." "That must have been a great relief to you," murmured the Englishman. Suddenly he was possessed with a desire to find out how much Ewen knew about Lochiel. Half of him hoped that he knew very little. Why, he could not have said, but the other half thought, if he knows a certain amount, Guthrie will take better care of him. "But you can have had no news of your chief since then," he hazarded. "No," answered the Highlander. "There has been no opportunity." Keith looked at him nervously. Ardroy was lying gazing upwards. Perhaps he could see that peering star. Would it be possible to advise him, if he found himself in Major Guthrie's custody, to pretend to have definite knowledge of Lochiel's whereabouts, even though that were not the case? Dare he suggest such a thing? It was not one half as offensive as what he had already suggested to Guthrie. Ewen himself broke the silence. "Since we speak as friends," he said, his eyes travelling to the open doorway, "and how could I regard you as an enemy after this? I may tell you that I have, nonetheless, the consolation of knowing where Lochiel is at this moment. God bless him and keep him safe." Keith's mouth felt suddenly dry. His unspoken question was answered, and the frankness of the acknowledgement rather took his breath away. Yet, certainly, if Ardroy was as frank with Guthrie, it might serve him well. You know where Lochiel is?" he half stammered. Ewen shut his eyes and smiled, an almost happy smile. "I think he is where, please God, he will never be found by any redcoat." "You mean that he has gone overseas?" asked Keith, almost without thinking. Ardroy's eyes opened quickly, and for a second, as he looked up at the speaker, there was a startled expression in them. "You're not expecting me to tell you?" No, broke in Keith, very hastily indeed. "Of course not. But I should be glad if he were so gone, for on my soul there's none of your leaders whom I should be so sorry to see captured." Yet, with the words, he got up and went to the doorway. Yes, Ardroy had the secret, and he wished somehow that he had not. The moment could no longer be postponed, when he must tell him of his conversation with Guthrie, were it only to put him on his guard. Bitterly as he was ashamed, it must be done. He stood in the doorway a moment, choosing the words in which he should do it, and they were hatefully hard to choose. Hateful, too, was it to leave Ardroy here helpless, but there was no alternative, since he could not possibly take him with him. Yet, if Lachlan returned, and in time, and especially if he returned with assistance, he might be able to get his foster brother away somewhere. Then Ewen Cameron would never fall into Guthrie's hands. In that case, what use to torment him with prospects of an interrogatory which might never take place, and which could only be very short? No, it was mere cowardice to invent excuses for silence. He must do it. He came back very slowly to the pallet. "I must tell you," he began in a low voice, and then stopped. Ewen's lashes were lying on his sunken cheek, and did not lift at the address. It was plain that he had fallen anew into one of those sudden exhausted little slumbers, and had not heard even the sentence which was to herald Keith's confession. It would be unnecessarily cruel to rouse him in order to make it. One must wait until he woke naturally, as he had done from the last of these dozes. Keith took the lantern off the stool and sat down there. And soon the wounded man's sleep became full of disjointed scraps of talk, mostly incoherent. At one time, he seemed to think that he was out after the deer on the hills with Lachlan. Then he half woke up and muttered, "But it's we that are the deer now," and immediately fell into another doze, in which he murmured the name of Alison. Gradually, however, his slumber grew more sound. He ceased to mutter and to make little restless movements, and in about 5 minutes he was in the deep sleep of real repose, which he had not known, perhaps, for many nights. A sleep to make a watcher thankful. But Keith Windham, frowning, sat watching it with his chin on his hand, conscious that his time was growing very short, that it was light outside, and almost light in this dusky hovel, and that the pool of lantern shine on the uneven earth floor looked strange and sickly there. He glanced at his watch. No, indeed, he ought not to delay any longer. He took up and blew out the lantern, went outside and roused Mackay, washed the bowl and, filling it with water, placed it and the rest of the food and wine within reach. His movements had not roused the sleeper in the least. For the last time, Keith stooped over him and slipped a hand round his wrist. He knew nothing of medicine, but undoubtedly the beat there was stronger. It would be criminal to wake Ardroy merely in order to tell him something unpleasant. There came to the soldier a momentary idea of scribbling a warning on a page of his pocket-book and leaving this on the sleeper's breast. But it was quite possible that the first person to read such a document would be Guthrie himself. He rearranged the plaid carefully, and stood for a moment longer looking at the fugitive where he lay at his feet, his head sunk in the dried fern. And he remembered the hut at Kinlocheel last summer, where he had done much the same thing. He had talked somewhat earlier on that occasion, had he not, of obligation and repayment. Well, he had more than repaid. Ewen Cameron owed him his life, owed it him, very likely, twice over. Yet Keith was conscious again that no thought of obligation had drawn him to dash in front of those muskets yesterday, nor had the idea of a debt really brought him back now. What then? Absurd. He was a man who prided himself on being unencumbered with friends. Moreover, Ewen Cameron was an enemy. It was strange, then, with what reluctance, with what half-hopes, half-apprehensions, he got into the saddle and rode away under the paling stars, leaving his enemy to rescue or capture. Very strange, since that enemy was likewise a rebel, that he should so greatly have desired the former. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 1. Quote, "So, in this snare which holds me and appalls me, where honour hardly lives, nor loves remain." End quote. H. Belloc, on Battersea Bridge. The mist shrouded every mountain top, sagging downwards in some places like the roof of a tent, and in others where a perpetual draught blew down a corrie, streaming out like smoke. How different from last week, when, cold as it was up there, the top of the Corrianic Pass had presented to Major Windham's eyes a view from Badenoch to the hills of Skye. Today, recrossing it and looking back, he could hardly distinguish through the greyish-white blanket more than 3 or 4 of its many traverses winding away below him. But here, on the lower levels of the mountain road, where it prepared to debouch into that which ran along the great glen, this clogging mist had become a fine and most penetrating rain, bedewing every inch of the rider's cloak and uniform, his hat, the edges of his wig, his very eyebrows and lashes, and insinuating itself down his collar. Major Windham did not know which was the more objectionable form of moisture, and wished it were late enough in the day to cease exposing himself to either, and to put up for the night at Fort Augustus, which he should reach in another 20 minutes or so. But it was still too early for that, and, bearer as he was of a dispatch from Lord Albemarle to the Duke of Cumberland, he must push on beyond Fort Augustus before nightfall, must, indeed, reach the only halting place between that spot and Inverness, the tiny inn known, from Wade's occupation of it when he was making the road, as the General's Hut. However, he intended to stop at Fort Augustus to bait the horses, and to make an inquiry. It was 6 days since he had left Guthrie's camp, and he was not altogether surprised today to find it gone, but, to judge from the litter lying about, only recently gone. There was, therefore, no one to give him news of Ardroy, but he was sure that, if the Jacobite had been made prisoner, he would have been sent or taken to Fort Augustus, and he could get news of him there. That night in the shieling, just a week ago, seemed to Keith much farther off than that, and the emotions he had known then to have lost their edge. Oh, Gad, what a fit of philanthropy I had on me that day, he reflected. If Hangman Hawley came to know of it, he would sneer at him, and the rest of the staff too. Luckily, they would not know. So consoling himself, and cursing the rain anew, he came to Fort Augustus, or rather, to what remained of it. Its Highland captors who, during their attack upon it, had partially demolished the new fort, had, on the summons to face Cumberland, blown up and fired most of the residue. A small temporary garrison had been sent there after the victory to secure the abandoned stronghold for the government, but it had now been taken possession of by a larger force in the shape of the Earl of Loudon's regiment, under the Earl himself, and 18 independent companies. These had only marched in a few hours before, in consequence of which influx the whole place was in a state of great turmoil. There was so little accommodation in the ruined fort that a small village of tents was being erected in the meadows by the mouth of the Tarf, and between the confusion of camp pitching and the fact that nearly everyone whom he encountered was a newcomer, Keith found it difficult to discover who was or had been responsible for prisoners sent in before Lord Loudon's arrival. He did, however, elicit the information that Major Guthrie's detachment was now somewhere on the road between Fort Augustus and Inverness. And at last, though he did not succeed in seeing anybody directly responsible, he was told that a wounded Cameron, said to be the head of one of the cadet branches of the clan, had been captured the previous week and sent in by that very detachment, and that he had been given proper care, and was progressing favourably. That was all Keith wanted to know for the moment, and he delayed no longer. A certain vague disquiet which had teased him during the past week about Guthrie's possible treatment of his prisoner was allayed. For the rest, he had already made his plans about Ardroy. It was at Inverness, with Cumberland, that he could really do Ewen service, especially if the Duke did take him on to his personal staff. To His Royal Highness he could then represent what he owed to the captured rebel, and before he himself returned with the Commander-in-Chief to Flanders, he might very well have the satisfaction of knowing that the object of his philanthropy had been set at liberty. As he turned away from Fort Augustus, where the vista of Loch Ness was completely blotted out in rain, and addressed himself to the long, steep climb up the Inverness road, Keith's thoughts went back to the Earl of Albemarle in Perth, craving like himself to get overseas once more, whence, though colonel of the Coldstream Guards, he had come to serve as a volunteer under Cumberland. His lordship, who had, moreover, greatly preferred commanding the front line in the recent battle to his present post with the Hessian troops in Perth, had lamented his situation quite openly to Cumberland's messenger. He detested Scotland, he announced, and had fears, from a sentence in the dispatch which that messenger had delivered to him, that he might be appointed to succeed Hawley in this uncongenial country. Having thus, somewhat unwisely, betrayed his sentiments to Major Windham, he was more or less obliged to beg his discretion, in promising which Keith had revealed his own fellow-feeling about the North. When they parted, therefore, Lord Albemarle had observed with much graciousness that if this horrid fate of succeeding General Hawley should overtake him, he would not forget Major Windham, though he supposed that the latter might not then be in Scotland for him to remember. No, Keith, though grateful for his lordship's goodwill, distinctly hoped that he would not. He trusted to be by then in a drier climate, and a country less afflicted with steep roads. Less afflicted also with punitive measures, though, since Perth was not Inverness, he was not so much dominated by those painful impressions of brutality as he had been a week ago. The greater part of the lengthy and tiresome ascent from the level of Loch Ness was now over, and Keith and Dougal Mackay found themselves again more or less in the region of mist, but on a flat stretch of road with a strip of moorland on one hand. Water glimmered ahead, on the left. It was little Loch Tarf, its charms dimmed by the weather. Keith just noticed its presence, tightened his reins, and, trotting forward on the welcome level, continued his dreams about the future. 25 yards farther, and these were brought abruptly to a close. Without the slightest warning, there came a sharp report on his right, and a bullet sped in front of him, so close that it frightened his horse. Himself considerably startled too, he tried simultaneously to soothe the beast and to tug out a pistol from his holster. Meanwhile, Dougal Mackay, with great promptitude and loud Gaelic cries, was urging his more docile steed over the heather towards a boulder which he evidently suspected of harbouring the marksman. As soon as he could get his horse under control, Keith also made over the strip of moorland, and arrived in time to see a wild, tattered, tartan-clad figure, with a musket in its hands, slide down from the top of the boulder, drop onto hands and knees among the heather and bog myrtle, and begin to wriggle away like a snake. Major Windham levelled his pistol and fired, somewhat at random, for his horse was still plunging, and the Highlander collapsed and lay still. Keith trotted towards him. The man had already abandoned his musket, and lay in a heap on his side. The Englishman was just going to dismount, when shouts from Dougal Mackay, who had ridden round the boulder, stayed him. "Do not be going near him, sir. The man will not be hit whatever." And as this statement coincided with Keith's own impression that his bullet had gone wide, he stayed in the saddle, and covered the would-be assassin with his other pistol, while Mackay, who certainly did not lack courage, slid off his own horse and came running. And it was even as Mackay had said. At the sound of the feet swishing through the heather, the heap of dirty tartan lying there was suddenly, with one bound, a living figure, which, leaping up dirk in hand, rushed straight, not at the dismounted orderly, but at the officer on the horse. Had Keith not had his pistol ready, he could hardly have saved himself, mounted though he was, from a deadly thrust. The man was at his horse's head when he fired. This time he did not miss. He could not. "I suppose I've blown his head to pieces," he said next moment, with a slightly shaken laugh. "Indeed, I will be thinking so," replied Mackay, on his knees in the heather. "But it will be best to make sure." And he put his hand to his own dirk. "No, no," commanded Keith, as he bent from the saddle, for somehow the idea of stabbing a dead man, even a potential murderer, was repugnant to him. "It is not necessary. He was killed instantly." There could be small doubt of that. One side of the Highlander's bearded face was all blackened by the explosion, and as he lay there, his eyes wide and fixed, the blood ran backwards through his scorched and tangled hair like a brook among water weeds. The ball had struck high up on the brow. It came to Keith with a sense of shock that the very torn and faded philibeg which he wore was of the Cameron tartan. He was sorry. Deterred, unwillingly, from the use of his dirk, the zealous Mackay next inquired whether he should not put the cateran's body over his horse and bring him to Inverness, so that, dead or alive, he could be hanged at the cross there as a warning. "No, leave him, poor devil," said Keith, turning his horse. "No need for that. He's paid the price already. Let him lie." He felt curiously little resentment, and wondered at the fact. Dougal Mackay, however, was not going to leave the musket lying, too. "Taguna, she is Sassenach," he announced, examining it. "Take it, then," said Keith. "Come, we must get on to the general's hut before this mist grows thicker." So they rode away, leaving the baffled assailant staring into vacancy, his dirk still gripped in his hand, and under his head the heather in flower before its time. Once more the road mounted, then fell by a long, steep gradient. The general's hut, a small and very unpretentious hostelry, of the kind known as a creel house, was at Boleskine, down on its lower levels, and before Keith reached it he could see that its outbuildings were occupied by soldiers. They were probably Major Guthrie's detachment. Indeed, as he dismounted, a uniformed figure which he knew came round the corner of the inn, but it stopped dead on seeing him. Then, with no further sign of recognition, turned abruptly and disappeared again. It was Lieutenant Patten. So these were Guthrie's men, and he could hear more of Ardroy. But he would have preferred to hear it from Patten rather than from Guthrie, and wished that he had been quick enough to stop that young man. The first person whom Keith saw when he entered the dirty little parlour was Guthrie himself, or rather, the back of him, just sitting down to table. "Come away, Foster, is that you?" he called out. "Quick now, the brose is getting cold." Receiving no response, he turned round. "Oh, Dod, 'tis Major Windham!" Keith came forward, perforce. "Good evening, Major Guthrie. Yes, I'm on my way back to Inverness." "Back from Perth, eh?" commented Guthrie. "By the high road this time, then, I'm thinking. Sit ye down, Major, and Lucky, whatever she calls herself, shall bring another cover. Ah, here comes Foster. Let me present Captain Foster of my regiment to you, Major Windham. Where's yon long-legged birkie of a Patten?" "Not coming to supper, sir," replied Captain Foster, saluting the new arrival. "He begs you to excuse him. He has a letter to write, or he's feeling indisposed. I forget which." "Oh, indeed," said Guthrie, raising his sandy eyebrows. He was well enough, and free of correspondence, a while syne. "However, it's an ill wind." "You ken the rest. Major Windham can have his place and his meat." Keith sat down, with as good a grace as he could command, at the rough, clothless table. This Foster was presumably the officer whose bed he had occupied in the camp, a man more of Guthrie's stamp than of Patten's, but better mannered. Lieutenant Patten's excuse for absence, coupled with his abrupt disappearance, was significant, but why should the young man not wish to meet Major Keith Windham? And perhaps because the latter had got him into trouble, after all, over his philanthropy. Between the three, the talk ran on general topics, and it was not until the meal was half over that Guthrie suddenly said, "Well, Major, I brought in your Cameron friend after you left." Keith murmured that he was glad to hear it. "But I got little for my pains," continued Guthrie, pouring himself out a glass of wine. Only his second, for, to Keith's surprise, he appeared to be an abstemious man. He set down the bottle and looked hard at the Englishman. "But you yourself were no luckier, it seems." Keith returned his look. "I'm afraid that I do not understand." "Oh, you see, I ken you went back to the shieling, yon nicht." "Yes, I imagined that you would discover it," said Keith coolly. "I trust that you received my message of apology for departing without taking leave of you." "Oh, your message of apology," repeated Major Guthrie. "Unfortunately, you did not apologize for the richt of fens. You should have apologized for stealing a march on me, a hint my back. 'Twas a pocky notion, yon, was it not, Captain Foster?" "I must repeat that I am completely in the dark as to your meaning, Major Guthrie," said Keith, in growing irritation. "Is not he the innocent man? But I forgive you, Major, since you gained nothing by ganging back." "Gained!" ejaculated Keith. "What do you mean, sir? I did not go back to the shieling to gain anything. I went—" "Aye, I ken what you said you gaed for," interrupted Guthrie with a wink. "'Twas devilish canny, as I said, and deceived the rebel himself for a while. All yon ride in the nicht just to take him food and dress his wounds. And when you were there tending him so kindly, you never spared about Lochiel and what he kent of him, and where the chief might be hiding, did you? And never deny it, Major, for the rebel did not, when I put it to him." "Oh, you devil!" exclaimed Keith, springing up. "What did you say to him about me?" Guthrie kept his seat and pulled down Captain Foster, who, murmuring, "Oh, gentlemen," had risen too. "Oh, no need to be so distroubled, Captain Foster. I'm not. That's for them that have uneasy consciences. And what did I say to him? Why, I told him the truth, Major Windham. Why you set such store on saving his life, and how you thought he might be persuaded to drop a hint about Lochiel. Forby, he did not believe that at first. And Keith caught his breath. You told him those lies. To his face, and he believed. He could get no further. Oh, lies, were they? Asked Guthrie, leaning over the table. Oh, you never advised me to bring him into camp to complete my knowledge. Hey, I have you there, fine. Ah, well, I did my best, Major Windham. None can do more. But I doubt he has the laugh of us, the callant, for he told me nothing, either by hints or any other gate, all the time I had him in my care. So I even sent him with a bit report to Fort Augustus, and there he is the now, as you may have heard, if you spared news of him when you came by. And Keith had turned very white. I might have known that you would play some dirty trick or other, he said, and flung straight out of the room. Fool, unspeakable fool that he was, not to have foreseen something of this kind with a man of Guthrie's stamp. He had had moments of uneasiness at the thought of Ardroy's probable interview with him, but he had never anticipated anything quite so base as this. Take me to Lieutenant Patton at once, he said peremptorily to the first soldier he came across. The man led him towards a barn, looming through the mist at a little distance. The door was ajar, and Keith went in, to see a dimly lit space with trusses of straw laid down in rows for the men, and at one end 3 horses, his own among them, with a soldier watering them. The young lieutenant, his hands behind his back, was watching the process. Keith went straight up to him. Can I have a word with you alone, Mr. Patton? The young man stiffened and flushed, and then, with obvious reluctance, ordered the soldier out. And when the man with his clanging buckets had left the building, Patton stood rather nervously smoothing the flank of one of the horses, not at all anxious to talk. Mr. Patton, said Keith, without preamble, what devil's work went on in your camp over the prisoner from Ben Loy? And then, at sight of the look on Patton's face, he cried out, Oh, good God, man, do you think that I had a hand in it, and is that why you would not break bread with me? Lieutenant Patton looked at the ground. Indeed, I found it hard to believe that you could act so, when you seemed so concerned for the prisoner, but... Oh, in heaven's name, let us have this out, cried Keith. What did Major Guthrie say to Mr. Cameron? He appears to have tried to make him believe an infamous thing of me, and that I went back to the shieling that night, merely in order to get information out of him. Surely he did not succeed in making him think so, even if he succeeded with you. Answer me, if you please. The younger man seemed very ill at ease. Oh, I cannot say, sir, what Mr. Cameron believed about you in the end. He certainly refused, and indignantly, to believe it at first. Oh, he cannot have believed it, said Keith passionately. In the end. How long, then, did Major Guthrie have him in his custody? He kept him for 24 hours, sir, in order to see if he would make any disclosures about Lochiel. And Lieutenant Patton added, in a very dry tone, turning away and busying himself with the horse's headstall, a course which it seems that you yourself advised. Keith gave a sound like a groan. Did the Major tell Mr. Cameron that also? Patton nodded. Yes, he did, and more, too. Whether true or not, I have no means of judging. Keith had the sensation that the barn, or something less material, was closing in round him. This honest boy, too. Look here, Mr. Patton, I will be frank with you. I was so desperately afraid that Ardroy would be left there to die in the shieling that I did suggest to Major Guthrie that it might be of advantage to bring him into camp, though I knew that he would have his trouble for nothing. Though I unfortunately recommended that course, I was perfectly certain that Mr. Cameron would not give the slightest inkling of any knowledge that he might have. No, it was plain from the beginning that he would not, said the young man, and that was why. He broke off. If Mr. Cameron is a friend of yours, it is a good thing that you were not in our camp that morning. Or, no, perhaps a misfortune, because you might have succeeded in stopping it sooner. I could not." "Succeeded in stopping what?" asked Keith. Then the inner flavour of some of Guthrie's recent words began to be apparent to him. He caught Patton by the arm. "You surely do not mean that Major Guthrie resorted to violent measures? It's impossible." Thus captured, the young soldier turned and faced him. "Reassure yourself, sir," he said quickly, seeing the horror and disgust on his companion's face. He could not carry them out. The prisoner was in no state for it. He could only threaten and question. We threatened to shoot him, after all. No, not to shoot him, to flog him. And as Keith gave an exclamation and loosed his hold, Patton added, and he went very near doing it, too. "Threatened to flog him? Mr. Patton, you are jesting," said Keith incredulously. "Flog a badly wounded prisoner, and a gentleman, a chieftain, to boot." "I'm not jesting, sir. I wish I were. But I am thankful to say that it was not carried out. Now, if you will excuse me, Major Windham, I must be about my duties." His tone indicated that he would be glad to leave a distasteful subject. But Keith made a movement to bar his passage. "Mr. Patton, forgive my insistence, but your duties must wait a little. You cannot leave the matter there. For my own sake I must know what was said to Mr. Cameron. You see how nearly it concerns my honour. I implore you to try to recall everything that passed." Reluctantly the young man yielded. "Very well, sir, but I'd best speak to the sergeant to ensure that we are not disturbed, for this barn is the men's quarters." He went out to give an order. Hardly knowing what he did, Keith turned to his horse, busy pulling hay from the rack, and looked him over to see that Mackay had rubbed him down properly. Threatened with flogging. Ewen Cameron. Patton came back, closed the door, and brought up a couple of pails, which he inverted and suggested as seats. "You must be tired, Major, after your long ride, and I'm afraid that this will be a bit of a sederunt." So Keith sat down in the stall to hear what his ill-omened suggestion had brought on the man whom he had saved. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 2. It appeared that Major Guthrie, on learning next morning of Major Windham's departure on his errand of mercy, had been not only exceedingly angry, but suspicious as well. Or at least, said Patton, he declared that he was suspicious, and sent off a party almost immediately to fetch in the wounded rebel from the shieling. About a couple of hours later they returned, carrying him on a litter, which they deposited outside their commander's tent, where Patton happened to be at the moment. Guthrie immediately went out to him and said, the narrator remembered his first words exactly, "Well, my fine fellow, and so you know where Lochiel is like to be skulking." The prisoner replied by asking whether Major Guthrie thought he should tell him if he did. Major Guthrie retorted, with a grin, that he knew it was the thing to begin with a little bluster of the sort, but that they had better get to business without wasting time. "And he added, sir," said the young soldier, looking away, "I know that you know. Major Windham says so." Keith had put his hand over his eyes. "Yes, go on," he said, after a moment. "This was plainly rather a blow to Mr. Cameron," continued Patton. "I saw the blood rush to his face." "What did you say?" he asked. The major replied that you, sir, being a loyal subject of King George, were just as eager to secure Lochiel as himself, which was the reason why you had very properly stopped him from having the prisoner shot. To that Mr. Cameron replied, short and sharp, "I don't believe it." The major affected to misunderstand this, and, well, sir, he said a good many things incriminating you in the affair, twisting what you had, perhaps, said. "Try, for God's sake, to remember what those things were," begged Keith miserably, without looking up. The young man paused a moment, evidently trying to remember accurately. "First, I think, he told Mr. Cameron that you had said he was Cameron of Ardroy, Lochiel's cousin, and had you as his prisoner after the affair at Highbridge, and he added, I doubt he wanted to get even with you for that. And to make his assertion more credible, he asked Mr. Cameron how otherwise he should have known who he was, since he took him for a gillie when he had him up against the shieling wall. And the Major went on to say that for the news of Mr. Cameron's identity he was grateful to you, but not so grateful when he found that you had stolen a march on him by sneaking back to the shieling by night in order to get information out of the prisoner before he could. But at that, Mr. Cameron tried to raise himself on the litter and burst out, "That's a lie." And then the Major silenced him by what I can only suppose was an arrow drawn at a venture, since you... I don't suppose that you... Patten began to stumble. "Let me have it," said Keith, looking up this time. He said, "And so he never speered about Lochiel, where he was, if you ken where he was." Keith stared at the narrator, half dazed. How did he know that? He could not have known it. "As I say, it seemed to silence Mr. Cameron altogether," continued Patten, glancing at him with a sort of pity. He looked quite dizzy as he dropped back on the litter. But the Major laughed, and he went on, in that bantering way he has. "I hope you did not tell him, for I want you to tell me. Did you tell him?" The rebel took no notice of this question. He had shut his eyes. "It was as I looked at him then, sir, and saw the effect which that question had had on him, that I first began, I confess, to have doubts of your good faith." "Oh, you had cause," answered Keith with a groan. "I did ask him about Lochiel, in all innocence. Oh my God, what he must think of me!" He took his head between his hands. "Go on." Finding that Mr. Cameron was silent, resumed Patten, Major Guthrie went nearer and said something, I do not exactly remember what, about dropping a hint inadvertently with regard to Lochiel's hiding place, which it was easy to do, he said, and which he should give the prisoner every opportunity of doing, keeping him there, indeed, until he did. He kept harping for a while on this question of dropping a hint, and he brought you even into that, for he said that it was your suggestion, that you had advised him to bring the rebel into camp and watch him well for that purpose. And from what you have just told me, sir, it seems that that was true." Patten paused, but Keith, his head between his hands, said nothing. He was beyond it. This was what came of doing evil in order to accomplish good. Still, Mr. Cameron took no notice, pursued Patten, even when the Major went on to say in so many words that you had betrayed him, Mr. Cameron, and had then ridden off, leaving him the dirty work to do. Then he changed his tone, and said, "But I shall not flinch from it, 'tis my duty. Do you know, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, how we deal with folk that have valuable information and will not part with it?" At that, the prisoner did open his eyes, and said with a good deal of contempt that, from what he had seen of the Major, he could very well guess. The Major at that bent over him and gripped him by the nearer arm. He may not have observed that it was bandaged, I cannot say, and repeated, "Ah, you can quite imagine, can you? Do you think you'll like it?" Mr. Cameron did not answer. Perhaps he could not, for he was biting his lip, and I saw the sweat come out on his brow. Major Guthrie let go and stood up again, and said that a flogging with belts would soon loosen his tongue, and that did rouse Mr. Cameron, for he coloured hotly, and said he thought the Major forgot that he was a gentleman. But the Major replied with a chuckle that he looked so little like one at present that it was easy to assume that he was not. Then he asked him whether he intended to save himself from this unpleasant experience, as he easily could do. Mr. Cameron's look was sufficient answer to that. So, to my horror, the Major sent for the drummers and ordered a tent to be struck, in order to have the pole available to tie him up to. "This is intolerable," exclaimed Keith, starting up. "Stop, I'd rather not—" He pulled himself together. "No, I've got to hear it. Go on." "I assure you that I did not enjoy it," said the young officer, "for I thought that the matter was going through. They lifted Mr. Cameron off the litter. He could not stand, it appeared, owing to the wound in his thigh, and the men were obliged to support him. But the Major said to him that he would not be able to fall this time, as he had done yesterday, because we had ropes here. I myself, who would willingly have interfered before, sir, had there been any chance of being listened to, now took the Major by the arm and told him plainly that he would kill the prisoner if he was so barbarous as to have him flogged in his present condition. But he shook me off and said, when everything was ready, except Mr. Cameron himself, who was still held up there, facing him, as white as you please, but perfectly unyielding and defiant. Now, before you make acquaintance with His Majesty's leather, will you tell me what you know about Lochiel? And the rebel, with his eyes blazing, said, in a sudden access of fury, not if you cut me to pieces. Well, sir, though I'm convinced that the Major was not acting a part and merely threatening, but that he really meant to go through with the horrid business, I think it must have come to him then that, if he did, he would have Mr. Cameron dead on his hands, as I had warned him, and there would be an end to that source of information. It is possible, too, that he thought he might be called to account for it afterwards. And even the men were looking uneasy and murmuring a little, so he said that he would postpone the flogging until the afternoon. He had the prisoner carried into his own tent, not much, I fear, the better for this scene, and in his tent Mr. Cameron was all the rest of the day and the night. I do not know what passed in there, for whenever I made an effort to go in, I was stopped. But I'm sure the Major questioned him pretty continuously. He still spoke of the flogging taking place, but it never did. Next morning I was not surprised to hear that the prisoner seemed worse, and in a fever, so that the Major resolved to be rid of him, and sent him to Fort Augustus. I was heartily glad, for his own sake, to see Mr. Cameron taken away. And at Fort Augustus he must have had care, or he would not be alive now, which he is, for I asked news of him yesterday, as we came by. But that I should be ashamed to meet him, I would fain have seen him to ask his pardon. Patton's voice ceased. In the silence, one of the horses near them stamped and blew out its nostrils. Keith, standing there very still, released his own tightly gripped elbows. Mr. Patton, I thank you most heartily for your frankness. I, too, am ashamed, with much more cause than you, I think. Yet I'm going back to Fort Augustus to see Mr. Cameron. Back to Fort Augustus? Tonight? Said Patton, rather startled. Yes, tonight. My horse, he glanced at that animal, can still carry me so far. A matter of 10 or 12 miles, is it not? I intended to lie here the night, and to start about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for Inverness. I shall lie at Fort Augustus instead, and start proportionately earlier, that is all. I must find my orderly at once, but I shall not take him back with me. Patton said no more, and they went out of the barn together, by which evacuation the waiting soldiers outside, huddled against its wall for shelter, were enabled to enter their sleeping place. While the surprised Mackay resaddled his officer's horse, Keith strode back to the inn parlour. But just outside, where he could hear Guthrie's voice in conversation, he paused. If he meant to get back to Fort Augustus, he must not enter Guthrie's presence first. The fury and resentment which possessed him could have but one result: a quarrel with the Lowlander. Moreover, Lieutenant Patton might suffer for his communicativeness. Clenching his hands, Keith turned away from temptation. But there was one last question to ask. Mr. Patton, he said in a low voice, as his horse was brought towards him, have you any notion why Major Guthrie hates me so? For it is plain that he does. And to his surprise, the young man answered, in a voice equally low, I have a very good notion why, sir. He had had great hopes of securing that post on General Hawley's staff, which was eventually given to you. Your obtaining it was a very sore point with him, because he thought his claims superior to those of an officer who... Patton hesitated. Yes, I understand, said Keith, his mouth tightening. Who had lost one of the companies at Highbridge. Guthrie's sneers on that fatal ride were explained now. So that was my offence, he said under his breath, as he swung into the saddle. And this is how he has avenged himself. The wind had risen greatly in the last hour, and the rain was no longer a fine, almost caressing drizzle. It beat upon the rider as he urged his horse back along the lower levels, with a vehemence which predicted real difficulty in proceeding when he should reach the higher. But he did not notice it. There could not be the slightest doubt that Ewen Cameron must believe him to have acted in a manner unspeakably treacherous and vile. From the deadly success of Guthrie's arrow at a venture, as Patton had rightly called it, he must even think that his visitor had gone straight back from tending him in the shieling to Guthrie's camp with the news that he had succeeded in gaining the fugitive's confidence, and had ascertained that he did know of Lochiel's hiding place. It was an absolutely intolerable thought, and nothing should stop him until he had seen Ardroy and assured him of his innocence. Neither the rising storm, nor fatigue, nor the possible danger in riding thus alone at night. And though to that, despite the afternoon's attempt on his life, he gave scarcely a thought, nor Lord Albemarle's dispatch. It was a mercy that this contained, as he knew, nothing of urgency, nothing but a mere expression of compliments, and that he could therefore retrace his steps consistently with his military obligations. In any case, the letter would reach Inverness no later than if he had spent the night at the general's hut, so on that score at least his mind was at rest. It was certainly the only score on which it was. The more Keith thought of the situation, the more it horrified him. Why, good God, Ardroy might even imagine that the infamous proposal of flogging, which turned him hot to think of, came from him. Guthrie was evidently quite capable of stating that it had, and though Peyton had not reported him as having done so in his hearing, who knew what had been said, what had been done, during the rest of the 24 hours in Guthrie's tent? He was utterly without scruple, and Ardroy completely helpless. Yet, even now, Keith could hardly blame himself for his total absence of suspicion that Guthrie might be tempted to do more than question his prisoner. Rather closely, perhaps. No, he told himself again and again, he could not have guessed to what he was delivering up Ardroy. A prisoner of war, above all an officer, in a Christian country and a civilized century, stood in no danger of such proceedings. It was true that there had been barbarity after the battle, barbarity which had sickened him, but there had never been any suggestion of deliberately torturing prisoners in order to extract information. For Major Lockhart of Cholmondeley's regiment, Captain Carolina Scott of Guise's, and Captain Ferguson of HMS Furness, all Scots, too, had still to win their spurs in this field. Keith was up on the higher levels now, where the wind was really savage, and the rain stung like missiles. It seemed as though the elements desired to oppose his return. But his thoughts ran ahead of him to Fort Augustus. Would there be difficulty in getting access to the prisoner? There might be some, but an officer on Hawley's staff, riding on the Duke's business, would be hard to gainsay. If necessary, he should approach the Earl of Loudon himself. And in what state should he find Ardroy? What sort of a captivity had been his, now that he was out of that scoundrel Guthrie's clutches? Remembrances of Inverness, very sinister remembrances, kept floating into his mind. No, it would be different here. And, as Peyton had pointed out, they must have taken good care of the Highlander, or he would hardly be alive now, judging from his state a week ago. A state which must have been, which evidently had been, rendered even more precarious by Guthrie's damnable proceedings. On Guthrie himself he hardly dared allow his mind to dwell, but there could not be another like him at Fort Augustus. And when he had got access to Ardroy, surely it would not be difficult to convince him that it was Major Guthrie's almost incredible spite and jealousy which had wrought this mischief, that nothing in the world had been farther from his own thoughts than the belief that Ewen would betray his chief. Yes, but unfortunately, though he could deny everything else, save the mere fact of having been forced to establish Ardroy's identity, he could not deny that most unlucky suggestion to which, in desperation, he had been reduced on the hillside. Oh, if only he had not shirked telling Ewen Cameron of it that night in the shieling. Better, far better, to have faced a measure of shame on that occasion than to have left in Major Guthrie's hands a weapon capable of working this havoc. For Guthrie, it was clear, had, in his calculated spite, struck at him through Ewen, and at Ewen through him. He had evidently wished the Highlander to believe himself betrayed. Did he then think the ties between them so close, when they were only... What were they, then? Was it really only philanthropy, as Keith had assured himself a few hours ago, which had sent him back to the shieling that night? Oh, it was certainly not philanthropy which was driving him to Fort Augustus now. At 9 o'clock, wet and buffeted, he was back in the lines of Loudon's camp, still humming with life. Mentioning that he was on the staff, he asked, as he had asked that afternoon, to see the officer in charge of prisoners there. Once again there was an obstacle. This time it appeared that the officer, a certain Captain Greening, was closeted with Lord Loudon, who was very busy, and not to be disturbed save for a matter of great importance. Keith still retained enough sense of proportion to realize that a private inquiry after the well-being of a rebel prisoner was not likely to wear that aspect in the eyes of Cope's late adjutant-general. However, perhaps he could arrive at seeing Ardroy without the consent of Captain Greening. So he said to his informant, the officer of the guard, "I wish to see a certain Mr. Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, who lies here a prisoner. He was taken last week, not far from the Coriaric Pass. Do you think this would be possible without deranging Captain Greening?" "Cameron of Ardroy," said the lieutenant, with an accent of enlightenment. "Oh, have you come from Inverness about the question of Lochiel's capture, sir? Then you will be glad to hear that we have got the necessary information at last." Keith's heart gave a great twist. Foolishly, surely. "Ah, from whom?" "Why, from him. From Cameron of Ardroy, naturally. We knew that he had it." This time Keith's heart did not twist. It seemed to die in his breast. "Got it from him? From him?" he faltered, with cold lips. "When?" "Last night, I believe," answered the lieutenant carelessly, pulling his cloak closer about him. "But I fear that I cannot give you permission to visit him, sir, and as Captain Greening is—" But to his surprise the staff officer was gripping him hard by the arm. "Tell me, in God's name, what means you used. Ardroy would never—" He seemed unable to finish. "Means? I really don't know," replied the lieutenant, still more surprised. "I should be obliged if you would let go my arm, sir. I have nothing to do with the prisoners. Perhaps this Cameron was promised his liberty, or something of the sort. But on my soul I don't know, or care," he muttered under his breath, rubbing his arm as Keith released it. "Promised!" cried Keith in a tempest of fury and horror. "No, he has been tortured into it. That is the only possible explanation of his giving that information. If it be true that he has done so. My God, what has this campaign reduced men to? Take me to Lord Loudon at once." "Oh, I cannot, sir," protested the lieutenant. "He has given the strictest orders." "Take me to him at once," repeated Keith in a dangerous voice. And the young officer, probably thinking that the safest way to deal with a superior who seemed off his balance was to humour him, shrugged his shoulders, and began to lead him in the rain between the tents. Last night? That meant, then, that for nearly a week they had been trying, and had succeeded at last in wresting the secret from a man badly wounded, ill from starvation, and now perhaps dying. Dying as much of a broken heart as from their usage of him. It was with that unbearable picture of Ewen Cameron in his mind that, after parleys with sentries, of which he heard nothing, Keith stepped into the Earl of Loudon's presence, without any clear idea of what he was going to do there. He found himself in a large, well-furnished tent, with a brazier burning in one corner, and, round a table, several officers of various ranks. Most of them, like the Earl himself, wearing tartan, was announced as an officer of the staff from Inverness, and duly saluting, gave his name and regiment. The Earl of Loudon, more Lowland Scot than Highlander in his appearance, looked less annoyed at the interruption than might have been expected. Indeed, his air showed that he supposed the intruder to be the bearer of some tidings of importance from headquarters. "You're on His Royal Highness's staff, Major Windham?" he asked. "On General Hawley's, my lord," replied Keith. "I am on my way back to Inverness from Perth, and I ventured to ask for this interview because— You have not a dispatch for me from the Duke, then? Or from General Hawley?" "No, my lord. I have but seized this opportunity of appealing to your lordship on behalf of a prisoner here." The Earl's homely, blunt-featured face changed. "Who, if he has really made any disclosures, can only have done so under violent measures, taken unknown to your lordship, and I—" "What is all this about a prisoner?" interrupted Loudon, frowning. "You mean to say, Major Windham, that you are here on a purely private matter, when I especially gave orders? Who admitted you to me under false pretences?" But the officer of the guard had discreetly vanished. "Is it a purely private matter, my lord," retorted Keith hotly, "that a badly wounded Highland gentleman should be tortured into giving information against his own chief? It seems to me a matter affecting the good name of the whole army. I only hope that I have been misinformed, and that no such disclosures have been dragged from him." "Have you come here, sir," asked Lord Loudon, with increasing displeasure, "and on no one's authority but your own, to dictate to me on the treatment of prisoners?" "No, indeed, my lord," replied Keith, making an effort to be properly deferential. "I've come, on the contrary, because I feel sure that your lordship—" "If you want news of any prisoner," interrupted his lordship, with a wave of the hand, "you must wait until Captain Greening here is at liberty. Meanwhile, you will perhaps have the goodness to remember that I only marched into Fort Augustus this morning, and am still so pressed with business that I see small chance of sleep tonight, if I am to be interrupted in this manner." It was a dismissal, less harsh than at one moment seemed likely, but proving to Keith that he had gained nothing. He tried another tack. "My lord, give me permission then, I implore you, to visit the prisoner in question, Mr. Ewen Cameron of Ardroy." Loudon's eyebrows went up. "Is there anyone of that name confined here, Captain Greening?" he asked, in an annoyed voice, turning to a fair, rather womanish-looking young man on his left. Captain Greening smiled a peculiar little smile. "Oh, yes, my lord. He has been here nearly a week. Major Windham has already made inquiries for him once today, so I hear, when he passed on his way to Inverness this afternoon. I was out of camp at the time." "What?" exclaimed the Earl, looking from the officer to Keith in astonishment. "Major Windham has been through Fort Augustus once already today. This is very singular. Instead of your questioning me, Major Windham, I will ask you to explain your own conduct. Kindly tell me on what errand you originally left headquarters." Keith saw a possible gulf opening for himself now, but he was too passionately indignant to care much. "I've been to Perth, my lord, with a dispatch from His Royal Highness to Lord Albemarle. I was on my way back to Inverness today when I heard that Cameron of Ardroy—" "Leave Cameron of Ardroy out of it, if you please," said Lord Loudon in growing anger. "What I want, Major Windham, is some explanation of your own extraordinary behaviour. I gather that you are now on your way back from Perth. Are you carrying dispatches from Lord Albemarle to His Royal Highness, or are you empty-handed?" "I have a letter, of no particular moment, from Lord Albemarle to the Duke," replied Keith, more warily. "You have, at any rate, a dispatch, sir. You've passed this place already on your way to Inverness, carrying it. Some hours later you are back again, making fresh inquiries about a rebel. Had you confided your dispatch to another hand in the interval?" "No, my lord," confessed Keith. "Knowing that the matter was not urgent, and that it was impossible for me to reach Inverness tonight, I resolved to lie at the General's hut. There I heard something which determined me to have more reliable news of Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, to whom I owe it that I am alive at all today. Instead of going to bed at the General's hut, I rode back here, and whether I start from Boleskine at 6, or from Fort Augustus at 4:30, Lord Albemarle's letter will reach His Royal Highness's hands at exactly the same hour." "You seem to have a strangely easy idea of your military duties, Major Windham," commented Lord Loudon, drumming on the table. "May I ask how long you have borne His Majesty's commission?" 12 years, answered Keith curtly. "And in all those years you have not learned the sacredness of a dispatch. You are entrusted with one to the Commander-in-Chief, and you take upon yourself to turn back in order to assure yourself of the welfare of a rebel prisoner. Is it true that this man has made a disclosure," he asked suddenly, "of Captain Greening?" "Quite true, my lord," responded the fair young officer. "I've notes of it here. It was one of the matters which I desired to bring to your lordship's notice. It relates to Lochiel's hiding-place near Loch Arkaig, and will prove of the greatest service in your lordship's future operations." At that reply, all thoughts of his own situation abandoned Keith. He was caught up again in a wave of fury and shame. "My God!" he cried, striding forward, his eyes fixed on Captain Greening. "Are there devils here too? You have tortured him into it. Never deny it, I'll not believe you. As well be in a camp of Red Indians or African savages. Inverness was bad enough, with its prisons stuffed with purposely neglected wounded. Then that man Guthrie, and now—" Lord Loudon sprang up, very threatening of aspect. "Major Windham, may I ask you to remember where you are? I'll not be spoken to in such a manner." "I was not addressing you, my lord," said Keith fiercely. "I know that you only reached Fort Augustus this morning. You are not responsible for what has been going on. Oh, God knows what it was, before you came. But this officer here—" "Oh, be silent, sir," shouted the Earl of Loudon. "Neither will I have aspersions cast on officers now under my command. And by a member of General Hawley's staff, too. Are your own hands so clean, pray? You do not deserve that I should reply to your insinuations, but, Captain Greening, was this information got from the Cameron prisoner by unlawful means?" "No, my lord, I assure you that it was not. He gave it voluntarily." But, again, there was that little smile. "There, you hear, sir," said the Earl. "Your charges." "I don't believe it," said Keith in the same moment. "I will not believe it until I hear it from Ardroy himself." And at that Lord Loudon completely lost his temper. "Oh, God's name, am I to suffer you to browbeat me in my own tent? You, who have just behaved in a manner unpardonable in a soldier. Major Windham, I place you under arrest for insubordination. You will kindly give up your sword." It was as if a douche of cold water had descended on Keith's head. His left hand went to his sword hilt. "Insubordination, my lord. No, I protest." "Oh, very well. It shall be for neglect of duty, then," said the Earl, still very angry. "Lord Albemarle's dispatch is in truth not safe with a man who can go 20 miles out of his way while carrying it. I shall send it on by one of my own aide-de-camp tonight. Give it up at once, if you do not wish to be searched. Captain Munro, call a guard." Like rain upon a bonfire, the cold douche had, after a temporary extinction, only inflamed Keith Windham's rage. He unhooked his sword, scabbard and all, and flung it at Loudon's feet, saying that he was glad to be rid of it. By this time, seeing too that the falling weapon had nearly caught his lordship on the toes, every officer in the tent was rushing towards him. "Reassure yourselves, gentlemen," said Keith, laughing angrily, and, opening his uniform, took out Lord Albemarle's dispatch and tendered it to the nearest. Then, without more ado, he followed the guard out into the rain, his last memory, as he left the lighted tent, not of Lord Loudon's affronted, angry face, but of Captain Greening's, with that sly, secretly amused smile round his girlish mouth. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 3. The early morning bugle, close at hand, woke Keith Windham with a start. He had had little sleep during the night, and was all the deeper buried now. Where was he? He stared round the tent, an unfamiliar one. Then he remembered. And all that endless day he sat in his canvas prison and did little else save remember. For the first time in his life he was in the midst of camp routine without a share in it, with no right to a share in it. No sword hung upon the tent pole, and a sentry paced outside, whose business was not to keep intruders out, but him in. Had he not still been sustained by rage, he might have felt more dejection than he did. The rage was not against Lord Loudon, to whose severity he could not deny some justification, nor was it on his own account. It was against the effeminate Captain Greening and other persons unknown. Not for a moment did he believe that officer's half-sniggering asseveration of voluntary betrayal on the part of Ewen Cameron. though at times the other alternative haunted him so horribly that he almost wished he could believe it. Far better to have let Ardroy go down riddled by bullets on the mountainside than to have saved him for agony and dishonour. Far better had he not come upon him in time. And where was Ardroy? Unable to make personal investigations, Keith could not well ask the soldier who brought him his meals. And, even if he discovered, even if he were allowed an interview with the prisoner, very improbable now, was he so sure that he himself wanted it? Could he bear to see the Highlander again, in the state which must be his by now? His own plight seemed negligible in comparison. He thought of it, indeed, but only with a sort of dull wonder. Up till now, his own advancement had been for him the one star in a grey heaven. Now the heaven was black, and there was no star at all. A rainy yellow sunset was spearing the sky when the flap of the tent was pulled aside and an officer came in, a very stiff young aide-de-camp. "I am to inform you, sir," he said, "that as this tent is required tonight, a room has been prepared for you in the fort. And Major General Lord Loudon supposes that, rather than be marched through the camp under escort, you will agree to make no attempt to escape en route, in which case I am to conduct you there now, myself." "His lordship is extremely considerate," replied Keith. "I am only surprised that he is willing to rely on my word. But no doubt he is aware that I should hardly better my situation by deserting." "Then, if you will kindly follow me," said the aide-de-camp still more stiffly, "I will lead you to the fort." But, for all his own sarcastic words, for all the absence of an escort, Keith did not enjoy that short journey very much. Everyone whom they met, either among the tents or on the brief stretch of muddy road, must know why he went thus without a sword, and whither he was going, and it was with some instinct of avoiding their scrutiny that he tried to lag behind two lieutenants of independent companies who were strolling ahead of him deep in talk. It was impossible, however, not to overtake them in the end, and, as he and his escort drew nearer, scraps of their conversation floated backwards to the Englishman's ears, bearing, so he thought, the word Cameron. Instantly he strained his ears to catch more. Perhaps they were discussing Ardroy. As he drew still nearer, he found that he was mistaken, but that one officer must be concluding an account of his experiences in a scouting party from which he had recently returned. "The same everywhere by Loch Lochy, and there's not a doubt the rebels are much more numerous in that neighbourhood than we had any notion of. Camerons and MacDonalds too. 'Tis thought they even contemplate making a stand in a few days' time. His lordship will be sending out a fresh reconnaissance." Here they passed the speaker, and the rest was lost, but what he had heard did not particularly interest Major Windham. Only one Cameron was in his mind at present. And now they were at the shell of the fort, where the remains of the burnt-out buildings within the enceinte hardly looked as if they could afford any accommodation at all. "I suppose," said Keith carelessly to his guide, "that the rebel prisoners, if you have any, are confined here." "Yes, but you must not think, sir," explained the ever-correct aide-de-camp, "that Lord Loudon has any wish to put your case on a level with theirs. We are indeed short of tents, and you will not, I believe, find the room assigned to you in the fort any less comfortable." Keith thanked him for the assurance, but he was not really listening. Ewen Cameron was somewhere in this half-ruined enclosure. His new quarters turned out to be bare, but not more so, certainly, than the tent. In the night, tossing on the camp bed, he made up his mind that if it proved impossible to obtain access to Ardroy in person, he would at least contrive to get a letter smuggled in to him somehow. Surely he could find a venal sentry or jailer. He wondered what his own custodian was like, for on arrival, being much absorbed in his own thoughts, he had only received an impression of someone stout and middle-aged. Morning and breakfast revealed him. A sergeant, who might have been a well-to-do sufferer from gout, so painfully did he hobble in with a meal. Talkative upon encouragement, and apologetic for his bodily shortcomings, he explained that his lameness was due to a wound in the foot received when Fort Augustus was besieged by the Highlanders, he being a sergeant of Guise's regiment, 3 companies of which then held it. When they surrendered and marched out, He was left behind. And though I looked to have my throat cut, sir, by the wild MacDonalds and what not, I was very well treated, and my wound cared for. Is this what you wish for breakfast, sir?" "I'm not in a position to exercise much choice," said Keith. "You know that Lord Loudon has put me under arrest." The stout sergeant seemed shocked at this blunt reference to an unfortunate fact. "If I may presume on your being English, sir, same as I am myself." "You may," replied Keith. "I would say, sir, that it don't seem right that a Scotchman should be able—" But there he stopped, aware, no doubt, that he was about to make a remark even blunter. Keith could not help smiling. "I think, my friend, that we had better not pursue that subject. May I ask whether it is by a delicate attention of the authorities that you have been detailed to wait upon me?" "No, sir. I only come to the fort yesterday, the corporal that was here before having gone off duty sick, and me not being capable of much at present with his foot, I was told off in his place." "Are the ordinary prisoners, the rebels, I mean, in your charge?" "Yes, sir, so I find, though there's only a few, picked up in the last week. Them's in the rooms below, the dungeons, as we call 'em. All but a young man, as has been kept by himself at the top of this very building. He's been ill, I understand." Small doubt who that was. "You have seen this young man already, I suppose, Sergeant?" asked Keith, making no attempt to begin his breakfast. "How did he seem? I'm interested in him." "Oh, indeed, sir. Well, he looks in but a poor way, and seems very melancholy-like." "You do not know, you have not heard, anything particular about his previous treatment?" asked Keith, his heart suddenly beating hard. "You have not heard, for instance, that forcible measures have been used to wring certain information out of him?" "Lord, no, sir. Have they so?" "Yes, 'tis true he looks as though something of the sort might have happened to him, but I put it down to his having been ill with his wound." Keith had turned away his face. "Do you mean," he said after a moment, "that he is actually in this very corner of the fort?" "Yes, sir, up atop of you, as it were. 'Tis the least damaged portion, and even at that there's some holes in it. You know them Highlanders used near 20 barrels of powder a blowing of this place up. Have you all you want, sir?" "By the way," said Keith, as his attendant was hobbling out, "do not tell the young man, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, that I was asking about him." "No, sir, I won't mention of it. Mr. Cameron, is that his name now?" "Why, 'twas a Dr. Cameron dressed my foot. A very kind gentleman he was, too." Keith's breakfast was totally cold before he began it, and when the sergeant appeared again, he opened his campaign at once. His guardian proved much less obdurate than he had feared. Obdurate, indeed, he was not. It was quite natural caution on his own behalf, which withheld him from acceding sooner to Major Windham's request to be taken up to see the rebel prisoner, up atop of him. It was fortunate for Keith's case that Sergeant Mullins was unaware of the close connection between that prisoner and the English major's arrest. He believed the latter to be suffering merely for hot words to General Lord Loudon, cause unknown. The fact of Keith's being a fellow countryman went for something, as did also the remembrance of the Highlander's good treatment of himself. Finally, he yielded, on condition that he chose his own time for letting the sequestered officer out of his room, and that Major Windham gave him his word of honour not to take any steps to help the rebel to escape. Keith promised without difficulty that he would not even speak of such a thing. It was the past, and not the future, which was more likely to engage his tongue. So, about 6 o'clock in the evening, he followed his limping guide up the stair and found himself standing, with real dread in his heart, outside a door which the sergeant unlocked, saying to an unseen occupant, "I've brought someone to see you, Mr. Cameron." The room was light and airy, rather too airy, for one wall had in it a good-sized breach, across which a piece of canvas had been stretched, in an attempt to keep out rain and wind. Facing the door was a semicircular embrasure, pierced with 3 narrow windows, and having a stone seat running round it. And on the floor of this embrasure, on some sort of a pallet, with his back propped against the seat, his legs stretched out in front of him, and his eyes fixed on the slit of window opposite him, though from his position on the floor he could not have seen anything but a strip of sky. Ewen Cameron was sitting motionless. He did not turn his head or even move his eyes when the door opened and closed again, and Keith stood equally motionless, staring at a haggard and unshaven profile, which he found difficulty in recognizing. At last, he took a few steps forward. Ewen turned his head indifferently, and then was as suddenly frozen as one who looks on Medusa. There was a long, shivering pause. "Why are you here? Judas?" Half prepared though he was, Keith felt slashed across the face. He caught his breath. "If I were that, I should not be here," he answered unsteadily. "I've come. I came directly I had news of you, to explain, to put right, if I could." But the words died on his lips. It seemed a mockery to talk of putting anything right now. "To explain," repeated Ewen, with an indescribable intonation. "And to explain why you told your confederate, Major Guthrie, everything you knew about me. To explain why you came back that night and fooled me. Why you urged him to tear from me what I knew, having first made sure that I knew it. It needs no explanation. You wanted to pay off old scores. Edinburgh, Loch Oich side. Be content, you have done it. You have more than done it." "Ardroy, no, no, as God's my witness," struck in Keith desperately. "I had no such thought." But he was not heeded, for Ewen tore on hoarsely. "Since you desired so greatly to be even with me for a moment of triumph, could you not have let me be shot and watched it? Or was that not sufficient for you, because I did not know that you were there? Oh, if God would but give me back that moment against the shieling wall, and allow it to finish as it was meant to. Then I should not be today what you have made me, a worse traitor than you are yourself." After that there was silence. What use in talking of his good faith and his charitable intentions when they had resulted in this? For it was true then. Ardroy had given the information. Indeed, the fact was written on his haunted face. But at last Keith said, in a scarcely audible voice, and with his eyes on the floor, "What did they do to you?" There was no answer, and looking up, he saw that the wounded man's outburst had exhausted him. Breathing fast, he had put his head back against the edge of the seat behind him, and his eyes were half shut. His appearance was so ghastly that Keith went forward and seized a bowl of water from the floor beside him. But a shaking hand came up to keep him off, and he hesitated. "What, are you trying to act that night over again?" asked Ewen bitterly. And Keith stood there helpless, his fingers tightening on the bowl. Was this anguished hostility utterly to defeat him? The Highlander looked as if he had not slept for nights and nights. His eyes, naturally rather deep-set, were fearfully sunk, and glittered with a feverish brilliance. All his courtesy, all his self-command, his usual rather gentle address, every quality which Keith had observed and carelessly admired in him, seemed obliterated by the event which had brought him almost to breaking point. "Will you not go?" he gasped out, clenching his hands. "Will you not go, now that you are satisfied?" Keith put down the bowl. The action seemed symbolic. "Ardroy, if you would only listen for a moment," he pleaded. "Indeed, it is not as you think. I never betrayed you. I would as soon betray my own brother. There has been a horrible... Oh, why must I undo this, too, after all the rest?" broke out Ewen violently. "You cannot make a fool of me again, Major Windham. Have a little pity at the last, and leave me." "No, for your own sake you must hear me," urged Keith. "It is Major Guthrie who is responsible." But Ewen Cameron, with a face like stone, save that no stone image ever had eyes like that, had put his hands over his ears. It was hopeless then. Baffled, Keith slowly turned and went to the door. He had wrecked his own career to no purpose. But it was not of that catastrophe which he thought, as, having rapped to be let out, he stood there with bent head. He was not even conscious of resentment at the more than taunts which had been flung at him, for it was he who had brought the men who uttered them to this pass. He knocked again, louder, but the sergeant must have gone away, possibly to keep watch below. It came to Keith dimly, like a shape seen through fog, that Ardroy and he had once before been locked in together. Then he was aware that the half-prostrate man on the floor had moved a little, that he was leaning on his left hand, and that those glittering blue eyes were on him again. "Cannot you get out?" There was impatience in the icy voice. "No, for I also am locked in," answered Keith very low. "You, the informer." Keith swallowed hard. "I am a prisoner, like you." But the words would hardly come. "Why?" "For neglect of duty," replied Keith warily. "For turning back while carrying a dispatch." "So you cannot even serve your own side faithfully," observed Ewen with contempt. Keith turned a little whiter and gripped the handle of the locked door. For an instant the flame of his hot temper flickered, only to subside among the ashes. "No," he answered, after a moment. "No, so it seems. I have disgraced myself, as well as ruining you. The jailer must have gone away, I'm afraid, and I cannot relieve you of my presence until he returns." "It is of no moment," replied Ewen coldly, and he shifted himself a trifle so as to look at his visitor no longer, and propped his head on his clenched fist. The plaid in which he was partly wrapped had slipped from his shoulders when he put his hands up to his ears, and there was now nothing to hide his torn and dirty shirt, which, after all, was only of a piece with the general neglect of his person. The only evidence of care or cleanliness was the fresh bandage round his sword arm. "So that has been recently dressed," thought Keith, "and he can use it. That must be the plaid which I spread over him in the shieling. He was a very different man then." He was surprised, after another appreciable silence, to find himself being addressed again, though not looked at. "Why did you turn back?" "What is the use of telling you? You will not believe me. Indeed, I wonder whether you believe me when I say that I am under arrest. That might be a lie also." He had at least succeeded in gaining Ardroy's attention, for the latter dropped his arm and once again looked across the room at him. "I should like to know why you turned back," he repeated, without comment on the reply which he had drawn forth. Yes, that, at all events, he should hear. Keith left the door, where there was no sound of Sergeant Mullin's approach. "Oh, cannot you guess? I came because of you. Because, a dozen miles beyond here, on my way back to Inverness, I learned both of the abominable way in which you had been treated in Guthrie's camp, and of the manner in which that scoundrel had twisted my words and my actions in order to misrepresent me to you. It was the night before last. It was late, but I resaddled and came back at once. Neglecting my duty, Lord Loudon said. I rode back in the greatest haste to see you. I was in such apprehension about you. When I got here, I heard that you... Ewen drew his breath sharply, and the sentence was not finished. I insisted on seeing Lord Loudon at once, and when I was told that you had made disclosures of your own free will, I demanded to see you. I said that I would never believe that unless you told me so yourself. And then there was a scene of some violence, and I had to give up my sword and my dispatch. And I suppose that in a few days my commission will go the same road. Should I have acted so madly against my own interests if I had been what you think me? But I'm forgetting. You will say that this is false also, though every officer in Fort Augustus should tell you that it is true. Ewen had put his head down on his updrawn right knee. A shaft of sunlight, striking through one of the narrow windows, fell across its auburn disorder. And, looking with something more painful than pity at the utter desolation of his aspect, Keith thought that life could scarcely hold anything more terrible for a gallant man than to feel himself at once a traitor and betrayed. But betrayed he had not been, if only he could be brought to see that. And perhaps Ewen was being brought to it, for from his huddled figure there came a long sigh, and, after another silence, words which sounded as though they were wrung from his very heart. "I wish to God that I could trust you again." End of section 19. Section 20 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 4. Keith ventured nearer. "Why is it so difficult? You trusted me that night." His own voice was not much less moved than the Highlanders. "I am not changed. It is circumstances which have brought about this horrible situation." The head stirred, but did not raise itself. "Yes. That night I thought you generous, kind, charitable, beyond anything that could be imagined. It was not what I should have expected from you. Afterwards, I saw what a simpleton I was to think you could have done all that for me without some very good reason, for by that time next day I'd learned what that reason was." "Is it fair, is it just," pleaded Keith, "to believe what a brute and my enemy said of me behind my back, rather than to judge me by my own actions, Audrey?" "You were too humane," said the voice dully, "and you did ask me about Lochiel. And must I have had an ill motive behind my humanity, as you call it? You cannot say I pressed you for information about your chief. But you found out that I had it." It was so difficult to answer this that Keith did not attempt it. "What motive, then," he urged, "brought me hastening back here, into disgrace, into complete ruin, perhaps? Is there nothing in your own heart to tell you? When you hear that I've been broke for neglecting my duty, and offending my superior officer on your behalf, Audrey, will you still think that I betrayed you to Major Guthrie?" Ewen raised his ravaged face. "Will you swear to me, on your word of honour, that you never told him that I knew Lochiel's hiding place?" "I do most solemnly swear it, on my honour as a gentleman. I never saw Guthrie again till the day before yesterday." "And will you swear, too, that you had not already suggested to him that I knew it, and would tell?" asked Ewen, narrowing his eyes. "No, I never suggested that," answered Keith, with a steady mien, but a sinking heart. Nothing but the naked truth would avail now. And yet its nakedness might prove too ugly. "I'm going to tell you exactly what I did suggest." "You will not swear it. I thought as much." "No, I will not swear until I have made clear to you what I'm swearing to. Yes, you must listen, Audrey. 'Tis as much for your own sake as for mine." He dragged forward a stool for himself. "Go back to that scene on the mountain, if you can remember it. Do you think it was easy for me to find weapons to save you with? When I rushed in and caught you, as you sank down by the wall, and when I stood between you and the firing party, with that scoundrel cursing me and ordering me out of the way, and telling the men to set you up there again, I had to snatch at anything to stop your execution. I told Guthrie who you were. Too important to shoot out of hand like that. Afterwards, he asserted that I had implied that you, as Lochiel's kinsman, would give information about him. As God sees us, such an impossible notion never entered my head, and I said that you would never do it. It was as we were riding away. So he replied, that devil, then it is not worth my while to fetch him into camp tomorrow. He can rot there in the hut, for all I care. And I saw that you would rot there, unless I could persuade him to send for you. Being at my wit's end, I made a most disastrous suggestion, and said, loathing myself the while for saying it, that it might perhaps be worth his while to fetch you into camp on the chance of your dropping some hint by inadvertence. And he... Ewen had given a sharp exclamation. You said that! You did say that! It was true, then, what he told me. God! And how much more? No more, said Keith, wincing. No more on my soul. And I only said that to hoodwink him into sending for you. You cannot think that I... You advised him to take me for that reason, interrupted Ewen, dropping out every word, while his eyes, which had softened, began to turn to ice again. And when you came back that night, you never told me what you had done. Is not that somewhat difficult to explain? No, said Keith, with a sigh. It is easy. I was ashamed to tell you. That is the explanation. And yet I only made the suggestion because your life, so it seemed to me, was in the balance. When at last I had brought myself to the point of confession, you had fallen into the sleep in which I left you. If I had guessed. But of what use is regret now? And Audrey, you cannot imagine that I really thought that you would, or that anyone would try by force to... He suddenly covered his eyes with his hand. And presently he heard the Highlander say, in a strange, dry, reflective tone, "Yes, it ill becomes me to accuse another man of treachery." And then, even more quietly, "You say you did not believe it when they told you that I had made a disclosure, voluntarily. I ought to thank you for that." The tired voice seemed for the moment empty of emotion, and yet it wrung Keith's heart as its frenzied reproaches had not. He uncovered his eyes. "Nor do I believe it now," he said vehemently. "If it is true that they have got your secret from you, then I know that they must have killed you first." "No," said Audrey, in the same dull tone. "They have not laid a finger on me here. Yet I have told them what Major Guthrie nearly flogged me to get from me." If Keith had seen a visitant from the dead, he could not have stared more wildly. "That's impossible," he stammered. "I don't believe it. You don't know what you're saying." Ewen's lip twisted a little. "Why, by your own admission, you said that I might drop a hint, inadvertently." The shaft went visibly deep. "Oh, forgive me," he exclaimed hastily. "It is true. I think I do not know what I'm saying." "Oh, let it pass," said Keith, recovering himself. "Only in God's name tell me what happened." Ewen shut his eyes. "It is quite simple, after all. It seems that I still at times talk in my sleep, as I used when a boy. I was warned of it, not so very long ago." He paused. Keith gave a stifled ejaculation, and had time to taste the immensity of his own relief. This, then, was the explanation of what had been to him so inexplicable, or else so abhorrent. Under his breath he murmured, "Oh, thank God." But Ewen, his eyes open now, and fixed on the other side of the room, was going on. "When I was first brought here, I was too ill and feverish to realize what they wanted of me. Afterwards, when I knew well enough, since they openly asked me for it so often, and it was what Major Guthrie had wanted too. And when I felt that the secret might slip from me in sleep, because it was so perpetually in my mind, I resolved never to allow myself to go to sleep, except when I was alone. But I so seldom was alone. At first I thought, very foolishly, that this was from care for me. Then I discovered the real reason, for I think they must have been hoping for this result from the first. Perhaps I talked when I was in Guthrie's hands. I do not know. But for all my endeavours," he gave a dreary smile, "it seems that one must sleep some time or other. And the 5th night, 2 nights ago, I could hold out no longer, and being left by myself, I went to sleep, and slept a long time, soundly. I thought that I was safe, that I should wake if anyone came in." Ewen stopped. "I ought to have cut my tongue out before I did it, and I would have died for him, died for him." His head went down on his knee again. "Oh, good God," murmured Keith to himself. The methods that he feared might not have been used, but those which had been were pretty vile. And, though their victim had neither given the information voluntarily, not, at least, in the true meaning of the word, nor had it dragged out of him by violence, his distress was not less terrible. Yet, surely... "Audrey," he said quickly, and touched him on the shoulder, "are you not leaping too hastily to conclusions? No doubt you may have said something about your secret, since it was so much on your mind, but that in your sleep you can have given any precise information about it, I cannot believe. Granted that you were told that you had, perhaps in hopes that you would really betray yourself. Why did you believe it, and give yourself all this torment?" Ewen raised his head, and out of his sunken, dark-rimmed eyes gave Keith a look which wavered away from him as if undecided, and then came back to his face and stayed there. Despair sat in those blue windows, but behind despair could be caught now a glimpse of a more natural craving for sympathy, which had not been there before. "Because," he answered, his hand gripping hard the plaid over his legs, "they had written down every word I said. Every word. In the morning they read it over to me. Of course I denied that it was correct, but there it all was, the secret that only I and one other besides Lochiel himself knew. Never having seen the actual spot myself, I'd learnt the directions off by heart. It was the last thing I did before the battle." He shuddered violently, and once more dropped his head onto his knee. "Oh God, that ever I was brought away from Drumossy Moor!" "Devils," said Keith under his breath. "Cold-blooded devils." But who had first suggested that Ardroy should be watched? He sprang up and began to pace distractedly about the room, but that thought could not so be shaken off. Yet a rather stinging consolation dawned on him, since the prisoner had acknowledged to him what he had denied to his inquisitors, that the information was correct. He must trust him again. He must indeed, for he had thus put it in his power to go and betray him afresh. "You'll tell me, I suppose," began Ewen's dragging voice again, "that a man cannot be expected to control his tongue in sleep. And it is true, he cannot. But they will keep that part out, and Lochiel, all the clan, will hear that I gave the information of my own free will. Is not that what you have been told already?" And as Keith, unable to deny this, did not answer, Ewen went on with passion. "However it was done, it has been done. I have betrayed my chief, and he will know it. If I were only sure that it would kill me outright, I would crawl to the breach there and throw myself down. I wish I had done it 2 nights ago." From the camp, where a drum was idly thudding, there came the sound of cheering, and the broken room, where this agony beat its wings in vain, was flooded with warm light as the sun began to slip down to the sea behind the hills of Morven, miles away. And Keith remembered, with wonder at his obtuseness, that he had once decided that Ewen Cameron was probably a very impassive person. What was he to say? For indeed, the result of Ardroy's disclosure might very well be just the same for Lochiel as if he had made it when in full possession of his senses. One argument, however, leapt unbidden to Keith's lips. His chief would never believe that Ardroy had willingly betrayed him. Would Ardroy believe such a thing of him, he asked. But Ewen shook his head, uncomforted. Lochiel would not have allowed himself to go to sleep. I did. "But you must have gone to sleep sooner or later," expostulated Keith. "Lochiel himself would have done the same, for no human being can go very long without sleep." "How do you know?" asked Ewen listlessly. "I cannot sleep now when I wish to, when it is of no moment if I do." Keith looked at him in concern. That admission explained a good deal in his appearance. If this continued, he might go out of his mind, and yet one was so powerless to help him, for indeed, as Ardroy had said, what was done was done. He began to pace the room again. Suddenly he stopped and swung round. Perhaps he was not so impotent to help, after all. Somehow that idle drum, still beating out there, with its suggestion of march and movement, had revived a memory only 24 hours old. "Listen to me, Ardroy," he said quickly, coming back and sitting down again. "But tell me first, you would only expect Lochiel to take to this refuge, would you not, if he were skulking, as the phrase goes here, not if he had a considerable body of followers with him?" "No," admitted Ewen, looking faintly surprised. "Only if he were alone, or nearly so. But he is alone, or at the best he can have but a handful with him." "It is there that I think you are wrong," retorted Keith. "Though that may have been the case at first, it is evidently so no longer. This is what I overheard yesterday. and he told him, word for word, what had fallen from the officer who had been scouting down the glen. Ardroy listened with the look of a drowning man sighting a distant spar. My God, if only that is true. No, if the clan has rallied somewhat, he would not be in hiding. Yet, after a skirmish, or if he were surprised. But consider, urged Keith, that, if they are so numerous, only an attack in force would be possible, and Lochiel could hardly be surprised by that. He would have scouts posted, surely. And after a skirmish, supposing the results unfavourable to him, he would probably withdraw altogether with his men, not go to earth in the neighbourhood. If the place is searched, believe me, it will be found empty. The eagerness with which Ewen hung upon his words was pathetic to witness. You are not, he asked painfully, inventing this story, out of compassion. No, I heard it exactly as I've told it to you, and I can see no reason why the speaker's statement should not have been true. And, whether true or no, he thought, it will have served a very good purpose, if it prevents this too tightly stretched string from snapping altogether. Ewen drew a long breath and passed his hand over his eyes, as if to wipe out a sight which was too much there. Then his head sank back against the edge of the seat behind him, his hand fell away, and Keith saw that he had fainted, or as near to it as made little difference. He supposed that his attentions would be permitted now, and, grabbing up the bowl, dashed some of the water in the Highlander's face, then, putting his arms round him, succeeded in shifting him so that he could lay him flat upon the pallet. But Ardroy was not gone far. In a moment or two he raised his hand to his head as he lay there, and murmured something about a ray of hope. Then his eyes opened, and looking straight up into Keith's face as he bent over him, he said clearly, but with a catch of the breath, "Forgive me, if you can." "I've so much to be forgiven myself," answered Keith, looking down unhappily at the dirty, haggard wreck of his young Achilles, "that I can scarce resent what you, of all people, have thought of me. Oh, Ardroy, what a cursed tangle it has been. Are you well like that? Your wounded leg?" The blue eyes held on to him. "You have not answered my question. If you could forgive me for so wronging you. I know I've said unpardonable things to you. You who saved my life." Keith took into his own the hand he had scarred. "Forgotten? If you will forget what I said of you." "But what have I to forget?" asked Ewen, and he suddenly bit his lip to keep it steady. "I think I have to remember. And indeed, Windham, I did not doubt you lightly. I fought against it, but it all fitted together so devilishly. And I was not sound in mind or body. And now, selfish wretch that I am, if you are broke through what you have done for me." But it seemed as if it were a third person who fancied himself in more imminent danger of that fate, for Ardroy had got no farther when there were hasty hobbling steps outside the door, a fumbling with the lock, and there stood Sergeant Mullins, much flustered. "If you please, Major," he said, sadly out of breath, "will you come away at once? I misdoubt you'll be found up here if you stay a minute longer, for I saw Lord Loudon's aide-de-camp coming along the road, and I shall be sent packing without the pension that's been promised me." Go quickly, Windham," said Ewen earnestly. "It will do you no good either, to be found up here." There was nothing for it. "Yes, I'm coming, Sergeant. We cannot undo the past, Ardroy, but for God's sake try to torment yourself less about a calamity which may never befall a certain person." Ewen looked up at him with a faint, forlorn smile. "And your calamity?" he asked. "I must endeavour to take my own advice," said his visitor rather grimly. "I shall try to see you again, if possible. That is, if you—" He hesitated. Ewen's left hand reached up and gripped his wrist. "You say the past cannot be undone. There are some hours in it which I'm glad I can never lose again. That night in the shieling, now I know that you were what at the time I thought you." 3 minutes after Keith had got back to his quarters, the correct aide-de-camp appeared to announce to him that he would be taken to Inverness under escort early next morning, as he had been sent for from headquarters. Keith shrugged his shoulders. That meant a court-martial, in all probability, and the loss of his commission. But at any rate the sacrifice was not all in vain, for he had cleared himself, in Ewen Cameron's eyes, of charges far worse than any court-martial could bring against him. All evening he thought of Ardroy up there, destitute in body and tormented in mind, though less tormented, fortunately, by the time he had left him. Yet why, he asked himself, should he care what Ardroy was suffering, now that he had cleared his account with him? Was it because he had somehow become responsible for him by snatching him from death? How God knew. But that, he supposed, was why, when Mullins hobbled in with his supper, he handed the sergeant a sheet of paper. "I want you to take this to Mr. Cameron tonight, Sergeant. Read it, and you can satisfy yourself that it contains nothing which it should not." The note briefly said that the writer would not be able to see the recipient again, since he was obliged to go to Inverness next morning, but that he would go thither with a mind vastly more at peace than he had come, and would go even more cheerfully, if he were permitted to leave with the sergeant a sum of money sufficient to provide for the captive's immediate needs in the way of food and clothes. "You can repay it at your convenience," Keith had added, "but, if you will not accept this loan, I shall depart feeling that you have not truly forgiven me." As he expected, Sergeant Mullins made no bones about delivering a missive, when he had connived at a much more serious breach of discipline. But when, on his return, he handed his letter back to Keith, the Englishman's heart fell, until he saw that Ardroy, having no writing materials of his own, had used the back of it for his reply. And thereon was scrawled with a blunt pencil of the sergeant's these words: "If there is any justice on earth, you should not only be reinstated, but advanced at Inverness. I pray you to inform me, if you can, of what happens. I accept your loan with gratitude. It is for me to ask your forgiveness still. Perhaps I shall sleep tonight. Your debtor, Ewen Cameron." Keith at any rate slept, though he was rather bitterly amused at the idea of being given advancement by the Duke of Cumberland, because he had got himself into a scrape for the sake of a rebel. The cause of his dereliction of duty would be the chief count in his probable disgrace. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 5. It was raining hard, and blowing, too, and rain and wind kept up a constant siege of the inadequate canvas stretched over the breach in Ewen's place of confinement, the drops pattering against it like small shot. Ewen himself, shaved and wearing a clean shirt, but the same disreputable kilt, was sitting on the seat which ran round the embrasure, to which, with some difficulty, he could now hoist himself. His object in so doing was to see out, but this morning there was little to see when he had got there. 10 days had passed since his momentous interview with Major Windham, 10 days of wearing, grinding suspense. Every hour, almost, he had expected to learn of Lochiel's capture. But, as day followed day, and nothing of the sort occurred, nor, from what Sergeant Mullins told him, was any attempt being made against Achnacarry, the spar of hope which his visitor had flung to him began to have more sustaining qualities. It did look as if Windham's information were correct, and that the clan was known to be in such force that it was not a mere question of hunting down the wounded chief, of plucking him out of the refuge his secret was a secret no longer. For the comfort of that thought, he had to thank the generosity of an enemy whom he had accused to his face of an infamous action. Major Windham had always been something of an enigma to Ewen, and the depth of the concern which he had shown the other day still surprised him. That he had personally attracted the English soldier would never have occurred to him. Apart from wishing to clear himself of the charge of treachery, Major Windham, he supposed, felt a somewhat exaggerated sense of obligation for having been allowed to go free in Edinburgh, though indeed some men might have resented that clemency, and there had been a time when Guthrie's insinuations had driven Ewen to the belief that this was so. Yet now, The remembrance of the night in the shieling hut was no longer a draught of poison, but what it had been at the time, that cup of cold water which holds a double blessing. But it was strange how accurate had been his foster father's prophecy, that the man to whom the Heron would bring him should alike do him a great service and cause him bitter grief. Both predictions had been fulfilled, and by the same act on Major Windham's part. Ewen himself seemed to have been forgotten by the authorities. The same military surgeon came from time to time and grumblingly dressed his wounds, but, though rough and quite devoid of consideration, he was tolerably skilful, and the patient's own splendid physique was doing the rest, now that he had proper care, and that his mind was a little more at ease. Old Mullins, mindful alike of a substantial douceur from Major Windham and of his own good treatment by the Highlanders, looked after him to the best of his ability, particularly when he discovered him to be Dr. Cameron's cousin. He still boggled, however, at procuring the captive entirely new clothes. For how, he said, should he account to Captain Greening for having the money to pay for them? But he brought him better food than was provided, a couple of clean shirts and a second blanket, and shaved him every other day. But Captain Greening, whom Ewen loathed, he thought, even more than he had loathed the brute Guthrie, never came near him now. He had got what he wanted, presumably, and troubled no more about the prisoner, whom at one time he had had so assiduously watched. The outcome of those horrible days and nights remained deeply branded on Ewen's soul. He was a traitor, if an unconscious and most unwilling one, but the actual memory of them, and of the 24 hours in Guthrie's hands, he was now beginning, with the natural instinct of a healthy mind, to put behind him. And with a slight relaxation of tension due to Major Windham's suggestion and the inactivity of the authorities, due also to the wild hope which sometimes visited him, that Lochiel was no longer near Achnacarry at all, and that they knew it, he was beginning to feel the pressure of captivity, and would spend hours peering hungrily through the narrow slits of windows. Even if, as today, he could see little for the rain and mist, he could always smell the blessed air, and he now screwed himself into a still more uncomfortable position in an endeavour to get as much of this as possible. Yes, the rain, as he thought, was stopping. The wind was blowing it away. Often, on such a morning, on the braes above Loch na Hollere. Several people seemed to be coming quickly up the stairs. The surgeon and others. Ewen turned his head. No, when the door was unlocked and flung open, there came in 3 officers, all unknown to him. The foremost was of high rank, and Ewen, after a second's astonishment, realized that he could be none other than the Earl of Loudon himself. Sitting there, he instinctively stiffened. With the opening of the door, the wind had swooped through the breach in the wall, and even the Earl's dark, heavy tartans fluttered for a moment. There was a sheet of paper in his hand, and he wore a look of great annoyance. "Mr. Cameron," he said, like a man too much pressed for time to indulge in any preamble, "when you gave us this information about Lochiel's hiding place a couple of weeks since," he tapped the paper, "why did you name as the spot a mountainside which does not exist anywhere near Loch Arkaig?" Ewen's heart gave a bound so sudden and violent that he thought it must suffocate him. What did Lord Loudon mean? He stared at him breathlessly. "Come, sir," said the Earl impatiently, "do not play the innocent. On May the 7th you gave Captain Greening a detailed account of a cave on a mountainside, which Lochiel would be apt to use in an emergency, how its whereabouts could be recognized, its concealed opening found, and the rest. The mountain, according to you, was called Ben Loy. But you made a slip, or something more intentional, for guides who know the district well declare that there is no mountain of that name in the neighbourhood, though it is true that there is a Glen Loy farther down the Lochie, but much too far to serve as a convenient refuge from Achnacarry. This makes nonsense of your information." His voice was warm with a sense of injury. "The mistake has only been discovered in the nick of time. Why, what's wrong with you, man?" For Ewen, with an exclamation, had leant forward and buried his face in his hands. Was it possible that his rebel tongue had, all unknown to himself and to his inquisitor, undone so much of the harm it had wrought. And how had he not realized it himself? Lord Loudon much mistook the cause of his emotion. "The slip can easily be repaired, Mr. Cameron," he said impatiently. "You cannot possibly have meant any of the heights of Glen Loy, none of which, moreover, appears to be called Ben Loy. It must be one of the other names I have on this paper. Come, my time is precious. I am about to set out for Achnacarry today." And as Ewen, really too much overcome by his slip to pay much attention to these adjurations, still remained with his face hidden, a new note crept into the Earl's voice. "Oh, you're not, I hope, indulging in scruples now, Mr. Cameron. 'Tis too late for that, nor is it any manner of use to withhold a part when you have told us so much. We shall know the place when we come upon it." Ewen raised his head at last and looked at him, but still dizzily. "Withhold," he said. "Is it possible, Lord Loudon, that you do not know how such information as you have was extracted from me?" "Extracted from you?" repeated the Earl. "Why, you gave it of your own free will when you were asked for it. I have Captain Greening's word for that." "Oh, my own free will! Did Captain Greening tell your lordship that he had me watched and questioned day and night for nearly a week, hoping that I should tell it in my sleep, as at last I did, unknowingly? While I had life in my body, he should never have got it otherwise." And, seeing clearly from Loudon's face that this was indeed news to him, Ewen went on with more heat. "Whatever lies you were told by your English underlings, how dare you, my lord, believe that a Cameron would ever willingly betray MacGull? "Go and see if you cannot find Captain Greening this time, and bring him here," said the Earl to one of the officers. He took a turn up and down, his hands behind his back, looking very much disturbed. "I had no idea of this. 'Tis a method which should never have been used," he muttered after a moment. It was evident that he entirely believed the prisoner's assertion. "But you must admit, Mr. Cameron," he went on mildly, "that I'm not to blame for it, seeing that I was not here at the time. And, as to believing that you made the disclosure willingly, I confess that I ought to have remembered, since I have the honour to be one myself, that a Highland gentleman does not willingly betray his chief." Yet, having elicited this amende, Ewen said nothing, his racial distrust of a Campbell inclining him to wait for what was to come next. "I cannot pretend, however," began the Earl again, "that I am sorry to possess this information, since I am a soldier and must obey orders. In accordance with these, I set out today with 2,000 men for Loch Arkaig and Achnacarry." He gave time for this news to sink in. "But, Mr. Cameron, though our clans have unfortunately been at enmity in the past, that shall not prevent me from treating Lochiel, when he is in my hands, with all the regard due to his position and merit." "As his kinsman," replied Ewen to this, "I thank your lordship for the intention, even though I trust that you may never have the chance of carrying it out." Why had the Campbell become thus smooth-spoken, and was it true that he was going with so overwhelmingly large a force against Lochiel? Before Lord Loudon could offer any further remarks, Captain Greening came in, apologizing that he should have been sought for twice, and evidently ignorant of what was in store for him. The Earl cut short his excuses. "Why did you assure me, Captain Greening, that the information about Lochiel obtained from Mr. Cameron of Ardroy here was given of his own free will? Mr. Cameron tells me that, as the result of unceasing persecution on your part, it was dragged out of him in sleep, which is a very different matter." Somehow Captain Greening, while appearing to have his eyes fixed respectfully on his superior, contrived to shoot a glance of a very different nature at Ewen. "If your lordship believes that story," he said, with a scarcely concealed sneer, "it does credit to your lordship's nobility of disposition, as well as to Mr. Cameron's powers of invention. Sleep, as if he could have given all that detail in his sleep. But the tale may serve to patch the hole in his reputation, though I'll wager he was no more asleep than you or I." "You are a pretty consummate scoundrel, are you not?" observed Ewen softly. "Yet, whether he was asleep or awake, my lord," went on Greening quickly, "I submit that what I said was perfectly correct. No force of any kind was used." I certainly had no intention of misleading your lordship on that point, when you asked me that question in order to satisfy a somewhat indiscreet inquirer after Mr. Cameron. But Lord Loudon, frowning heavily, declined to be drawn into a side issue. It was playing with words, sir, to call information thus given voluntary. I am very much displeased at the means employed. And even so, as might have been foreseen, the matter was bungled, for the information itself, on which you led me to rely, is not complete. Not complete, stammered Greening, flushing. My lord. No, sir, it is not complete, and only now, within an hour or so of setting out for the neighbourhood, has its insufficiency been discovered. The guide, who knows that district well, swears that there is no mountain of the name of Ben Loi anywhere near. And Ben Loi is the name you have written here. Captain Greening almost snatched the paper from the Earl's hand, and ran his eyes feverishly over it. Oh, my lord, the guide is perhaps I tell you that he knows that part of the country like the palm of his hand, interrupted Lord Loudon angrily. It might, he says, be any of the 3 mountains whose names are written below. But how can I hope to surprise Lochiel if I have to go searching every braeside near Loch Arkaig for this cave? And I tell you further, Captain Greening, that this ridiculous wrong name, occurring thus, gives me very much to doubt whether the whole description be not the product of a dream or of imagination, whether this cave near a waterfall is to be found on any mountainside whatever, be the mountain called what it may. In the extremely mortified silence which ensued on Captain Greening's part at this, Ewen saw his opportunity. "I was wondering," he observed mockingly, "how long your lordship would be before you discovered the real value of Captain Greening's dirty work." "Do not believe him, my lord," urged Greening, his light, womanish voice roughened by rage and disappointment. "If I cannot answer for the name of the mountain, I can, by God, for the rest. Had you seen the prisoner's face when I read over to him next morning what he had told me, you would know that his description was accurate enough. It is only a question of finding out which mountain he had in mind, and if your lordship will give me half an hour or so with him." Lord Loudon turned on him. "Oh, you have mismanaged this business quite enough," he snapped. "I do not desire you, Captain Greening, to meddle with it any further. Nor is Mr. Cameron asleep now." There was that in Captain Greening's expression as he turned away, biting his lip, which suggested that he would not consider that state necessary for his purpose. Ewen shut his eyes and leant his head against the wall. The Earl and his 2 officers were talking together in low voices, and he longed for them to go away and leave him to turn over, as if it were a grain of gold out of a muddy river, the thought of this wonderful and saving slip of the tongue. He could not understand how he came to have stumbled so mercifully. Was it because in his illness he fancied himself at times back in the shieling on that mountain, which was, he believed, called Bain Lee, the Calf's Mountain? That he had not himself noticed the mistake in the name when Captain Greening read over to him, next morning, what he was pleased to call his deposition, he could, after all, understand. The horror of the accuracy of the rest had too much swamped his soul. He tried now to calculate how much security was given back to the secret place by his happy blunder, but it was not easy. Then he heard a movement to the door. Oh, thank God, they had done with him. No, feet were approaching him again. He opened his eyes and saw Lord Loudon standing looking out through one of the narrow windows only a few feet away. Save for him, the room was empty, though the door remained ajar. Evidently, the Earl desired a measure of privacy. "I am very sorry about your treatment, Mr. Cameron," he began, his eyes still fixed on the narrow slit. "It has been an unfortunate business." "Which, my lord?" asked Ewen coolly. "My treatment, or the information which proves to be worthless?" "I referred, naturally, to your treatment," said Lord Loudon with dignity. But Ewen did not feel so sure. "However, you must admit that I may fairly consider the other affair a disappointment. As a soldier, with my duty to carry out, I must avail myself of any weapon to my hand." "Evidently," commented his prisoner, "even of one which is not very clean." Lord Loudon sighed. "Alas, One cannot always choose. You yourself, Mr. Cameron, had no choice in the matter of your disclosure, and are therefore in no sense to blame. I should wish everyone to know that,' he added graciously, turning round and looking down at him. "Then our wishes coincide, my lord, which is gratifying," observed Ardroy. "And is it to discuss with me some means of compassing this end, that your lordship is good enough to spare time for this interview now?" Although Lord Loudon could not possibly have been insensitive to the irony of this query, it apparently suited him to ignore it. In fact, he sat down upon the stone bench, on the opposite side of the embrasure. "Chance made your revelation incomplete, Mr. Cameron," he said, giving him a rather curious look. "Yet, if the missing link in the chain had been there, the same blamelessness would have covered it." Ewen, his eyes fixed upon him, said something under his breath and gripped the edge of the seat. But the Earl went on meaningly. "There's still time for the true name of that mountain to have been spoken by you in your sleep." And still his captive merely looked at him. Yet Lord Loudon evidently enjoyed his gaze so little that his own seemed to be caught by the breach in the wall and stayed there. "This room appears a very insecure place of confinement," he murmured. "Has that thought never occurred to you?" Ewen was still looking at him. "I cannot walk, much less climb, my lord." "But with a little help from outside, a little connivance," suggested the Earl, gazing at the breach. "Sentries, I am afraid, are sometimes both venal and careless, especially when the commander is away. But I dare say the negligence would be overlooked at headquarters, in view of the exceptional circumstances." There was a little silence as he turned his head and at last looked the Highlander in the face again. "Is it useless to hope that you will see reason, Mr. Cameron?" "Reason!" exclaimed Ewen. Contempt had warmed to rage by this time. "Treason is what you mean, you false Campbell." With difficulty he shuffled himself along the seat to a greater distance. "I wish I had the use of both my legs. I like ill at any time to sit upon the same seat with a son of Jacobite, and to sit near one who, after all that fine talk, tries to bribe me to betray my chief, who offers me my liberty as the price of his." And he somehow dragged himself to his feet and stood clutching at the corner of the wall, breathless with anger and effort. Lord Loudon, his smile completely vanished, was on his feet, too, as flushed as his prisoner was pale. "Oh, you have betrayed him, Cameron. What use to take that tone? You might as well complete the disclosure. And if your pride will not stomach the gift, I'll not offer you your liberty in exchange. I had already made you an offer which would mend your self-esteem, not hurt it. Here's another. Tell me what is the real name of that mountain, and I'll engage that Lochiel shall never know who told us of the cave upon it." "And I'm to rely on nothing but a Campbell's word for that," cried Ewen, still at white heat, but sinking down again on the seat despite himself. "No, thank you, my lord. The security's not good enough. Nor am I going to tell you the name on any security, so you were best not waste your time." "Then," said the Earl, and there was a new and dangerous note in his voice, "I warn you that Cameron of Lochiel will have the mortification of knowing that it was a Cameron who betrayed him. But I repeat that if you will give it to me—" "There is one place the name of which I feel at liberty to give you," interrupted Ewen, half closing his eyes, in which the light of battle was gleaming. "I think I should be doing my chief no harm if I told you the way—" He paused, as if uncertain, after all, whether to go on, and Greening and the two other officers, who, hearing voices raised, had reappeared in the doorway, pressed quickly forward. Lord Loudon fell into the trap. "The way to where?" he asked eagerly. "The way to Moy," answered Ewen, and the glint in his eyes was plain to see now. "To Moy in Lochaber. There is a place of that name there, though whether you will encounter a second Donald Fraser too, I don't know." Lord Loudon gave a stifled exclamation and grew very red. Consternation overcame his officers. The too famous rout of Moy, as Ewen had well guessed, was not mentioned in the Earl's hearing. But the Earl was the first to recover himself. "You are not only insolent, but foolish, Mr. Cameron. When Lochiel falls into my hands, I shall not now be inclined to keep silence on the subject of his refuge, whether he is found in it or no, and it will depend upon me whether he is told that you made your disclosure upon it involuntarily, as you declare that you did, or of your own free will. And thus did the Earl of Loudon, a not ill-natured nor inhumane man, who in calmer moments would have been ashamed of such an impulse, threaten to use a calumny which he knew to be such, in order to bring a captive foe to heel. The merest sign of pleading on the Cameron's part, and he would have relented. But nothing was farther from Ardroy's mind than pleading. All he craved, in his wrath, was a fresh weapon with which to draw blood. He found it. "But you may not capture Lochiel at all," he said, with an appearance of carelessness. "He may have followed your lordship's example, when, after your amusing performances on the Dornoch Firth, you ran away from your captured troops and sought safety in Skye. Only," he added venomously, "in my chief's case, it will be after the battle, not, as in yours, John Campbell, before it." The effect on Lord Loudon, who was no coward, of this really undeserved interpretation of his misfortunes was all that Ewen could have wished. His hand clenched on his sword hilt. "By God, sir, if we were elsewhere, I'd make you pay for that." And alike from him, fourth Earl of his line, representative peer of Scotland and royal aide-de-camp, and from the defiant, ragged young man on the seat before him, with his French training and his natural courtesy, which an Englishman had not long ago thought almost excessive, there slipped for a moment the whole cloak of 18th century civilization, and they were merely two Highlanders, heirs of an age-long feud, waiting to spring at each other, dirk in hand, amongst the heather. The metamorphosis lasted but a second or two, and they were themselves again, but John Campbell had had his answer. He knew better now the temper with which he had to deal than to expect an appeal for mercy, much less the revelation he coveted. "I am only sorry that your future is not likely to allow of your giving me satisfaction for that insult, Mr. Cameron," he said grimly, and turned his back upon him. "Captain Greening, you will have the prisoner removed from this room to some securer place of confinement. But bear in mind, if you please, that he is not to be ill-treated." And without another look behind him, he left the room. Nor was his going devoid of dignity. As the hated Jacobite tartan vanished, Ewen's whole body relaxed against the wall. But he soon became aware that Captain Greening had stayed behind, and was standing there in Loudon's place addressing him, his delicate features contorted with rage. "If I'd only guessed, you dirty cattle thief, that you had fooled me after all. It would not have taken a fortnight to get the real name out of you somehow." His teeth ground together. "Perhaps in the dungeons you'll learn at least to keep a civil tongue in your head, as long as it is on your shoulders." He flung away towards the door, then turned again. "Yes, smile while you can. Not to be ill-treated, eh? We'll see about that when the Earl is gone, my fine Highlander." As the door slammed behind his guardian, the contemptuous smile died off Ewen's face, and, lowering himself with some difficulty from the stone bench, he lay down on the pallet below and pulled his plaid over his head. Now that the clash of the interview was over, he felt shaken and sick. A great consolation had indeed emerged from it, but even that consolation could do little for him against the immediate anguish of knowing that the hounds were on the trail at last, and the quarry perhaps unsuspecting. How could Lochiel escape so large a force? He and his few hundreds would be surrounded as in a net. He would be killed or captured, even if he did not take to the cave on Bain Vrach. And, if he did, chance might always lead the pursuers straight to it. Could Ewen in that hour have sent a message to Lochiel, he would willingly have bought the privilege, not merely by his own death, and that went without saying, but by a death in any manner protracted and horrible. Yet no suffering could buy that chance. There was nothing to do but lie there helpless, at the lowest ebb of dejection, and hear from the camp the drums and bugles of departure. At last came evening, and Mullins with food and water. "Is there any news, Sergeant?" asked Ewen, raising himself. Yes, sir. His Royal Highness the Duke's expected here tomorrow, with 9 regiments of foot and some horse. And Captain Greening ain't in charge of prisoners no longer. His lordship saw to that before he left. Seems he was annoyed with the captain about something or other. I can't say as I'm sorry. But I'm afraid, Mr. Cameron, you're going to be moved from here tomorrow, and put in one of them nasty places they call the dungeons, though they ain't scarcely that, so to speak, and... Ewen cut short this bulletin. You can put me in my grave, for all I care at present. It's the expedition to Loch Arkaig I want news of. Is there none? No, sir. How could there be, so soon? Oh, bless me, how wild you look. Have you kin in those parts? More than kin, said Ewen brokenly. My heart and my honour. Oh, God, send a mist, a storm. Send someone to warn him. Next day, Cumberland and his 10 regiments marched in from Inverness. But of this great stir Ewen heard nothing. He was down in a damp little cell under the fort, with fever once more in his blood, fighting a desire to knock his head against the wall. The old sergeant, who still had charge of him, could tell him nothing of what he wanted to know, save that there was report of great burnings going on down the glen, and of quantities of cattle driven off. So Ewen had to endure the suspense as best he might until the following evening, when a light suddenly streamed through the open door, and a kilted figure was roughly pushed down the steps by a couple of redcoats. But in the short-lived radiance, Ewen had recognized the tartan of his own clan. "Who is it? Are you from Loch Arkaig?" he asked hoarsely, raising himself on his heap of straw. "Aye, Alexander Cameron from Merlagan," answered the newcomer. "My sorrow, but it is dark in here. Who are you? A Cameron also?" Ewen dragged himself to one knee. Lochiel, is he safe? Tell me quickly, for God's sake." The Cameron groped his way to the corner. "Yes, God be praised. There were but a handful of us captured. The rest scattered, while the redcoats were fording the river of Lochie. Oh, there, honest man, sure that's good news, not bad." For, the first time in his grown life, Ewen was shaken by uncontrollable sobs, by a thankfulness which tore at his heart like a grief. Alexander Cameron sat down by him in the straw, seeming very well to understand his emotion, and told him more fully the story of what had happened. How the Argyll militia, with Lord Loudon, had at first been mistaken for a body of MacDonald reinforcements, which were expected, but distinguished in time by the red crosses on their bonnets. How the Camerons had thought of disputing the passage over Lochie, but, realizing the overwhelming force of the enemy, had withdrawn swiftly along the northern shore of Loch Arkaig, so that by the time the latter got to the neighbourhood of Achnacarry, the chief must have been well on his way to the wild country at the head of the loch, where they would never pursue him. But the burnings and pillagings had begun already, and one could guess only too well the heavy measure of vengeance which was going to be meted out in Lochaber. The 2 men lay close together that night, under one plaid for warmth, and Ewen at last knew a dreamless sleep. Not only had Lochiel escaped, but he was not likely ever to hear now that the secret of the cave by the waterfall had been partly betrayed, nor, if he had left the district altogether, would he be tempted to make use of it in the future. The horror was lifted. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 6. It was the 17th of July, and Keith Windham in his quarters at Inverness was turning over an official letter which had just come to him from Fort Augustus. It was, he saw, in the handwriting of Sir Everard Falkner, Cumberland's secretary, and as he looked at it, hope whispered to him that it might, perhaps, portend the lifting of the cloud under which he had lived for the last 2 months. And, not to silence that voice too soon, he left the letter unopened for a minute or two, and sat staring at it. His case had never come before a court-martial. It had been privately dealt with by Hawley and the Duke. 3 things had combined to save him from being cashiered. The fact that Cumberland was graciously pleased to set his conduct at Fontenoy against his present lapse. That Lord Albemarle had written some words of appreciation of him in that dispatch which Keith had never delivered, and that Hawley had regarded, and succeeded in making Cumberland regard, Lord Loudon's action in putting his staff officer under arrest as high-handed and to be resented. "I can't understand your conduct, Windham," he had said angrily to his erring subordinate, "but I'm damned if I'll stand Lord Loudon's." Hawley chafed all the more, because he knew his own star to be on the decline, and thus military jealousy played no small part in saving Keith from complete disaster. But all was over, naturally, with his chance of being appointed to Cumberland's staff, nor could Hawley keep him on his, even for the short time that should elapse before he resigned his own none too fortunate command. Although Major Windham's might be regarded as a mere technical offence, and even Cumberland, severe as he was showing himself in matters of discipline, did not seem to regard it as more. Lord Loudon's treatment of it had given it so much publicity that for appearance's sake the defaulter had to be punished. Keith had hoped that he might escape from Scotland by being sent back to his own battalion of the Royals, now in Kent, or that perhaps he would be attached to the 2nd, just proceeding to Perth. But he was offered instead a vacancy in Batterow's regiment, which was to remain behind with Blakeney's when the bulk of the army should move with Cumberland to Fort Augustus. He was, in short, put on the shelf. But he was very plainly shown that it was a choice between accepting this position or sending in his papers altogether. He might indeed count himself extremely lucky that he had escaped being broke, and so the Duke himself had told him. The last week in May, therefore, had found him left behind in Inverness, no longer the centre of military activity now that Cumberland was gone, but rather a depot for prisoners, entailing on the 2 regiments remaining in the town duties which were both dull and, to Keith Windham at least, hateful. But the shelf has an uncommonly sobering effect upon a hot-tempered and ambitious man, and it did not require 2 months of it to bring reflection to Major Windham. Before they were half over, he was viewing his own irregular conduct in a much more critical light, and from cursing his impetuosity he had come to marvelling at his folly. Saving Ewen Cameron's life he did not for an instant regret. He would have done the same again without a moment's hesitation. Nor did he regret his return to the shieling in the guise of the Good Samaritan. But to have dashed in that manner back to Fort Augustus while carrying a dispatch, and still more to have thrust himself into Lord Loudon's presence, and almost to have brawled there. Was it any wonder that he had found himself under arrest? Prudence could not undo the past, but it might modify the future, and he therefore set himself to practice this virtue in Inverness, much as it went against the grain. Warned by the fate of an officer who was court-martialed for having shown the wretched captives there some kindness, he did not go out of his way to emulate him, nor did his old wound again furnish a pretext for his withdrawal from scenes which he disliked. If the officers of Batterow's had known him previously, they would have thought him remarkably changed. General Blakeney, a hard man, had no fault to find with Hawley's disgraced staff officer. The first fruit of this new prudence had been Keith's abstention, not only from writing to Ewen Cameron, but even from sending him a direct message. He had sent instead by an acquaintance in Blythe's regiment, when it proceeded to Fort Augustus, a verbal recommendation to Sergeant Mullins to be faithful to the commission which he had given him, in the hope that the sergeant would, besides obeying this injunction, pass on unsolicited to Ardroy the scanty news of himself which his messenger was instructed to add. A man under a cloud could not, he felt, afford to compromise himself still further in the matter of open friendship with a rebel, though to Cumberland and Hawley he had vigorously denied any such relations with Ewen Cameron. Made wary by his experiences with Guthrie, and afraid of giving a handle against Ewen, he had merely urged in defence of his own conduct a not unnatural anxiety about a Scottish acquaintance, the name, of course, he had been unable to withhold, who had shown him hospitality and kindness before the raising of the standard of rebellion. It was disingenuous, but in the absence of close questioning, the version had served its purpose. And as the weeks went by, he had not only made no attempt to communicate in any way with the captive Jacobite, but was careful never to inquire for him by name whenever an officer came from Fort Augustus, whence indisposition, induced, so they asserted, by their melancholy surroundings, was always bringing a few. Yet, as the clearing out of Lochaber and Badenoch proceeded, he did his best always to ascertain what prisoners were arriving at Inverness for transshipment to England, but he never found Ewen Cameron's name among them. And, at last, since he felt sure that the latter would never have been kept until July at Fort Augustus, he came to the conclusion that he must have overlooked his name in the lists, and that he had been shipped off from Inverness without his knowledge, unless he had been dispatched by land from Fort Augustus to Edinburgh. Keith hoped indeed that the latter course had been taken, for he knew something of the horrible condition in which the prisoners were kept in the ships, packed together like cattle, with nothing to lie upon but the stones and earth of the ballast. He was sorry, very sorry, that he had not been able to see Ardroy once more. But it was the fortune of war, and there was no denying the fact, once recognized, that this young man, to whom he had been so unusually attracted, had brought him nothing but ill luck. The letter, its seal broken at last, merely said that His Royal Highness the Duke of Cumberland commanded Major Windham's attendance without delay at Fort Augustus. Now Cumberland, as Keith knew, was on the very eve of departure for England. The summons must evidently have some connection with that fact, and it was full of the most hopeful speculations that he went at once to procure leave of absence from his colonel. And when, some 5 hours later, he came down the descent to Loch Ness, he could not but remember the last time that he had ridden into Fort Augustus, on that wet night in May, on fire with indignation and disgust. Well, he had learnt his lesson now. Since Cumberland's advent, Fort Augustus had naturally become an armed camp of a much greater size. There were hundreds more tents pitched by the turf, and besides these, the women's quarters, the horse lines of the dragoon regiment of Kingston's Horse, and quantities of cattle and ponies driven in from the ravaged countryside. As had been foreshadowed, the Earl of Albemarle, who had already been there for some time, was to succeed the Duke as commander-in-chief on the latter's departure tomorrow. Remembering his lamentations at Perth in May, Keith wondered whether his lordship were more reconciled to the prospect now. But the Duke sending for him at this juncture, it must mean something to his own advantage. He asked, as he had been instructed to do, for Sir Everard Faulkner, and found the ex-banker, ex-ambassador to Constantinople, and patron of Voltaire, at a table in a tent, very busy writing. "Good afternoon, Major Windham," said he, looking up. "You have made good speed hither, which is commendable." "So your letter bade me, sir." "Yes," said Sir Everard, laying down his pen. "I sent for you, by His Royal Highness's recommendation, to request your assistance on a certain matter of importance to His Majesty's government. If you can give it, you will lay not only me, but the Duke also, under a considerable obligation." "If you will tell me what the matter is," murmured Keith, amazed. To be able to lay Cumberland under an obligation was a chance not to be made light of, but he could not for the life of him imagine how he had it in his power to do so unlikely a thing. "I have for some time," proceeded Sir Everard, fingering the sheets before him, "been collecting evidence against such prisoners in Inverness and elsewhere as are to be sent to England in order to take their trials. Yesterday I received a letter from the Lord Justice Clerk in Edinburgh, transmitting a copy of the Duke of Newcastle's order that prisoners are to set out as soon as may be, and that particular care is to be taken that the witnesses sent to give evidence against them should be able to prove." He took up a paper and read from it that they had seen the prisoners do some hostile act on the part of the rebels, or marching with the rebel army. "You appreciate that point, of course?" "Certainly," agreed Keith. "But surely there is no lack of such evidence." "No, in most cases there is not," replied the secretary. "But, to come to the point, we have here in Fort Augustus a prisoner of some importance, who is most undoubtedly guilty of overt acts of hostility in this late unnatural rebellion, but, to my chagrin, and His Royal Highness's, I cannot put my hand on any person who actually saw him commit such acts, though there must be numbers who witnessed them, not even on anyone who observed him in the company of the rebels. There is indeed a probability, but only a probability, that if he is sent to Fort William, he may be identified by someone or other as having taken part in the attack upon it in the spring, for it is pretty certain that he was there with Cameron of Lochiel. The prisoner's name, by the way, he added, with a carelessness too complete to be quite natural, is also Cameron, Ewen Cameron of Ardroy. There was a silence in the tent. "So he is still here," said Keith under his breath. "And that is why you have sent for me, Sir Everard, because you think that I can supply the evidence which will bring Cameron of Ardroy to the scaffold." He checked himself, and added in a studiously expressionless tone, "Why? To what do you suppose that I can witness against him?" Deceived perhaps by the manner of his last words, Sir Everard referred complacently to his notes. "I understand that you can testify to his taking you prisoner by force on the outbreak of hostilities at Highbridge in Lochaber. That, in itself, would be more than sufficient, but it seems that you also encountered him in Edinburgh, and can therefore bear witness to his being in the Pretender's son's so-called army." Keith stared at Sir Everard Falkner's wig, which was awry, with dismay in his soul. Surely Ardroy could not have been so mad as to have admitted these facts, which he had so carefully suppressed, to anyone at Fort Augustus. "Who told you these details, sir? Not that I admit their truth." "Major Guthrie, of Campbell's regiment, was so obliging as to mention to me the service which you could render to the government in this matter. And he had the facts, it seems, from you yourself, shortly after the victory on Culloden Moor. Release from your duties at Inverness," pursued Sir Everard amiably, "can easily be obtained, Major Windham, and no expense would be incurred by you for your journey to Carlisle. It would be defrayed." But Keith was not listening. He was wishing that he had Guthrie in some private spot with a couple of swords between them. No, better, one horsewhip. This was his crowning piece of malevolence. Sir Everard stopped short in his beguiling recital, which had reached the assurance that the Duke would not forget the service which the hearer was about to render. "What is the matter, Major Windham?" he inquired. "You seem discomposed. Has Major Guthrie misinformed me?" Keith did not answer that question. "Why does not Major Guthrie go as witness himself?" he asked, in a half-choked voice. "Oh, because he cannot testify to overt acts, as you can," explained Sir Everard. "It is true that he captured Cameron of Ardroy, badly wounded, and there is no room for doubt where he took those wounds, but a jury might not convict on that evidence alone, whereas yours, Major Windham." "Whereas mine, supposing it to be what you say, would successfully hang him," finished Keith, looking straight at the secretary. Sir Everard nodded with a gratified expression. "You would have the satisfaction of rendering that service to His Majesty, and at the same time, if you'll permit me to be frank, Major Windham, of purging yourself of any suspicion of undue tenderness towards the rebels. I fancy," he added, with an air of finesse, "that the accusation arose in connection with this very man, Ewen Cameron, did it not? You see how triumphantly you could clear your honour of any such aspersions." And Sir Everard smiled good-humouredly. "My honour must be in a sad case, sir," said Keith, "if to act hangman to a man who spared my own life will cleanse it. I am obliged to you for your solicitude, but I must beg to decline. Had it been some other rebel, I might perhaps have been able to gratify you, but against Cameron of Ardroy I cannot and will not give evidence. I will therefore wish you good day." He bowed and turned to go, inwardly seething. "Stop, stop," cried Sir Everard, jumping up. But it was not his summons which stayed Keith, in whose head at that moment was some wild idea of going to search for Major Guthrie, but the fact that he almost collided with a stout young officer of exalted rank just coming through the aperture of the tent. Keith hastily drew back, came to attention, and saluted respectfully, for it was Cumberland himself. The Duke took no notice of him, but went straight over to his secretary. There had come in with him another stout officer of high rank, 20 years or so his senior, in whom Keith recognized the Earl of Albemarle. The couple of aides-de-camp who followed posted themselves just inside the tent door. "I hope you have completed those damned tiresome notes about evidence, Faulkner," said the prince rather fretfully, "for there are 1,001 matters to be attended to before tomorrow, and Lord Albemarle also desires some talk with you." "All are in order, your Royal Highness," responded Sir Everard deferentially, "save the case of Cameron of Ardroy, for which we shall have to rely on evidence at Fort William. With your permission, my lord," he turned to the Earl of Albemarle, "I will speak to your secretary about it." "But have you not summoned Major Windham from Inverness, as I bade you?" exclaimed the Duke. "You told me yourself that his testimony would be invaluable. Why the devil didn't you send for him?" "Oh, your Royal Highness's commands were obeyed to the letter," responded Sir Everard with some stiffness. "But it seems that Major Windham has scruples about giving his testimony, as he can explain in person to your Royal Highness, since he is present." Cumberland swung round his book with an alertness which showed his 25 years. He glanced at Keith, standing motionless at the side of the tent. "I won't give it. His scruples. Oh, nonsense. You must have misunderstood him, Faulkner. Write a line to Major General Blakeney at once, informing him that Major Windham is seconded, as he sets out with me for England tomorrow. Now, Major, you see how easy it is to leave your new regiment. So no difficulty remains, eh?" Keith's head went round. Advancement at last, and goodbye to Scotland. But his heart was cold. There was a condition to this favour, impossible of fulfilment. He came forward a little. "If the honour your Royal Highness designs to do me," he said in a very low voice, "depends upon my giving evidence against Cameron of Ardroy, I must beg leave, with the greatest respect, to decline it. But, if it is without such a condition, your Royal Highness has no more grateful servant." "Condition, sir? What do you mean?" demanded the prince sharply. "Are you trying to bargain with me?" "Indeed, no, your Royal Highness. I thought," ventured Keith, still very respectfully, "that it was rather the other way about. But I was no doubt mistaken." The pale, prominent eyes stared at him a moment, and their owner gave vent to what in any other but a scion of royalty would have been termed a snort. "Indeed you are mistaken, sir. I do not bargain with officers under my command. I give them orders. Be ready to start for Edinburgh tomorrow with the rest of my staff at the time I design to leave Fort Augustus. In England, leave will be given you for the purpose of attending the trial of this rebel at Carlisle, whenever it shall take place. After that you will rejoin my staff and accompany me, or follow me, as the case may be, to the continent. It is part of the duty of a commander-in-chief, gentlemen," went on the Duke, addressing the remainder of the company, "to remember and reward individual merit, and Major Windham's gallantry at Fontenoy has not passed from my mind, although I've not until now been able to recompense it as it deserves." The aides-de-camp, Sir Everard and even Lord Albemarle, expressed in murmurs, or in dumb show, their appreciation of His Royal Highness's gracious good memory. As for Keith, he was conscious of an almost physical nausea, so sickened was he by the unblushing hypocrisy of the bribe. It was nothing less. He looked at the ground as he answered. "Your Royal Highness overwhelms me, and I hope to show my gratitude by always doing my duty, which is no more than I did at Fontenoy. But there are private reasons why I cannot give evidence against Cameron of Ardroy. I am too much in his debt for services rendered in the past. I appeal therefore to your Highness's generosity to spare me so odious a task." The Duke frowned. "You forget, I think, Major Windham, with what kind of men we are dealing. Bloody and unnatural rebels, who have to be exterminated like vermin. Like vermin, sir. Here's a chance of getting rid of one rat the more, and you ask that your private sentiment shall be allowed to excuse you from that duty. No, Major Windham, I tell you that they shall not." Keith drew himself up, and this time he met Cumberland's gaze full. "I would beg leave to say to your Royal Highness, speaking as a soldier to the most distinguished soldier in Britain, that it is no part of military duty, even in the crushing of a rebellion, to play the informer. The faces of the aide-de-camp, one of them a most elegant young man, expressed the kind of shock produced on a refined mind by the exhibition of bad taste. Lord Albemarle shook his head and put his hand over his mouth. But Sir Everard Falkner's demonstration of horror could not be seen, since he was behind his royal master, and the latter had almost visibly swollen in size. "What, you damned impertinent dog! Are you to tell me what is a soldier's duty?" he got out. "Why, this is mutiny." "Nothing is farther from my thoughts," replied Keith quietly and firmly. "Give me any order that a soldier may fitly execute, and your Royal Highness will soon see that. But I've been accustomed to meet the enemies of my country in the field, and not in the dock." And as the Duke was still incoherent from fury and incredulity, he repeated, "With the utmost respect, I must decline to give evidence in this case." "Oh, damn your respect, sir!" shouted the commander-in-chief, finding his tongue again. "You're little better than a rebel yourself. A soldier, any soldier, under my command does what he is ordered, or I'll know the reason why." He stamped his royal foot. "Oh, by heaven, you shall go to Carlisle, if I have to send you there under guard. Oh, but you need not flatter yourself that there will be any vacancy for you on my staff after this. Now, will you go willingly as a witness, or must the provost-marshal take you?" Keith measured his princely and well-fed opponent, the adulated victor, the blood-stained executioner. He was tolerably certain that the Duke, for all his powers, could not force him to give evidence, and that this talk of sending him to Carlisle by force was only a threat. But he knew that civilians, at all events, could be subpoenaed as witnesses, and was not too sure of his own ultimate position. He brought out, therefore, a new and unexpected weapon. "If my presence should be constrained at the trial, I must take leave to observe to your Royal Highness that I shall then be obliged to give the whole of my testimony. How Mr. Cameron spared my life when he had me at his mercy after the disaster at Highbridge last summer, and how, in Edinburgh, he saved me from the hands of the Cameron Guard and gave me my liberty when I was abandoned by the soldiers with me and trapped. Since those facts would undoubtedly have some influence on an English jury, I cannot think that I should prove an altogether satisfactory witness for the Crown." The victor of Culloden stood a moment, stupefied with rage. When he could command his voice, he turned to his secretary. "Is this true, Falkner, what this mutineer says?" For indeed, owing to Keith's calculated reticence at Inverness, it was news to him. To Sir Everard's reply that he did not know, the Duke returned furiously, "It's your business to know, you blockhead!" And after that the storm was loosed on Keith, and a flood of most unprincely invective it was. The names he was called, however, passed him by without really wounding him much. They were nothing compared to those he would have called himself had he sold Ardroy's life as the prize of his own advancement. But it was pretty clear that he had finally consummated his own ruin, and when he heard the angry voice declaring its owner's regret that he had overlooked this previous ill-conduct with regard to this misbegotten rebel, Keith fully expected the Duke to add that he intended to break him for his present. Perhaps that would come later. For the moment the Duke contented himself with requesting him, in language more suggestive of the guardroom than the palace, to take his face where he would never see it again. "And you need not think," he finished, out of breath, "that you will save the rascally rebel who has suborned you from your duty. There are plenty other witnesses who will see to it that he hangs." But that Keith did not believe, or the Duke and Sir Everard would not have been so eager to secure his evidence. And as, at last, he saluted and rather dizzily left the tent where he had completed the wreck of his ambitions, it was resentment which burnt in him more fiercely than any other emotion. That it should be supposed that anyone, even a prince of the blood, could bribe him into an action which revolted him. Late as it was, he would much have preferred to start back to Inverness that evening, but his horse had to be considered. And, While he was seeing that the beast was being properly looked after, he was surprised to find himself accosted by an elegant young officer, whom he recognized as one of the 2 aides-de-camp present at the recent scene. "Major Windham, is it not? General Lord Albemarle requests that you will not leave the camp without further orders, and that you will wait upon him at some time after His Royal Highness's departure tomorrow." "Do you mean, sir," asked Keith bluntly, "that I am to consider myself under arrest?" "Oh, my dear Major, by no means," answered the young man, greatly shocked. "On the contrary, his lordship, but I am being prodigious indiscreet, recognized in you, it seems, an acquaintance, so do not fail to wait upon him tomorrow." "I will do so," said Keith. "Meanwhile, can you tell me if a certain Major Guthrie of Campbell's regiment is in camp?" "Major Guthrie? La, sir, I have not the pleasure of his acquaintance. But stay, part of Campbell's regiment marched the day before yesterday for Badenoch, so it is like the Major is gone with them." "Oh, if it be a question of further burnings and floggings, I am sure he will be gone with them," commented Keith. "Oh, perhaps it is as well. Tell his lordship that I will certainly obey his commands tomorrow." Once again, he spent a night at Fort Augustus after a clash with authority. But this time it was a collision with a much more devastating force than Lord Loudon. Cumberland was not likely to forget or forgive. And Keith felt quite reckless and glad to be rid of the prudence which had shackled him since May. He had no more to lose now. If he could have shaken the life out of Guthrie, it would have been some consolation. From Lord Albemarle's message, it did not seem as if he were going to be relieved of his commission after all. But if he were, then by God, he would get at Guthrie somehow and challenge him. When Cumberland first came to Fort Augustus, he had been housed in a neat bower, which was specially constructed for him, and Lieutenant General Lord Albemarle evidently preferred this abode of his predecessors to a tent. It was there, at any rate, that he received Major Windham next afternoon, when the racket of the Duke's departure was over. William and Keppel, 2nd Earl of Albemarle, the son of King William's Dutch favourite, was at this time 42 years of age, but his portly habit of body made him look older. Plain as well as stout, he gave the impression of a kind but easily flustered nature. "We met at Perth, did we not, Major Windham?" he asked, and as Keith bowed and assented, the Earl said pleasantly, "I should like a few minutes' conversation with you. You can leave us, Captain Ferrers." And when the elegant aide-de-camp had withdrawn, Albemarle, pacing up and down with short steps, his hands behind his broad back, began, "I must say that I am very sorry, Major Windham, that you felt constrained to take up such an attitude towards His Royal Highness yesterday." "So am I, my lord," returned the culprit, with truth. "But I had no choice. I hope your lordship is not going to renew the same request, for there are some things which a man cannot do, and one of those is to help hang a man who has spared his own life." "Is that so? The prisoner in question spared your life?" asked Albemarle, with an appearance of surprise, though, thought Keith, unless he had not been listening, he must have learnt that fact yesterday. "Surely you did not make that clear to His Royal Highness, who is as remarkable for clemency as for just severity." Keith looked at him askance. Was my Lord Albemarle joking or sincere? "No, Major Windham," went on the new commander-in-chief. "I do not intend to renew the request, for I should not presume to flatter myself that I could succeed, where one with so much stronger a claim on your obedience has failed. Your revealing this fact alters matters. I sympathize with your scrupulosity, and so must the excellent prince have done, had you but presented the case fairly to him. A pity, Major Windham." Keith inclined his head, but said nothing. A grim amusement possessed him, and he could not imagine why Lord Albemarle should be at pains to make this elaborate pretence. "His Royal Highness's zeal has been wonderful," pursued the Earl. He sighed, sat down, and began to drum his fingers on the table beside him. "How I am expected to replace him, I do not know. He has indeed accomplished most of his great task, but I am left with part of it still upon my hands. The capturing of the Pretender's son, if indeed he has escaped the last search party of 1,500 men sent out from here and from Fort William 3 days ago. and again I fear that relations with the Scottish authorities may be sadly difficult. L'Ecosse est ma bête, Major Windham, as I think I said to you before, on a certain occasion when I was very indiscreet. Had I then had an indiscreet listener, I might have harmed myself by my imprudence. He stopped drumming and looked up. I shall see what I can do for you, Major Windham, he concluded, with a suddenness which took Keith's breath away. Oh, your lordship, he stammered, and found no more words. Albemarle smiled. The opportunity may shortly present itself of employing you. I must see. Meanwhile, I wish you to remain here. I will arrange that, with Major General Blakeney and your colonel. And Keith murmured he knew not what. It seemed impossible that at Perth he should have made an impression so deep as to lead to this, and in a moment it appeared that there was another factor in the case, for Lord Albemarle, fidgeting with a sandbox on the table, revealed it. Years ago, he said reflectively, when I was a younger man, I used to know a lady, the most beautiful, I think, whom I have ever met in my life. Perhaps you can guess whom I mean. Oh, I did not know when you brought me the dispatch at Perth, Major Windham, that Lady Stowe was your mother. I've learnt it since. It would give me pleasure to extend to her son a trifle of help at a crisis in his fortunes. No, say no more about it, Windham. 'Tis but the payment of a debt to beauty, who allowed unreproved worship at her shrine. And he raised his eyes to the roof of the neat bower, apparently absorbed in sentimental retrospect, while Keith, startled, grateful, yet rather sardonically amused, tried to picture this plain and unwieldy Anglo-Dutch peer paying his devoirs to a lady who had almost certainly made game of him behind his back. Or had she found him useful, like Lord Orkney, who, when Keith was a mere boy, had promised the pair of colours in the Royal Scots, which had saved his mother so much trouble and expense, and had deprived him of any choice in the matter of a regiment. But the adorer in question at this moment had now brought his eyes to the ordinary level again. "You are not like the Countess, Major Windham," he observed. "Oh, my lord, I am only too well aware of that. My half-brother Evelyn resembles her much more closely. He is a very handsome youth." "I must make Lord Evelyn's acquaintance some day," said the Earl, rising. "Commend me, meanwhile, to Lady Stowe." "I shall not fail to do so, my lord," replied Keith, preparing to withdraw, but hesitating. Yes, this unlooked-for and melting mood was certainly that in which to proffer his request. "Your lordship's extreme generosity towards a disgraced man," he went on, "emboldens me to ask a small favour, which is, that I may see Cameron of Ardroy once, before he goes south to his trial, giving my most sacred word of honour that nothing shall pass between us relative to escape. I desire only to say farewell to him, and your lordship, who has shown yourself so sensible of my obligation towards him." "Oh, yes, yes," interrupted his lordship, putting up a plump hand. "Yes, before he goes you shall see him, I promise you, Major Windham. But not at present. Not at present," he added, as if he felt that the line of his complaisance must be drawn somewhere. "Send me in Captain Ferrers, if you please, as you go out." So Keith left, meditating on the hopeful change in his outlook. It was strange that Lord Albemarle did not fear Cumberland's wrath, if the Duke ever learnt of the favour shown to a man under his extremest displeasure. If it was solely for the sake of the beautiful Countess of Stowe that his lordship was braving this possibility, the situation was still more ironical, for Keith knew well that his mother would not feel any particular gratitude for this clemency towards her elder son. She would rather that some special token of favour had fallen on the head of his young half-brother, who had no need of it. The next few days went slowly by, and Keith began to wonder whether Lord Albemarle's lenity were not going to end in nothing but the assurance to him of an idle existence at Fort Augustus. He was glad, however, to be there, for he could fairly well assure himself that Ardroy was not taken away without his knowledge. Inquiries revealed the fact that old Sergeant Mullins was no longer his jailer, but Keith got speech with his successor, a Scot, and learned that Ewen was to be taken on the 25th of the month to Fort William to be identified. On the morning of the 24th, fearing to wait any longer, he sought out the exquisite Captain Ferrers and begged him to recall to Lord Albemarle's mind his promise that he should see the prisoner before departure, and in the afternoon was duly handed a signed order permitting an interview. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 7. In thinking of Ewen, Keith had always pictured him where last he had seen him, in the upper room, light and wind-blown, and when he was conducted to the regions under the remains of the fort, he realized with something approaching dismay that Ardroy's quarters had not been changed for the better. And as the door was opened, and he saw before him, down a few steps, a sort of cellar which seemed darker than it really was, and which smelt of damp, he was horrified, though, in reality, the fort being of quite recent construction, its dungeons were not nearly as noisome as their name suggested. There was one small grated window, high up, and under this Ewen was sitting on a stool with his back to the door, reading, though there hardly appeared sufficient light for it. He did not turn his head. "Is that supper already, Corporal?" he asked. "What time is it, then?" "No, Mr. Cameron, not supper, but an officer to visit you. Have a care of your own steps, sir." But Ewen had turned on his stool, had seen who his visitor was, and was getting to his feet. He clashed as he moved, for he was in irons. "Windham," he exclaimed, with an accent of surprise and pleasure, "this is very good of you. Where have you come from?" And as Keith, distressed by everything, the darkness, the want of accommodation, and the chains, stood rooted, Ewen, with more jangling, limped towards him, holding out a fettered hand. He was blanched by 2 months of semi-darkness, worn down by illness and insufficient food, to the framework of himself. But he was shaven and respectably clothed, and he had all his old erectness of poise. Keith took the proffered hand. "How long have you had those on?" was his first question. "These irons? Only for a few days. They have just come off a man imprisoned for a short time with me, who had the distinction of helping the prince to escape when he was in Skye, MacDonald of Kingsborough, and when he was carried to Edinburgh, they put them on me. I was flattered, not having the same qualification for them. I'll sit down, Major, on the stool he had, which still remains to me. Or take mine, if you consider that less treasonable. Oh, faith, no. I suppose Kingsborough, who was never out, is less of a rebel than I." He laughed, shuffled to a corner, and came back with another stool. "Now, tell me how you came here, and what your situation is now. Mullins gave me some news of you, very scanty, in May. Are you quit of the cloud you drew upon yourself for my sake?" "What is of yourself that we must speak?" said Keith, hoarsely, thrown off his balance by this unaffected cheerfulness, and deeply ashamed, all at once, of the cowardly prudence which had left Ardroy without a letter. "Oh, sit down. You should not stand, I'm sure. How does your wound?" Rather stiffly, Ewen sat down. "Quite healed, though the leg is weak. However, I'm to ride 30 miles tomorrow, for I go to Fort William to be identified, and thence to Carlisle for trial. By what means of transport I do not know." "You think that you will be identified by this man at Fort William?" "Man? There's more than one. Indeed, there'll be a measure of jealousy, I'm thinking, who shall travel to Carlisle on my affair at the expense of the government. Why, I vow it never occurred to me before that you might go, Windham, and save me the journey to Fort William, for you can identify me, none better." Keith winced. "Don't jest," he said, in a sombre voice. "Don't jest on such a theme, I beg of you. And Ardroy," he added earnestly, "I doubt whether the authorities here really place very much reliance on this testimony from Fort William, or they would not have—" He pulled up, biting his lip, for he had no intention of speaking of his encounter with Cumberland. Though he had no cause for shame, he was ashamed. Moreover, he did not wish to berate his own self-abnegation. In the dim light, momentarily becoming to Keith however, a little less dim, the prisoner looked at him with those clear eyes of his. Then, with a jangle, he laid his bony hand on the Englishman's wrist. Oh, my sorrow! I believe my jest went near the truth. They did want you to go as a witness against me. Was not that what you were about to say? Why, then, did you not comply? Keith turned on him almost savagely. How dare you ask me that, Ewen Cameron? Do you think I balked Guthrie only to go in cold blood and bring you to the scaffold myself? Are you like the Duke, that you can fancy I would do such a thing for any consideration on earth? And witness, moreover, to acts by which I had been the gainer. Oh, I beg your pardon, said Ewen mildly. In truth, I was not thinking of the implications of what I said. But, Windham, he went on anxiously, has not your refusal involved you once more in Cumberland's displeasure? Oh, I'm sure it has. No, no, said Keith mendaciously. He was angry, but he has not punished me further. He could not force me to be a witness, and Lord Albemarle has subsequently shown me some favour, and holds out hopes of employing me, which is why I am here at Fort Augustus. As far as I am concerned, therefore, good may yet come out of evil. But tell me, to what does this evidence at Fort William amount? But Ewen replied by another question. What was the bribe which Cumberland offered you to give evidence against me? A bribe, exclaimed Keith, rather over hastily. I said nothing about a bribe. I want to hear about these witnesses at Fort William. But I want to know what you have sacrificed for my sake. Or perhaps it would be truer to say, for the sake of your own self-respect. Cumberland did offer you something, did he not? Nothing of consequence, answered Keith carelessly. You will not tell me what it was? Oh, then I know that it was something which you coveted. I seem fated to bring you misfortune, Windham, said the Highlander rather sadly. And yet I never really wished you other than well. But I have brought you even more, said Keith, and indeed I wished you well, too. His eyes were on the heap of straw in the corner, which constituted Ewen's bed. If I had not ridden by the Sheeling hut that day, you would be lying quietly among the mountains of your own land, and not about to set out for the chance, at least, of a death far away, and much less merciful. I should like to hear you say that you forgive me for that. Oh, forgive you for saving my life, exclaimed Ewen. My dear Windham, you are really absurd. Don't, for God's sake, go recalling the crazy things I said to you at our last meeting. You must remember that I was nearly out of my senses then. I know that, and I've never given them another thought, I assure you. But there is a count, said Keith, rather hesitatingly, on which you must find it hard to forgive me. Suffering of the mind, for which I must always hold myself in a measure responsible. You know to what I refer. Ewen looked down at the floor. I had some dark days, it is true. Yes, they were very dark. But not so dark after your return. You gave me hope. And above all, you gave me back that night in the hut. He smiled. I often think of it. I think of it when I hear very different stories of the English. And I suppose you know that nothing came of my betrayal. They never even searched the place for Lochiel, I believe. And moreover, he suddenly looked almost boyishly elated and mischievous. By some wonderful mischance, I never gave the name of the mountain where the secret place was. In my sleep, I presented them with the name of Ben Loy, where you came upon me, and they did not discover the error until too late. Keith put his hand on the speaker's knee. I heard at Inverness, to my satisfaction, that Lochiel had escaped capture. And then that is all over, and your mind at rest. I am thankful. Ewen looked grave again. No, it cannot be at rest until I am sure that Lochiel knows the truth. But why should he ever hear anything at all about the matter? And I've thought that at my trial, went on Ewen, without taking notice of the interruption, I may get the chance of publicly denying that I gave the information knowingly. And then I believe that I could die in peace. Keith withdrew his hand. Why do you make so sure of your condemnation? He asked almost irritably. Of what real worth is the testimony of persons who imagine that they saw you during a siege? And no one could swear to you out of so many Camerons." "Oh, you think we are all as alike as sheep?" queried Ewen, looking amused. "But I had at least one hand-to-hand conflict with the Argyll militia, and another day I encountered a writer of Maryborough with whom I had had dealings. He knew me at once, and will be only too glad to give evidence against me. I cannot think how they have not got hold of it already." "No, Windham, 'tis better to face the truth. Once I reach Fort William, I am certainly for Carlisle, and with such good evidence against me, I have small chance of acquittal. I've known that for the last 10 days, though naturally I have not acquainted the authorities with the excellent case they are like to have." And to this Keith found nothing to say. It was strange, it was alarming, to feel, as by this time he did, how strongly their intimacy had progressed in 2 months of absence, and, on his side, of deliberate abstention from communication, like the roots of 2 trees growing secretly towards each other in darkness. But it was so, and now the roots must be severed. "I hear that some of the prisoners at Inverness intend to swear that they were forced out," he remarked after a silence. "I dare say that may be true of some of them," replied Ewen, with composure. "But you're not suggesting that I should employ that plea, are you?" "I know too well that you would not," returned his visitor, and then murmured something about transportation as a possible alternative to a worse fate. "Transportation!" exclaimed the Highlander. "To be sent to work in the plantations overseas as an indentured servant! Why, I'd far liefer be hanged and quartered." Keith sighed heavily. "Yes, I have brought you nothing but harm. I would give my right hand to save you, and I can do nothing." Ewen twisted round on his stool. "How can you say that? Who knows what the want of your evidence at Carlisle may mean to me? For there's always a chance that the witnesses at Fort William may have left or died." "You have just said that once you reached Fort William, there was no chance of escaping Carlisle." "I'm not a child, Ardroy," retorted Keith, glowering at him in his own pain. "Oh, neither am I," replied Ewen, with a sudden smile. "Do not, therefore, talk about wishing in vain to give your right hand for my sake, for I strongly suspect that you have already given what means as much or more to you." Keith got up, that the speaker might not see in his face how near this guess went to the truth. "Even in my refusal to witness against you," he said gloomily, "I began to think that I acted like a fool. For, as I told His Royal Highness, if he sent me to Carlisle by force, as he threatened to do, nothing should have prevented my testifying also to your granting me my life in Lochaber and my liberty in Edinburgh. I have thought since that, on that score, it might have been better to agree to go. But no, I could not have done it," he added. Ewen smiled up at him with a look that was almost affection, and laid his manacled hand on his cuff. "I almost wish that you had consented, so that we might meet again. For, if old Angus is right, this is our last meeting. I have counted them many times. And, indeed, I do not see how it could be otherwise. So," his voice was very gentle, "we cannot bring each other misfortune any more." The words knocked sharply at Keith's heart. And how young the speaker looked, for all his half-starved air. A boy going to extinction, while he, only 4 years his senior, felt as if he were middle-aged. But no, at their last meeting, when he had trembled before him, Ewen had not been a boy. "Is there nothing I can do for you?" he asked painfully. "Do your kindred know of your situation? I suppose so." "I'm not sure if my aunt knows. If she does, she has no doubt tried to communicate with my wife and friends, but—" "Your wife? Then you—" "Yes. Miss Grant and I were married at Inverness in March. She is in France with her sick father, and since the battle I've been unable to write to her, so that, unless my aunt has contrived to do so, she may not know whether I'm alive or dead. If you would write to her, Windham, you remember her, no doubt, and that would indeed be a kindness. Will you?" "Certainly, if you wish it," answered Keith, though he did not like the prospect. But, he went on, with a little hesitation, why do you not write yourself? And I would use my best endeavours that the letter should reach her. I cannot write, said Ewen. They will not allow me the materials. I have often tried to come by them. You must tell her of me, if you will, and I particularly charge you not to omit how you saved my life and visited me, and all the rest that you have done, he concluded a trifle unsteadily. That is a last command, Windham. But Keith had drawn a pencil from his pocket. You had a book in your hand when I came in. Can you not tear out a blank page and write upon that? I promise you that, if I can compass it, no eye shall see the letter but your wife's. A book? Queried Ewen. Ah, yes, but 'tis only a little Gallic psalter, which I contrived to get hold of. However, he took it out of his pocket, remarking that the pages were but small, and, carefully tearing out the fly-leaf, accepted the proffered pencil. Keith, unable to withdraw as he would have wished, walked slowly up and down the narrow place with bent head. I have saved him for this, was still the burden of his thoughts. Had Ardroy been shot that day, he would have known little about it. He was barely conscious. It would have been over in a moment, and it would have been a man's death, too. Now, he shuddered to think of the alternative, purposely prolonged and horrible, the death of an animal in the shambles. He hoped with all his heart that Alison Cameron, away in France, did not know, and would never hear, the details of the English sentence for treason. Ewen did not write much, for there was not a great deal of space on his paper. He read it over very composedly and signed his name. Then he folded the letter, stooped his head, and put his lips to it. Keith turned his back, but the distance between them was so small that he knew that the writer, after that, had buried his face in his hands. Oh, if only he had listened to him on that evening last summer, which now seemed such centuries ago, he would not now be giving up his love, as well as his life and lands. But there was a clashing behind him. Ewen was getting to his feet. I beg your pardon for keeping you waiting so long. Since you are so good, I think that I should like to send my wife also the only remembrance that I can send. Have you a knife, and can you trust me with it? Or, better still, will you cut off a piece of this for her? He indicated his hair, and coming closer, bent his head. So Keith, with a rather blunt penknife, and not particularly good eyesight at the moment, sawed off a little lock on his temple. Women like such things, said the young man, half apologetically, as Keith, his mouth tight shut, wrapped the trophy in his handkerchief. And the more of which one can cheat Carlisle Gate, the better. He spoke quite lightly and calmly, but his little letter, which he gave Keith the moment after, had been so tightly held in his hand that it was marked with his nail prints. I've written the direction upon it, he went on, watching the Englishman put it carefully away. Perhaps I may be able to write to her once more from Carlisle, but who knows? And the messenger might not be trustworthy, whereas I know that you are. Now, Windham, there's another matter. The money you so generously left for my use. Oh, for God's sake, don't think of that now, cried Keith, quite distracted. But I must. Miss Cameron, if I can communicate with her, which may be allowed at Carlisle. Oh, will you waste time over a few guineas? In heaven's name, take them as a gift. Cannot you see that it would be kinder to me? Ewen evidently saw. He could hardly fail to see it. Very well, then I will, and thank you for the gift. After all, I took a greater at your hands, on Lee. And do you remember the money you left as payment for my clothes at Fassifern House? Oh, my sorrow, but I was angry with you. I threw it away into the bushes, and Clanranald's and Keppoch's men hunted for it all night, so I heard afterwards. His tone suddenly changed. Do you mean to leave this penknife here? Is that a gift, too? He pointed to that object, lying where Keith had laid it down on one of the stools, in order to have both hands free to wrap up the lock of hair. The Englishman hesitated, looking from it to the prisoner, and read, plain to see in his eyes, the value which he would set on even so small and blunt a weapon tomorrow. For a moment he was tempted. against honour and duty. "Why did you put me in mind of it?" he asked reproachfully. "I had indeed honestly forgotten it, and had I so left it, you could have taken it with you tomorrow. But I gave Lord Albemarle my word not to help you in any way to escape." Ewen instantly picked up the penknife, shut it, and held it out to him. "Take it. They are sure, too, to search me before I go tomorrow. Come." He still held it out. "You have sacrificed enough for me. Your honour you shall not sacrifice." As Keith reluctantly took the knife from the shackled hand, he had a shock as if a lightning flash had stabbed asunder the sky above him and shown him something he had never seen, and never wished to see, before. The barren and solitary path which he had marked out for himself through life was not the best. Here was a man who would never willingly fail friend or lover, much less play them false. Now, at this their last meeting, when friendship with him was a thing impossible of realization, he knew that he would have asked nothing better, he who never wished for a friend. Like a lightning flash, too, in its speed, the revelation was over. Mechanically he put the penknife away, and Ewen limped the few paces back to his stool. "Come and sit down again, Windham," he said, "for, once more, you cannot get out if you wish to. And there's a matter about which I've long been curious. Why do you bear a Scots name? If I may ask without indiscretion, have you perhaps Scottish kin?" Keith, sitting down beside him again, shook his head. "There's not a soul of my blood north of Tweed. But my father, who was a soldier also, had once a Scottish friend, killed at Malplaquet before I was born, for whom he must have had a great affection, since he gave me his name." They looked at each other, and the shadowy dead Scot of Marlborough's wars seemed, to his namesake at least, to assume the shape of a symbol or a prophecy. Keith shivered suddenly. "I can hardly hope," said the Jacobite, "that you will care to name your son after me when I have ended. Not on a battlefield. But I should like to feel that you will remember sometimes, not me, but what you did for me. For, whereas you think but poorly of your fellow men and yourself, or am I wrong? You act, Keith Windham, very much otherwise." Moved and startled, Keith dropped his gaze and stared between his knees at the floor. Yes, they might have been friends. They were meant to be friends. Ardroy felt that too, did he? In truth, I do not well know what I think," he murmured. "And as for my actions, why, I seem to have failed on every side. But one thing I do know," he went on, with a touch of defiance, "and that is that I do not believe in your Highland second sight. Who can say that we shall not meet again, and you a free man?" Ewen looked hard at him a moment. Outside, the jangling of keys could be heard coming nearer. "I wish very much that I could think so too," he answered simply, as he rose to his feet with a corresponding clashing. And again, the strange constriction in his throat betrayed Keith into irritation. "Are you so superstitious, Ardroy, that you'll read into an old man's maunderings a menace that was never there? Did your foster-father say a word about death in his precious prophecy? I warrant he did not." Ewen smiled. "My dear Windham, at bottom I believe as little in the two sides as you. But surely it is not superstition to realize that I am at least threatened with that fate. Yet, who knows? If it pass me by, and we ever meet again in this world, then maybe I'll have more time to thank you fitly for all you have done and given up for me. Yet I do thank you now, from my heart, from my inmost heart." He held out his fettered hands, and Keith, as he took them, was hardly capable of speech. "I've failed in everything," he muttered. "But your letter, I promise you it shall go by a safe hand. I... The door, opening, recalled him to an Englishman's last obligation, the suppression of emotion before witnesses. "Tomorrow," he said, losing his grasp, and in a tolerably composed voice. "Tomorrow you will at least be out of this dismal place, and free of those irons." "Aye, Willie," commented the jailer in the doorway, and riding a braw horse forby. "Oh, I doubt I'll make much show as a horseman," replied Ewen. "I fear I shall fall off." "Oh, you're not like to have the chance, Mr. Cameron," replied the man dryly. "You'll be tied on. Now, sir, if you please." "What time is it to start?" asked Keith. 6 o'clock. The keys jingled impatiently. Keith took a resolve, but he did not put it into words. All he said was, "Goodbye," and, for fear of being totally unmanned, stole only the most cursory glance at the pale, gravely smiling face under the rather untidy auburn hair. But Ewen held out his hand again. "Beannacht lacht, as we say in the Erse. Blessings go with you. May a straight path be before you, and a happy end to your journey." Without answering, Keith wrung the hand and went quickly up the steps, past the jailer and into the passage. He was hardly there before the heavy door clanged to between him and his last meeting with Ewen Cameron. "A pity," said the jailer reflectively, taking the key from the lock. "A pity yon muckle young man behoves to have a rope about his thrapple. But there, who will to Cupar, maun to Cupar. Yon's the way up, sir." At 20 minutes to 7 next morning, Keith Windham, having propped himself up on one elbow in his camp bed, was staring with incredulous and remorseful eyes at the watch which he had just drawn from beneath his pillow. That he should not wake in time to catch a final glimpse of Ardroy as he rode away had never occurred to him. The question last night had rather been whether he should ever get to sleep. Well, evidently old Angus McMartin's fates were determined that he should not see Ewen Cameron again. And after all, he thought, trying to stifle regret, did I really desire to see him carried away, bound upon a horse, by Kingston's dragoons? When he was dressed, he went to the door of the tent, which opened towards Loch Ness, and looked out. It was a beautiful, fresh morning, and the loch was smiling up at the flanking hills. Even the ruins of the fort, rearing themselves against that brightness, looked less blackened in the sunshine. But for Keith those gutted buildings held nothing now, and the busy camp around him was empty, too. How far on the road were they got by this time? And were the troopers riding too fast? He dropped the flap of the tent and, going over to the table, took out from the breast of his uniform the handkerchief with a curl of hair and the scrap of a letter, and sealed them up carefully in a little packet, first copying down the address and scrupulously averting his eyes from the rest of the torn flyleaf in doing so. Then, wondering how soon and in what manner he should find an opportunity of fulfilling his trust, he sat on, staring at the packet, now directed in his own hand to Mrs. Ewen Cameron at an address in Havre de Grace. What was it that Ardroy had wished him yesterday? A straight path and a happy end to his journey. Ewen's own path seemed straighter than his, now, but the end to which it led. Keith had a sudden horrible vision, corollary of those which had haunted him in the night. He pressed his hands over his eyes and bade it be gone, bade himself be as little perturbed at the prospect as Ewen himself had been yesterday. Ewen, who would certainly go cheerfully and courageously to that ghastly business, but who, had it not been for his interference, might be lying now unmutilated under the turf of Ben Loy, with only the plovers and the curlews to disturb his rest. Keith suddenly got up and began to pace restlessly to and fro, his head on his breast. He was finding his self-defensive philosophy of a very meagre assistance now. If he were again the child he had been, the child who every night at his nurse's knee asked so simply and naturally for what he desired, it would have been easy to utter the prayer in his heart. But of what use such supplication to the power whose only concern with the world was that he had set it a-rolling? Yet it was some time before he came to a standstill, and, with a heavy sigh, replaced in his breast the little packet for Ewen Cameron's wife. With this for consolation in his mind, that he who was riding southward was not yet condemned, and that till the sentence was spoken, his case was not hopeless. All that afternoon there came marching wearily back to Fort Augustus, in a woeful state of fatigue and rags, the various units of the 1,500 men whom Cumberland had sent out in his last battue for Prince Charles nearly a fortnight before. They had met with no success whatever. At 9 o'clock that evening, Keith, to his surprise, received a summons from Lord Albemarle, and found him heated and discomposed. "'Tis a most extraordinary and vexatious thing," declared the Earl, pacing up and down his quarters with his heavy tread. "It seems as though the Pretender's son must have broken through the chain of sentry-posts round Clanranald's country, and yet I can scarce believe it, they were so close together. I shall make a fresh effort, with fresh men. These poor fellows are quite worn out with their exertions. For my part, Major Windham, I declare that to capture that young man, source of all our woes, I should with infinite pleasure walk barefoot from pole to pole." Had Lord Albemarle but known, no such heroic pilgrimage was required of him. A 10-mile expedition that night to a certain cave in Glenmoriston would have been sufficient. "Your lordship's zeal is common knowledge," murmured Keith, wondering what the commander-in-chief wanted him for. If it could only be crowned with success. "Aye, if only it could. One report says," continued the Earl, going to a table and turning over some papers, "that the Pretender's son is in Badenoch on his way to the east coast. Another that he has gone north to Caithness. Some say that he is still in Morar and Knoydart, and the very latest of all declares that he has gone back to the Long Island. As you know, they call that chain of islands, from South Uist to Lewis. It is distracting." It was, but Keith could not think why he should have been summoned to hear this truth. "Why, bless my soul," said Albemarle, as if he had read his thoughts. "I am so prodigiously put about that I have forgotten, I believe, to tell you, Major Windham, that you are one of the officers whom I design to employ in my new effort." "My lord!" ejaculated Keith, flushing. "Yes, I intend to send you without delay to the neighbourhood of Farisake, not because I think that the young man is there at the moment, though one report says so, but because I think it not unlikely he may try in the end to escape from the very spot where he landed last July." "Your lordship is really too good," stammered Keith, rather overcome. "If the most active vigilance—" "Yes," cut in Albemarle, "I depend upon you to show that, Major Windham. Your future is in your own hands, and my reputation too. For reasons upon which I touched the other day, it is you whom I am sending to what I cannot but consider the most likely spot for securing the person of the arch-rebel. The day that you bring him back a prisoner, your difference with His Royal Highness will be no more remembered against you. And perhaps I, too," added the Earl with a sigh, "shall be able to leave this most distasteful country." "I assure your lordship," said Keith with a beating heart, "that failure shall not be due to any want of exertion on my part. Your generous selection of me for this expedition overwhelms me with gratitude, and whether I secure the prize or no, I shall be your lordship's lifelong debtor for the opportunity." Lord Albemarle nodded, pleased, as one who knows that he confers a benefit. "You will march at daybreak with 100 men. I do not say that you are to station yourself exclusively at this Loch Nan. On my soul, I cannot pronounce its outlandish name. Dispose your men as you think best. My secretary is preparing a few notes for your guidance." "How the devil of it is, however," confessed the harassed commander in a further burst of confidence, "that these informations, when one receives them, are always a sennight or two out of date." And, after adding a few more recommendations as to Keith's conduct, he said kindly, "Now go and get some sleep, Windham, and good luck to your endeavours." Keith went out as one who walks on air. A chance at last, the greatest, if only he could seize it. So the day which had taken from him something which he felt that he had never really possessed had brought him, no, not compensation for the loss, for that perhaps he could never have, but opportunity to do more than purge his disgrace, to make himself the most envied man in the 3 kingdoms. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 5. The Heron's flight is ended. Quote, "Hereafter, in a better world than this, I shall desire more love and knowledge of you. End quote. Shakespeare. Chapter 1. It was fortunate for Ewen that the sorrel horse on which he was tied had easy paces, and that the troopers did not ride fast. Fortunate, too, that his arms had been bound to his sides and not behind his back, as had first been proposed when, limping badly, and shielding his eyes against the unaccustomed daylight, he was brought out into the courtyard of the fort to be mounted. For by midday, so many hours in the saddle, under a July sun, were making heavy demands on a man come straight from close confinement and not long recovered of a severe wound. But from Ewen's spirit a much heavier toll was being exacted, not by the prospect of the death which was in all likelihood awaiting him, not even by the remembrance of his lost Alison, but by the pain which was actually tearing at him now, this taking leave of what he loved better than life, the lakes and mountains of his home. This was the real death, and he kept his lips locked lest he should cry out at its sharpness. The picture which had been tormenting Keith Windham he could look at without undue shrinking. Or rather, he did not trouble to look at it any more now. Like the man who had saved him, he could not avoid the thought that Guthrie's musket balls had been more merciful, but the choice had not lain in his hands, and for the last 2 months it had been more important to try to keep his equanimity day after day in the cold and darkness of his prison than to think what he should do or feel when he came to stand in the hangman's cart. And the parting with Alison was over, and because he had known that the kiss in the cabin of the brig might be their last, it had held the solemnity which had enwrapped their hurried marriage and the bridal night whose memory was so holy to him. Alison had been his, though for so brief a space, and one day, as he firmly believed, they would meet again. But Painty, would he ever see again, in that world, his beloved sentinel of the stars? Ever since its peak had appeared, all flushed by the morning sun, as they began to ride by Loch Oich, he had kept his eyes hungrily upon it, praying that the horses might go slower, or that one might cast a shoe, watching it like a lover as it revealed more of its shapeliness and dominated the shoulder, between it and the loch, behind which, as they went farther, it would inevitably sink. And Loch na Hollere, his loch, away behind there, invisible, secluded by its own mountains. If only he could get free of these cords, swim the water between, climb those intervening miles of scree and heather, and see the Eagle's Lake once more. No, never again, neither in this world nor the next. For Loch na Hollere was not like Alison and him. It had not a soul free of time and space. Loch na Hollere existed over there, only there, on that one spot of earth, and in all the fields of heaven there would be no lake so lovely, and in heaven the grey mists would never swoop down on one who ambushed the deer. At Lagan ach Drum they had halted and rested and eaten. It was Glengarry's country, yet on the border of the Cameron, and Ardroy was known there. But in the burnt and ravaged Clachan there seemed to be no man left, and no risk of a rescue. The troopers of Kingston's horse had shown themselves rough but not unkindly, and the sergeant, probably thinking that unless they gave the prisoner some attention, they would hardly get him to Fort William at the end of the day, had him unfastened and taken off the sorrel, and set down amongst them by the roadside with food and drink. But they were very careful of him, tying his ankles together, and putting a cord from one wrist to the belt of the next man. And Ewen had eaten and drunk in silence, looking at the sunlit desolation. This was what had been done in the glen, done in all the countryside. A young girl had passed once or twice to a half-burnt croft carrying a bucket of water, and presently the sergeant, wanting some for the horses, called to ask where the water came from, since here they were no longer by a lakeside. Setting down the heavy bucket, she came and stood before him, looking on the troopers with eyes like coals, and only once at their prisoner. But the softness of evening was in them then. The sergeant, without harshness, put his question, but the girl shook her head, and Ewen knew that she had not the English. Already he had seen a sight that set his heart beating, for as she stooped to put down the bucket, he had caught a glimpse of the black handle of a Sigian du in her bosom. "Shall I ask her for you?" he suggested to the sergeant, and, hardly waiting for the answer, he spoke rapidly to her in Gaelic, putting the question about water, indeed, but adding at the end of it, "Try to give me your knife when I am on the horse again, if you have another for yourself." The girl gave him a glance of comprehension, and turned away to show where to fetch the water, and the sergeant had no inkling that another question besides his had been put and answered. He even threw a word of thanks to the interpreter. But while they were tying Ewen on again, the girl came among them, as if curiosity had brought her to see the sight, and, heedless of the jests which she did not understand, slipped nearer and nearer among the horses, until she seemed to be jostled against the sorrel's shoulder. And Ewen felt the little knife, warm from its hiding place, slide into his right stocking. It was only with an effort that he kept his eyes averted and seemed unaware of her presence. But he turned his head as they rode away, and saw her standing at gaze with her hands joined, as though she were praying. That was an hour agone and more. How he should ever get at, much less use, the blade against his leg he had no idea, seeing that his arms were immovably pinioned, but to know it there made a world of difference. His thoughts reverted to Major Windham, to that interview yesterday. They might have been friends, had fate willed it otherwise. Indeed, he could not but think of him already as a friend, and with wonder at what he had done for him. But why had Angus's Heron brought them together to so little purpose, to meet, and then to part for ever, as they had met at first, by the side of water, Loch Oich and Loch Ness? Yet he owed his life to one of those encounters. There was no possible doubt of that. But it was still a mystery to him why the Englishman should have cared so much for his fate as to wreck his own career over it. He had really behaved to Loudon, and, as far as he could make out, to Cumberland, all honour to him for it, as if he were Fay. And he had seemed at the outset of their acquaintance of so mocking a temper, so lightly contemptuous as scarcely even to be hostile. One saw him with different eyes now. But Keith Windham was swept from his thoughts again, as he realized afresh that he was going for the last time along Loch Lochy's side. It was bright pain to look at it, but Ewen looked greedily, trying to burn those high green slopes forever on his memory, to be imaged there as long as that memory itself was undissolved. There was the steep corrie and the wall shutting out his home. What though the house of Ardroy were ashes now, like Achnacarry and a score of others? There were things the marauders could not touch, things dearer even than the old house. The sweeps of fern and heather, the 100 little burns sliding and tinkling among stones and mosses, the dark pine trees, the birches stepping delicately down the torrent side, the mist and the wind, the very mountain air itself. But these, though they would remain, were not for him any more. And then Ewen bit his lip hard, for, to his horror, his eyes had begun to fill, and, since he could not move a hand, all that was left was to bow his head and pray desperately that the troopers on either side might not observe his weakness. But they were just then absorbed in heartfelt complaints at the detour which they were obliged to make on his account, instead of setting out with the rest of Kingston's horse, in 2 days' time, for Edinburgh, and Ewen quickly swallowed the salt upon his lips, thinking, since I am so little of a man, I must fix my mind on something else. Yet here, in this dear and familiar neighbourhood, he could think of nothing else but what was before his eyes, and his eyes told him now that the radiance of the morning was gone, and that clouds were coming up the glen from the southwest, from Loch Linne, with that rapidity which he knew so well of old. In an hour it would very likely be raining hard, unless, for beyond the Loch Arkaig break, he could see that it was raining. Here he was, looking just as intently at the hills as before. So he shut his eyes, afraid lest moisture should spring into them again, and also a little because the waters of Loch Lochy, still bright, despite the advancing clouds, were beginning queerly to dazzle him. And when his eyes were shut, He realized with increasing clearness that physically, too, he was nearing the boundary line of endurance. He had wondered himself how he should ever accomplish the 30-mile ride, but the problem had not troubled him much, and the untying and rest at Lagan had been a relief. Now, and they still had a long way to go. It was astonishing how the sea of faintness seemed to be gaining upon him. He reopened his eyes as he felt himself give a great lurch in the saddle. "Hold up," said the trooper who had the reins. "Were you asleep?" Ewen shook his head. But what curious specks were floating over the darkening landscape. He fixed his eyes on his horse's ears, but once or twice the whole head of the animal disappeared from his sight altogether. And the second time that this phenomenon occurred, he felt a grip on his arm, and found the soldier on the other side looking at him curiously. However, the man released him, saying nothing, and Ewen, mute also, tried to straighten himself in the saddle, and looked ahead in the direction of Ben Nevis, since perhaps it was a mistake to look at anything close at hand. The mountain's top was veiled. The last time that he had seen it, with Lochiel. But that memory had poison in it now. Oh, to have speech with Lochiel once, before he went hence. Ewen set his teeth, as waves of faintness and of mental pain broke on him together. If he could only say to Donald. And there followed on that, surprisingly, a period in which he thought he was speaking to Lochiel. But it must have been by some waterfall, the waterfall near the hiding place, perhaps, and through the noise of the rushing water he could not make Lochiel hear what he was saying to him. He tried and tried. Then, all at once, someone was holding him round the body, and a voice called out, miles away, yet close. He was near off that time, Sergeant. Ewen left the waterfall, and became conscious, to his astonishment, that they were away from Lochie, and within full sight of Ben Nevis and all his brethren. Also that the whole escort had stopped. Landscape and horses then whirled violently round. His head fell on a trooper's shoulder. "The prisoner's swounding, Sergeant. What are we to do?" Swearing under his breath, the sergeant brought his horse alongside. "Shamming? No, he ain't shamming. Here." He brought out something from his holster. "Give him a drink of his own Highland whiskey. Nasty stuff it is." They held up Ewen's head and put the spirit to his lips. It revived him a little, and he tried to say something, but he himself did not know what it was. The sergeant eyed him doubtfully. "I'll tell you what," he remarked to his men. "We'll untie his arms, not his feet, mind you, and maybe then he can help himself by taking a hold of the mane. Can you do that?" Ewen nodded, too sick and dizzy to realize what possibilities would thus be put within his reach. The dragoons unfastened the cords round his arms and body, gave him some more spirit, rubbed his cramped arms, and in a little while he was able to do what the sergeant suggested, and presently, he leaning hard upon the sorrel's crest, his fingers twined in the mane, they were going slowly down the moorland slope towards the Spean. Ewen felt less faint now, after the whiskey and the release of his arms. The fine misty rain which had now set in was refreshing too, so, although the landscape showed a disposition to swim at times, he could certainly keep in the saddle. Indeed, how could he fall off, he thought, with this rope passing from ankle to ankle beneath the horse's belly? And he began to think about Highbridge, still unseen, which they were approaching, and of the part which it had played in this great and ill-fated adventure, and in his own private fortunes, too. For down there the first spark of revolt had flashed out. Down there, Keith Windham had been turned back by MacDonald of Tiendrish and his men, and because he had been turned back, Ewen himself was alive today, and not mouldering by Neil McMartin's side on Lee. But he was, none the less, on his way to death, and there was no one to stay the redcoats from passing Highbridge now. Tiendrish, marked for the scaffold, lay already in Edinburgh Castle. Keppoch, his chief, slept with his broken heart among the heather on Culloden Moor. Lochiel was a wounded outlaw with a price on his head. The gods had taken rigorous dues from all who had been concerned in the doings of that August day here by the Spean. Yes, strangely enough, even from Keith Windham, who was on the other side. They had made him pay for having dared to show compassion to those whom they pursued. It was singular. Unconsciously, Ewen was back in the dungeon again, seeing the Englishman's troubled face, hearing his voice as it asked him why he had put him in mind of the forgotten penknife. And then Keith Windham's face and voice were blotted out in an instant by a thought which made him draw a long breath and clutch the sorrel's mane almost convulsively. He had something better than a blunt penknife on his person at this very moment, and now that his arms were untied, he could perhaps get it into his hand. For the last hour, he had completely forgotten the girl's Sigean and his stocking, and indeed, until recently it might as well not have been there. But now, if he could draw it out unobserved. And then? Rags of a wild, a desperate plan began to flutter before his eyes. And only here, by the Spian, could the plan be put into execution, because, Highbridge once crossed, it was all open moorland to Fort William. Only by the Spian, racing along between its steep, thickly wooded banks, was there a chance of shelter, if one could gain it. It was a mad scheme, and would very likely result in his being shot dead, but, if they stopped at the little change house on the other side of Spian, as they surely would, he would risk that. Better to die by a bullet than by the rope and the knife. How his body would carry out the orders of his brain he did not know. Very ill, probably, to judge from his late experiences. Yet, as he hastily plotted out what he would do, and every moment was carried nearer to Highbridge, Ewen had an illusory feeling of vigour, but he knew that he must not show it. On the contrary, his present partially unbound condition being due to his recent only too real faintness, he must continue to simulate what for the moment he no longer felt. If only the faintness did not come on again in earnest. Here was the Spian in its ravine, and here the narrow bridge reared on its two arches, its central pier rising from a large rock in the riverbed. They clattered over it, 3 abreast. The bridge was invisible, as Ewen knew, when one was fairly up the other side, because the approach was at so sharp an angle, and the trees so thick. And as they went up that steep approach, the trees seemed even thicker than he remembered them. If Spian did not save him, nothing could. The change house came into view above them, a little low building by the side of the road, and for a moment the prisoner knew an agonizing doubt whether the escort were going to halt there after all. Oh yes, thank God, they were. Indeed, it would have been remarkable had they passed it. The moment the troopers stopped, it was evident how little they considered that their prisoner needed guarding now. It was very different from the care which they had bestowed in this particular at Lagan. Drink was brought out, nearly all swung off their horses, and broke into jests and laughter among themselves. Ewen's all but collapse a few miles back, his real and evident exhaustion now, served him as nothing else could have done. Realizing this, he let himself slide slowly farther over his horse's neck, as though he could scarcely sit in the saddle at all. And in fact, this manoeuvre called for but little dissimulation. And at that point the trooper who had charge of his reins, a young man, not so boisterous as the others, was apparently smitten with compassion. His own half-finished choppin in his hand, he looked up at the drooping figure. "You'd be the better of another drink, eh? Shall I fetch you one?" Not quite sure whether this solicitude was to his advantage, Ewen intimated that he would be glad of a cup of water. The dragoon finished his draught, tossed the reins to one of his fellows, and sauntered off. But the other man was too careless, or too much occupied to catch the reins, and they swung forward below the sorrel's head, free. This was a piece of quite unforeseen good luck. Ewen's head sank right onto his horse's crest. Already his right hand, apparently dangling helpless, had slipped the little black knife out of his stocking. Now he was able unsuspected to reach the rope round his right ankle. 5 seconds, and it was cut through, and the next instant his horse was snorting and rearing from a violent prick with the steel. The dismounted men near scattered involuntarily. Ewen reached forward, caught a rein, turned the horse, and, before the startled troopers in the least realized what was happening, was racing down the slope and had disappeared in the thick fringe of trees about the bridge. The sorrel was so maddened that to slip off before he reached the bridge, as he intended, was going to be a matter of difficulty, if not of danger. But it had to be done. He threw himself across the saddle and did it. As he reached ground, he staggered and fell, wrenching his damaged thigh, but the horse continued its wild career across the bridge and up the farther slope, as he had designed. Ewen had but a second or two in which to pick himself up and lurch into the thick undergrowth of the gorge, ere the first of a stream of cursing horsemen came tearing down the slope. But, as he hoped, having heard hoofbeats on the bridge, they all went straight over it in pursuit of the now vanished horse, never dreaming that it was riderless. Once they were over, Ewen cut away the trailing rope from his other ankle, pocketed it, and started to plunge on as fast as he could among the birch and rowan trees, the moss-covered stones, and the undergrowth of Spian side. He was fairly sure that he was invisible from above, and though not, perhaps, from the other side, if and when the troopers returned. But the farther from the bridge, the better. His breath came in gasps. The jar of throwing himself off the horse had caused him great pain and made him lamer than ever, and at last he was forced to go forward on his hands and knees, dragging his injured leg after him. But as he went, he thought how hopeless it was, how the dragoons would soon overtake the horse, or see from a distance that he was no longer on its back, and, returning, would search along the river bank and find him. And he could not possibly go much farther, weak and out of condition as he was, with the sweat pouring off him, and Spian below seeming to make a noise much louder than its diminished summer clamour. Thus crawling, he finally came up against a huge green boulder, and the obstacle daunted him. He would stop here, just round the farther side. He dragged himself round somehow, and saw that what he had thought to be one stone was two, leaning together. He tried to creep into the dark hollow between them, a place like the tomb, but it was too narrow for his breadth of shoulder. So he sank down by it, and lay there with his cheek to the damp mould, and wondered whether he were dying. Louder and louder roared the Spian below, and he somehow was tossing in its stream. Then at least he could die in Scotland after all. Best not to struggle. Best to think that he was in Alison's arms. She would know how spent he was, and how cold. The brawling of the river died away into darkness. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 5, Chapter 2. When Ewen came fully to himself again, it was night, the pale Highland summer night. He could not guess the hour. He had not been discovered, then. He lay listening. There was no sound anywhere save the rushing of the river below him, nothing to tell him whether the troopers had returned or no. But now was undoubtedly the time to quit his lair and get back over the bridge and along the short but dangerous stretch of high road, until he could leave it and make for the river Lochie. When he had forded Lochie and was on the other side of the great glen, he would be safer. Alas, the next few minutes implanted in him a horrible doubt whether he would ever ford Lochie, seeing that between the swimming head of exhaustion and the twist which he had given his damaged leg in throwing himself off the horse, he could scarcely even stand, much less walk. And although the people up at the change house, almost within call, were, unless they had been removed, of a Cameron sept, he dared not risk attracting their attention, for a double reason. Soldiers, his own escort, or others from Fort William, might very well halt there, and to shelter him would probably in any case be disastrous to the poor folk themselves. His prospects did not seem too bright. All his hope was that he might feel more vigorous after a little more of this not very comfortable rest. Huddled together on his side under the lee of the boulder to get what shelter he could from the soft, misty rain which he felt rather than saw, he said a prayer and fell into the sleep of the worn out. He was wakened by a strange, sharp noise above him, and the sensation of something warm and damp passing over his face. Stiff and bewildered, he opened his eyes and saw in the now undoubted, though misty, daylight, the other of these two phenomena, an agitated sheepdog of a breed unknown to him. As he raised himself on an elbow, the dog gave another excited bark, and immediately darted away up the tree-grown bank. So numbed and exhausted was the fugitive that it took him a few seconds to realize that he was discovered. But by whom? Not by soldiers, certainly, nor could that be the dog from the change house. He dragged himself into a sitting posture, got his back against the boulder, pulled the little black knife, his only resource, from his stocking, and waited. Feet were coming down the steep bank, and soon two men could be seen plunging through the birch and alder, shouting to each other in an unfamiliar accent. In front of them plunged and capered the sheepdog, with its tail held high, and Ewen heard a loud, hearty voice saying, "A clever lass! Aye, a good bitch thou'rt indeed. I'll see ye. Yon's a rebel, Jan." He reflected. I can kill the dog, but what good would that do me? Moreover, I've no wish to. And as the intelligent creature came bounding right up to him, wagging a friendly tail, and apparently proud of its accomplishment in having found him, he held out his left hand in invitation. The dog sniffed once, and then licked it. "I'll see then," cried the former voice. "Oh, dang it, see lassie so friendly and all." "Yet you had best not come too near," cried Ewen threateningly. "I'm armed." He raised his right hand. The larger of the men, pushing through an alder bush, instantly lifted a stout cudgel. "If thou harmst the bitch... Come here, lassie." "No, I will not harm her," said Ewen, fending off the dog's demonstrations with his other arm. "But call her off. I owe her no gratitude." "For finding thee, thou meanst," supplied lassie's owner. "Aye, thou's the fellow that give the soldiers the slip yesterday. We heard all about thee, up at the little house yonder. But thou'rt a right smart lad." There was genuine admiration in his tone. "It was smart to hide thee here, so near and all, instead of going o'er the brig. Eh, Jan?" "Oh, main smart," agreed the smaller man, "and too smart for the redcoats, I lay." The smart lad, very grim in the face and rather grey to boot, sat there against his boulder with the Sigean clutched to his breast and point outwards, and eyed the two men with a desperate attention as they stood a little way higher up amid the tangle of bushes, stones, and protruding tree roots, and looked at him. They had the appearance of well-to-do farmers, and particularly the larger, who was a tremendously burly and powerful man, with a good-tempered but masterful expression. The smaller was of a more weazened type, and older. "I'll see thee, young man," said the burly stranger suddenly. "'Tis no manner of use to deny that thou'rt one of those danged Highland rebels, seeing we'd heard all the tale up yonder." Ewen's breath came quickly. "But I'll not be retaken without resistance." "Oh, who says we be going to take thee? No happen we've somewhat else to mind. Come here, lassie, wilt thou? And do not be so friendly to a chap with a knife in his hand." "Oh, I tell you, the dog has nothing to fear from me," repeated Ewen. "And see then." And on a sudden impulse, he planted the Sigean in the damp soil beside him, and left it sticking there. "Oh, that's right, young man, that's Janek," exclaimed the large stranger, in evident approval and relief. "Oh, happen we can have some clack together now. How dost thou reckon to get away from this Todd's den of thine?" Here, suddenly, the little man began to giggle. "It makes me laugh to think of it. Soldiers chasing Reet away o'er the brig, and Lord knows where beyond. And they never come back, so the folk up yonder tells." "Aye, a good tale to tell when we gan back o'er Tyne," agreed the large man, shaking gently with a more subdued mirth. And as Ewen, for his part, realized that the reference to Tyne must mean that the strangers were English, and that we could not imagine what they were doing in Harbour, this large one burst into a great rumbling upheaval of laughter, causing the sheepdog to bark in sympathy. "Oh, quiet, lass," commanded her master, making a grab at her. Thy new friend here has no wish for thy noise, I'll lay." He looked straight at the fugitive sitting there. "Hadn't thee best get thee gone, lad, before 'tis any lighter?" he asked. Was the man playing with him? Was he genuinely friendly? Ewen's heart gave a great bound. A momentary mist passed before his eyes. When it cleared, the large man was stooping over him, a bottle in his hand. "Thou'rt nigh clemmed, lad, or my name's not Robert Fosdyke. Here's the stuff for thee. Read nonce. Take a good sup of it." The fiery spirit ran like lightning through Ewen's cramped limbs. Why do you treat me so kindly?" he gasped, half stupid, between the brandy and astonishment, as he returned the bottle. "You're English, are you not? Why do you not give me up?" Mr. Fosdyke, who had now seated himself on a large stone near, struck his knee with some vehemence. "I'll tell thee why. First, because the bitch here found thee and took to thee, and thou did not stick yon knife of thine into her. But I'd have driven in thy skull if thou hadst. Second, because thou'rt a sharp lad, and a bold one too. And last, because I've seen and heard tell of things yonder at Fort Augustus, where we went to buy cattle, that I haven't liked at all. No, I didn't like what I heard of goings-on. Aye, and fourthly, the cattle was worth dang little when we'd gotten them. All the best were sold already." Ewen knew what cattle they would be, the one possession of many a poor Highland home, as well as the hurts of the gentry. He remembered now, having heard that some of the many thousands collected from Lochaber and Badenoch were sold to English and Lowland dealers. Apparently, then, these men were on their way south through Glencoe and Breadalbane with such as they had bought, and now he knew why once or twice during this conversation he had fancied that he heard sounds of lowing at no great distance. "I wonder if mine are all gone," he said, half to himself. "Have thou cattle of thy own, lad?" inquired Mr. Fosdyke. "If thou canst see any of thine among ours up there, thou shalt have them back again. That's none so generous as thou mightst think, for there's some I'd as soon give away as drive all the way o'er the border." Ewen gave a weak laugh. "What should I do with cattle now? I cannot get home myself, much less drive cattle there." "And why canst thou not get home, when thou'st put summat in thy belly?" asked the Yorkshireman. Ewen told him why he should find it difficult, if not impossible, and why he dared not go to the change-house either. The farmer pronounced that he was right in the latter course, and then made the astonishing suggestion that Jan Prescott here should run up to the house and bring the fugitive something to eat and drink. "Do not say who 'tis for, Jan. Say I've a mind to eat by the river, if thou likes." And while Jan, with amazing docility, removed the birch twig which he had been twisting between his lips, and betook himself up the bank, his companion questioned Ewen further as to the direction of his home. "The other side of the other river." "The other river's no but a couple of miles away. I'll tell thee what, lad," he exclaimed, slapping himself once more. "I'll take thee as far as the river on one of the nags. Happen thou canst sit a horse still." "Oh, take me there." Ewen could only stare in amazement. "Aye, and when thou'st gotten to this river of thine, how must thou cross it? Happen there's a brig, or ferry?" "No, there's a ford. The ford by which we all—" His voice died away. How long ago it seemed, that elated crossing last August, after Glenfinnan. "And when thou'rt on the other side," pursued Mr. Fosdyke. "How I'll reach my home somehow, if I have to crawl there." "And who'lt thou find there? Thy parents?" "My aunt, who brought me up. My parents are dead." "And no wife, no childer?" "My wife is in France." And why, he added, "we were only married 2 days before parting." Ewen did not know. "Poor lad," said Mr. Fosdyke. "Why didst not stop at home, like a wise man?" Ewen, his head resting against the boulder, said, "That I could not do." His eyes meanwhile fixed on the form of Mr. Jan Prescott, already descending the slope with a tankard in his hand and 2 large bannocks clasped to his person. Mr. Fosdyke turned and hailed him, and in another moment Ewen had started upon the bannocks, finding that he was famished, having tasted nothing solid since the halt at Lagan yesterday morning. And while he ate, Mr. Robert Fosdyke unfolded his intention to his companion, who raised no objection, except to remark, "Happen thou'lt meet redcoats on the road." "Oh, I shall say the lad is a drover of mine, then." "In yon petticoat thing?" queried Mr. Prescott, pointing at Ewen's kilt. "Oh, he shall have thy greatcoat to cover him up." "Oh, I dunno how he'll get into it, then," returned Mr. Prescott. "Well, see you, Robert, I'd sooner he had a horse blanket than split my coat." "Oh, he can have loan of my coat, then," said Mr. Fosdyke. "He'll not split that." "Beasts all reet up there?" he inquired. "As reet as they'll ever be," returned his partner, with gloom. "I notice we paid too much for him," growled Mr. Fosdyke, in a voice like subterranean thunder. "The government notice says. Well, never mind what, but 'twere main different from what the cattle were like. However, I weren't coming all the way from the other side of York for naught." "York?" asked Ewen, with his mouth full, since this information seemed addressed to him. "You come from York, sir?" "From near by. Dost thou know the town?" "No," said Ewen. "The soldiers were not taken there yesterday. It was Carlisle that I was going to in the end." "Ah," said Mr. Fosdyke, comprehendingly. "But some poor devils are setting out for York, too, we hear. Thou'st best come along with us." And giving his great laugh, he began to embroider his pleasantry. "And thou dost not like the notion?" "Oh, why not? York's a fine town, I can tell thee, and more gates to it for setting rebels' heads on than Carlisle. I lay we have a row of them, or Micklegate bar, come Christmas. Thou'st not wishful to add thine?" Ewen shook the imperilled head in question with a smile. "No," agreed Mr. Fosdyke, "best keep it to lay on the pillow beside thy wife's. If she's in France, then thou'rt not a poor man, eh?" "Oh, I'm what you call a gentleman," replied Ewen, "though I expect that I'm poor enough now." "If thou'rt a gentleman," pronounced Mr. Fosdyke, "then thou dost right to keep away from York and Carlisle, and from London, too. Now, Jan, we'll gan and see about the nags. Thou medst bide here, lad. Come on, lassie." With tramplings and cracklings, they were gone, dog and all, and but for the yet unfinished food and drink, which were putting new life into Ewen, the whole encounter might have been a dream. As he waited there for their return, he wondered whether Alison's prayers had sent these good angels, which, to his simple and straightforward faith, seemed quite likely. And presently the larger of the angels came back, and helped him along the slope to the scene of his exploit at the bridge. Here was a satellite Jan with 2 stout nags, a flea-bitten grey and a black. A long and ample coat, certainly not Mr. Prescott's, was provided for the Jacobite. "If thou wert clothed like a Christian, there'd have been no need for this," said Mr. Fosdyke with frankness as he helped him into it. And then, the difficulty of getting into the saddle surmounted, Ewen found himself half incredulously riding behind the broad back of his benefactor over the brawling Spian, in his hand a stout cattle-goad to assist his steps when he should be on his feet again. In the 2 miles before they came to the river Lochie, they had the luck to meet no one. There the clouds hung so low that the other side of the great glen was scarcely visible. When they came to the ford, Ewen pulled up and made to dismount. But Mr. Fosdyke caught him by the arm. "Oh, nay, if thou canst scarce walk on land, I doubt they'll walk through water. Daisy will take the oar. Come, mare." The 2 horses splashed placidly through in the mist. On the other side, Ewen struggled off and got out of the coat. "I cannot possibly recompense you, Mr. Fosdyke," he began, handing it up to him. "If thou offer me money," said Mr. Fosdyke threateningly, "I'm danged if I don't take thee back to where I found thee." "Oh, you can be reassured," said Ewen, smiling, "for I have none. But, in any case, money does not pass between gentlemen for a service like this. I only pray God that you will not suffer for it." "Oh, I'd like to see the man that's going to make me," was the Yorkshire man's reply. "And I feel now as I've got even with government in the matter of the cattle," he added, with immense satisfaction. "And thou think'st me a gentleman? Well, I'm no but a farmer, but I'm much obliged to thee for the compliment.' He shook Ewen's hand. 'Oh, good luck to thee, my lad. If thou lived a few hundred miles nearer, and danged if I wouldna give thee a pup o' lassies. But thou'rt o'er far away, o'er far.' He chuckled, caught the bridle of the grey, and the 8 hoofs could be heard splashing back through the ford. Then silence settled down again, silence and the soft folds of mist, and after a moment Ewen, leaning heavily on his goad, began his difficult pilgrimage. 24 hours later, very nearly at the end of his tether, he was hobbling slowly along the last mile of that distance which ordinarily he could have covered between one meal and the next. So slow and painful had been his progress, and with such frequent halts, that it had been late afternoon before he reached Loch Arkaig. And there he had seen the pitiful charred remains left by vengeance of Lochiel's house of Achnacarry, almost as dear to him as his own. In that neighbourhood, above all others, he had feared to come on soldiers, but the Campbells and government pay who had burnt and ravaged here had long ago done their work, and the place was deserted. There was nothing to guard now, and none against whom to hold it. A poor Cameron woman, whose husband had been shot in cold blood as he was working in his little field, had given Ewen shelter. She told him, what he expected to hear, that the house of Ardroy had been burnt down by a detachment of redcoats. This she knew because the soldiers had returned that way, and she had heard them boasting how they had left the place in flames. Of Miss Cameron's fate she knew nothing, but then she never saw anyone now that her man was gone. The burnt countryside was nearly depopulated. That Ewen had seen for himself already. And she said with tears, as, thanking her from his soul for her hospitality, he turned away from her door in the morning grey. "Oh, Mackie Kellein, for the chief and the chief's kin I'd give the last rag, the last mouthful that's left to me, but I'm asking God why he ever let Prince Tirlach come to Scotland." And Ewen had no heart to find an answer. Against his will, the question had haunted him as he hobbled on. Just a year ago he had had the news of that coming. Yes, just a year ago he had sat with Alison by the loch and been happy. Too happy, perhaps. So his father's house was gone. But all the more was his mind set to reach Ardroy, to find out what had befallen those who had remained behind there. Aunt Margaret first and foremost, the servants, old Angus and his grandchildren, the womenfolk, the fugitives from Drumossy Moor. And here at last he was, going incredibly slowly, and accompanied by a dull pain in the thigh, which by this time seemed an inseparable part of himself, but come to the spot where, after crossing the Altbuie burn, one used to discern the chimneys of the house of Ardroy between the pines of the avenue. Since he knew that he would never see them thus again, Ewen did not look up, but he thought, as he crossed the burn on the stepping stones, nearly overbalancing from fatigue, that one thing, at least, would be the same, for not even Cumberland could set fire to Loch na Hollere. Then, unable for the moment to get farther, he sank down among the welcoming heather for a rest. That, just coming into bloom, was unchanged. "Thou'rt the same, and thy years shall not fail." The words floated into his head and out again, as he felt its springy resistance give beneath his body. Then, half lying there, twisting a tuft round and round the fingers of one hand, for the pleasure of feeling it again, Ewen let his eyes stray to the spot where his father's house and his had stood. And so strong were habit and memory that he could see its roof and chimney still. He put a hand over his eyes to rub away the false sight. But when he removed it, the chimneys were still there, and from one there floated a wisp of smoke. Trembling, he dragged himself clumsily to his feet. Like a man who dreams the impossible, he stood a little later outside the entrance door of Ardroy. The whole affair was like a dream, for fire had certainly passed upon the house, and yet it was unharmed. The lintel, the sides of the stone porch were blackened with smoke. The ivy was brown and shriveled, but not even the woodwork was injured. The house seemed occupied. The door stood open, as on fine days it was wont to do, but there was not a creature about. Where was Aunt Margaret? Slowly, Ewen went over the threshold, feeling the stone and wood like a blind man to make sure that it was real. He could have kissed it, his house that was not burnt after all. The sun was pouring into the long room. There was a meal laid on the table. For Aunt Margaret? Then where was she? The place was very silent. Perhaps, a horrible notion, strangers held Ardroy now, enemies. He would rather it were burnt. But had harm befallen Aunt Margaret? He must find her. Shame on him to be thinking first of the house. He was giddy with hunger and fatigue, but he had no thought of approaching the table. He left the room, and holding very tightly by the rail, went up the stairs. The door of Miss Cameron's room was a little ajar, so he pushed it gently open, too confused to knock. Where was she? And he stood in the doorway rooted, because, so unexpectedly, everything in that neat sunny room, which he had known from a child, was just as he had always known it, even to Aunt Margaret herself, sitting there by the window reading a chapter in her big Bible, as she always did before breakfast. The surprise of its usualness after his experiences and his fears almost stunned him, and he remained there motionless, propping himself by the doorpost. It was odd, however, that Aunt Margaret had not heard him, for she had not used to be deaf. The thought came to Ewen that he was perhaps become a ghost without knowing it, and he seriously considered the idea for a second or two. And then he took a cautious step forward. Aunt Margaret. Oh, he was not a ghost, she heard and looked up. It was true that her face was almost frightened. "I've come back," said Ewen baldly. May I sit on your bed?" He crashed onto it rather than sat upon it, hitting his head against the post at the bottom, since all at once he could not see very well. But Aunt Margaret did not scold him. In fact, he perceived, after a little, that she was crying as she sat beside him, and attempting, as if he were a child again, to kiss his head where he had struck it. "Oh, Ewen, my boy, my darling, darling boy!" Then, did that poor woman dream that the house was burnt down? Asked Ewen some quarter of an hour later, gazing at Miss Cameron in perplexity, as she planted before him, ensconced as he was in the easy-chair in her bedroom, the last components of a large repast. For allow him to descend and eat downstairs, she would not. Indeed, after the first questions and emotions were over, she was for hustling him up to the attics and hiding him there. But Ewen having announced with great firmness that he was too lame to climb a stair that was little better than a ladder, she compromised on her bedchamber for the moment, and with Marsali's assistance, brought up thither the first really satisfying meal which Ewen had seen for more than 3 months. In answer to his question, she now began to laugh, though her eyes were still moist. The house was set fire to, in a way. Eat, Ewan, for you look starving, and you shall hear the tale of its escape. Ewen obeyed her, and was told the story. But not yet having, so it seemed to him, the full use of his faculties, he was not quite clear how much of the house's immunity was due to chance, to connivance on the part of the officer commanding the detachment sent to burn it, and to the blandishments of Miss Cameron herself. At any rate, after searching, though not plundering, the house of Ardroy from top to bottom, for whom or what was not quite clear to Ewen, since at that date he was safely a prisoner at Fort Augustus, firing about half the crofts near, collecting what cattle they could lay their hands on, the most having already been sent up into the folds of the mountains, and slaying a dozen or so of Miss Cameron's hens. They had piled wood against the front of the house, with what intention was obvious. It was a moment of great anguish for Miss Cameron. But the soldiers were almost ready to march ere the fuel was lighted. And as they were setting fire to the pine branches and the green ash boughs, the officer approached her and said in a low voice, "Madam, I have carried out my instructions, and it is not my fault if this wood is damp. Now that's enough, Sergeant. It will burn finely. Column, march." Directly they were out of sight, Miss Cameron and Marsali, the younger maidservants and the old gardener, seizing rakes and brooms and fire-irons, had pulled away the thickly smoking but as yet harmless branches. And then I bethought me, Ewen, that 'twould be proper there should be as much smoke as possible to convince the world, and especially the redcoats, should they take a look back. A house cannot burn, even in a spot so remote as this, without there being some evidence of it in the air. So we made a great pile of all that stuff at a safe distance from the house. And my grief, the trouble it was to get it to burn. Most of the day we tended it, and a nasty thick reek it made, and a blaze in the end. That's how the house was burnt. What ails you, my bairn? But this time Ewen was able hastily to dash the back of his hand over his eyes. He could face her, therefore, unashamed, and reaching out for her hand, put his lips to it in silence. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 5, Chapter 3. Not infrequently in the past had Miss Margaret Cameron animadverted on the obstinacy which lay hidden, as his temper was hidden, under her nephew's usually gentle speech and ways. And now, at the greatest crisis in his life, when that life itself might hang upon his prudence, poor Miss Cameron was faced in her young relative with a display of this quality which really distracted her. On that joyful and wonderful morning of his return, she had allowed him, she put it so, to retire to his own bed in his own room, just for the once, the garrets, the cellar, or a bothy on the Braeside being designated as his future residences. Ewen did not argue. Indeed, he was not capable of it. He fell into his bed and slept for 14 hours without waking. Once he was there, and so obviously in need of rest and attention, Miss Cameron had not, of course, the heart to turn him out. But she kept a guard of young McMartins and others round the house, ready to give tongue in case of a surprise, and promised herself to banish the returned fugitive to more secluded regions directly he was able to leave his room. But when, after 3 days, Ewen did so, it was not to retire into this destined seclusion. On the contrary, he began at once to limp about, acquainting himself with what had happened to his tenants in his absence, trying to discover the fate of those who had never returned, among whom was Lachlan McMartin, visiting the nearer crofts in person, and interviewing the inhabitants of the farther at the house. Presently, he said, he would take to the heather, perhaps, but, as his aunt could see, he was yet too lame for it, and, as for the garrets or the cellar, he was just as safe in his own bedchamber as in those uncomfortable retreats. Yielding on this point with what she hoped was the wisdom of the serpent, Miss Cameron then returned to a subject much nearer her heart, Ardroy's departure for France or Holland, which he would attempt, she assumed, as soon as he could hear of a likely vessel, and was fit to undertake the journey to the coast. France? Queried Ewen, as if he had heard the suggestion for the first time. It was the 5th evening after his return. Miss Cameron was sitting knitting in the long parlour, and he stretched in a chair opposite to her. The windows were closely curtained, and young Angus McMartin and a still younger brother prowled delightedly in the avenue, keeping watch. France, Aunt Margaret? What put that into your head? Miss Cameron laid down her knitting. Because you cannot stay here, Ewen. And France is in my head rather than Holland or Denmark, because, well, surely you can guess, because your wife is there. Ewen got out of his chair and limped to one of the windows. I am not leaving Scotland at present, he said quietly, and drew aside the curtain. We need not therefore discuss the claims of one country over another. You cannot mean to stay here at Ardroy. Ewen, are you daft? And in the name of the good being, don't show yourself at a lighted window like that. 'Tis so light outside that the candles do not carry, returned her nephew. Indeed, but for Miss Cameron's prudence, they would not have been sitting thus curtained, but in daylight. Moreover, no one will come to look for me here. The house has been burnt, he went on, using the argument he had already used 6 times. And he continued to look out. At least, Margaret Cameron thought that he was looking out. In reality, he had his eyes shut, that he might not see Alison's face. A vain device, for he saw it all the clearer. His aunt was silent for a moment, for he had implanted in her mind a most disturbing doubt. Well, she said at last dryly, I should think that if Major Windham, to whom you owe so much, knew of this freak of yours, he would regret the sacrifices which he had made in order to save you, when this is the use to which you put your liberty. I think Major Windham would understand, said Ewen rather shortly. Understand what? There was no answer. then I doubt if the ghost of poor Neil, who died for you, or of Lachlan, would understand. Ewen turned at that, but stayed where he was. Poor Neil, indeed. May his share of paradise be his, he said, in a softened tone. And Lachlan, too, if he be dead. Since you speak of my foster brothers, Aunt Margaret, and reproachfully, then you must know that this is one reason why I do not wish to leave Ardroy, because it shames me to take ship for France myself, and desert those others who cannot flee. For whose fate I am responsible. Moreover, I have started the rebuilding of the burnt crofts, and how trust a man to think that he is the only being who can oversee anything practical? I wonder, observed Miss Cameron, how much of rebuilding and repairs I have not ordered and supervised when you were nothing but a small wild boy, Ewen, falling into the loch and losing yourself on the braes above it. He hobbled over to her. Oh, I know. No laird ever had a better factor than you, Aunt Margaret. Miss Cameron's knitting slid to the floor. Had. Aye, I'm getting an old wife now, 'tis plain, that you dare not leave the reins to me for a year or so, while you take your head out of the lion's mouth for a while. No, you know that's not my thought, said Ewen, distressed. I'd leave Ardroy to you as blithely as I did a year ago. I will so leave it. Presently. Aye, that you will do presently, but not by your own will. You'll go off from this door as you left Fort Augustus a week ago, tied on a horse again, and your father's house really in flames behind you, and all because you will not listen to advice. You make me out more obstinate than I am, said Ewen gently. Your advice is excellent, Aunt Margaret, but you do not know all the circumstances. Oh, that can easily be remedied, said Miss Cameron with meaning. But to that suggestion Ewen made no reply. Miss Cameron turned round in her chair, and then got up and faced him. Ewen, my dear, what is wrong? What is it that is keeping you from getting out of the country? Surely it is not that there's something amiss between you and Alison. Ewen did not meet her eyes, but he shook his head. Alison and I, he began, but never finished. How put into words what Alison was to him? Moreover, that which was keeping him back did stand between him and her, at least in his own soul. Some day, perhaps, I will tell you, Aunt Margaret, he said quietly. But I'd be glad if you would not discuss my departure just now. Oh, you have dropped your knitting. He picked it up for her, and Margaret Cameron stood quite still, looking up uneasily at the height of him, at his brow all wrinkled with some pain of whose nature she was quite ignorant, at the sudden lines round his young mouth. She ended her survey with a sigh. And to think that, since we cannot get a letter to her, the lassie may be breaking her heart over there, believing that you are dead. Ewen took a step away, with a movement as though to ward off a blow. Then he translated the movement into a design to snuff the candles on the table behind him. After a moment his voice came, unsteady and hurt. Aunt Margaret, you're very cruel. And his hand must have been unsteady, too, for he snuffed the flame right out. "'Tis for your own good," replied Miss Cameron, winking hard at the engraving of King James III as a young man over the mantel-shelf in front of her. Ewen relighted from another the candle he had slain, saying nothing, and with the air of one who does not quite know what he is doing. "At least, I'm sure 'tis not for mine," went on Miss Cameron, and now, little given to tears as she was, she surreptitiously applied a corner of a handkerchief to one eye. "Oh, you cannot think that I want you to go away again, and leave the house the mere shell of emptiness it is when you are not here." Ewen looked round and saw the scrap of cambric. In an instant, despite the pain it cost him, he had knelt down by her side and was taking her hands into his, and saying how sorry he was to grieve her, and assuring her that there was nothing whatever wrong between him and Alison. Yet, even then, he made no promises about departure. Nor had he made any a week later, when, one hot afternoon, he lay, reflecting deeply, on the bed in his own room, with his hands behind his head. Although his wounded leg was already much stronger, it rebelled with effect against unremitting use all day, and to Ewen's intense disgust he found it imperative to spend a portion of the afternoon thus. He he regarded this necessity as not only burdensome, but disgraceful. The wind soughed faintly through the pines of the little avenue, and then passed on to ruffle the ivy outside his open window. A little brown, some of them, after their fiery ordeal. The topmost of those tough leaves were still there, and made just the same rustling noise as of old. And there Ewen lay, apparently at peace, back in his own room, among his modest possessions, his life and liberty snatched from the enemy, his home unharmed after all, and over the seas his young wife waiting for him in safety, the call of the sword no longer keeping him back from her, since the sword was shattered. But he was by no means at peace. There was unceasing war in his breast. The way to Alison was barred by a spectre which he could not lay. It was in vain to tell himself that, by God's mercy, his most unwilling lapse at Fort Augustus had done no harm, that no one of his own party knew of it, that it was not even a complete revelation. To his acutely sensitive Highland pride, the mere fact of the betrayal of his chief's trust was agony. Alison could not heal that wound, which, now that Ewen was back again in his old surroundings, almost in his old life, seemed to have broken out bleeding afresh. There was only one man who could draw the poison from it, and Ewen knew neither where he was, nor how he could come at him. And meanwhile, his dreams were full of Alison, and a night or two ago he had even seemed to hear her voice in one, asking in so pitiful and faint an accent why he delayed to come to her, now that honour no longer forbade it. She was so lonely. Ewen sighed deeply, and withdrew his hands from beneath his head. The double scar on his right palm caught his eye for an instant. He wondered, not by any means for the first time, whether Windham had heard of his escape. If he had, he would know that he had indeed given him his life. Yes, even by his refusal to witness against him, since that was the direct cause of the prisoners being taken over the Spian, where he had met and seized his great opportunity. To judge by the Englishman's palpable distress at their farewell interview, Windham would be exceedingly glad of the news of his escape. Some day, perhaps, he might contrive to get a letter conveyed to his hands. He would like to tell him in person. But he was never to see him again, so it seemed, for the 5 meetings were over. Again he counted them. Here, at Edinburgh, on Bynlee, at Fort Augustus. And suddenly his pulse quickened with pleasure, and that made 4, only 4. No, of course, there had been 2 at Fort Augustus. Yet what, save his own recapture, stood now in the way of their meeting again some day? But the ivy leaves went on rubbing their hands together, and through the window at the other side of the room came the clucking of Miss Cameron's remaining hens, drowsy sounds both, and Ewen, pondering this question, began to fall asleep. Yet, just before he lost consciousness, there shot through his mind, apparently from nowhere, a last flicker of Angus's prediction of a year ago. Something about twisted threads, a thread of one colour and a thread of another. It had meant nothing at the time, and he had totally forgotten it since. Now, between the 2 worlds of sleep and waking, it not only came back to him, but, with a curious pictorial clarity, sometimes vouchsafed in that state, he seemed to see what it meant. Then picture and meaning faded, and he slept. He slept quietly for a while, and then dreamt that a man had come into the room and was standing looking down at him. Yet somehow he knew that it was not a dream, that there was really someone there. He tried to rouse himself, but could not, and then the man laid a hand on his wrist. And at that, still half in a dream, he began to struggle and to speak. "Let go my arm, you damned torturer. No, not if you cut me in pieces. Oh my God, but there's another way, another way." The hand had left his wrist quickly, and now it was laid on his shoulder, and a voice, Lochiel's voice, said, "Ewen, wake up, no one is hurting you." He woke instantly, crying, "Donald, Donald," half sure, all the time, that it was but a dream. Then he caught his breath and lay staring upwards. It was not indeed Lochiel, but it was his brother who stood there, looking down at him with a good deal of attention. "Archie," he gasped, in the most complete astonishment. "You here? Why?" "Don't you think you would be the better of a doctor, my dear Ewen?" inquired his cousin cheerfully. "That is why I am here." "But there's a price on your head," protested Ewen. "You should not have come here." Archibald Cameron smiled his gentle, quizzical smile, and sat down on the bed. "I understand from Miss Margaret that you daily affirm the house of Ardroy to be perfectly safe. Moreover, one does not dictate to a physician, my dear boy, how and when he shall visit his patients. I heard how you escaped as you were being carried to Fort William, and I did not believe that it was your body which was found some days after in one of the pools of Spion. You do not know, perhaps, that is what has been given out at Fort Augustus. But I guessed that same body needed attention, so, being yesterday in Glen Desiree, I made my way hither. Now, let me look at those wounds of yours." And, though Ewen protested that these were quite healed, and that he was only a trifle lame, Dr. Cameron insisted. The extent of the lameness, very patent when he made the young man walk about the room, evidently displeased him. "When you get to France, Ewen, you must have the care of a good surgeon. I greatly fear that an important muscle in the thigh has been severed, but with proper treatment it may reunite again." "I suppose you've been talking to Aunt Margaret," remarked his patient, sitting down upon the bed. "But as I've told her, I'm not going to France yet. The muscle must reunite at home." Archie looked at him keenly. He had been talking to Aunt Margaret. "I'm not advising France solely in the interests of your lameness, Ewen." "Well, I know that, but I shall stay in Scotland for the present." "Until you are captured again, I suppose," said Dr. Cameron, crossing one leg over the other and leaning back against the post at the bottom of the bed. "But I do not know on what grounds you assume that you will have so lucky an escape a second time." "Oh, I shall not be captured here," said Ewen carelessly. "And when I can walk a little better, I shall very likely take to the heather for a while, like you." And, as Archibald Cameron raised his eyebrows, he said, with more warmth, "My God, Archie, I'd rather skulk inside of Loch na Hollere with nothing but my plaid and a handful of meal, even were there a redcoat behind every windbush, than lie in the French king's bed at Versailles." "Oh, no doubt," responded his cousin, unmoved. "And so would I. Yet I shall certainly make for France, if God will, when my tasks here are done. I hope indeed that it may not be for long. Who knows, but next year may see another and more successful effort, with support from the French. The prince—" "Yes, indeed," said Ewen eagerly. "What of the prince?" "My last news of him was from a fellow prisoner at Fort Augustus, MacDonald of Kingsburgh, who, though he is Sleat's factor, brought him to his own house in Skye, disguised as the maidservant of one Miss Flora MacDonald, and was arrested in consequence. I heard much from him, and laughable some of it was too, for Kingsburgh's wife and daughter seemed to have been frightened at the queer figure that His Royal Highness made in his petticoats. But you will have later news of him, Archie." "The prince was at the end of July in Glen Morriston," said Dr. Cameron, "but he is now, I think, in Chisholm's country, farther north. There's so plainly a providence watching over him that I've no doubt he will be preserved from his enemies to the end, and it is therefore the duty of his friends to preserve themselves too. Yes, I'm going to read you a lecture, Ewan Voir, so you had better lie down again. I shall not begin until you do." He waited until Ewen had grumblingly complied, and then began, ticking off the points on his fingers. "Imprimis, you stubborn young man, there is this house, almost miraculously preserved from destruction, and, if you keep clear of it, likely to continue immune. There's your good aunt, who can well continue to look after it, but who, if you are found under its roof, will certainly be driven out of it and very possibly imprisoned. You are not on the list of attainted persons, and you have the advantage at this moment of an official report declaring you drowned. Most of all, have you not someone already in France who is breaking her heart for a sight of you?" Lying there, Ewen changed colour perceptibly, and it was only after a moment that he answered, "There are broken hearts in plenty, Archie, in Lochaber. But I do not see, my dear lad, how they are to be mended by your offering up the fragments of Alison's and your own." Ewen uttered a sound like a groan, and, twisting over, buried his face in his pillow. And presently there emerged some muffled words to the effect that he longed to go to Alison, but that... And then something wholly unintelligible, in which the word honour was alone distinguishable. Dr. Cameron looked down at the back of the uneasy auburn head with the affectionate tolerance which one might display to the caprices of a younger brother. "No, Ewen, to my mind honour points to your going. Aye, and duty and common sense as well. You cannot help your tenants by remaining here. Miss Cameron can now do that much more effectively, so long as you do not compromise her by your presence. You cannot help the cause or the prince. You cannot help Lochiel." The head gave a sudden movement. "He is for France with me when the opportunity comes. Another day, that is a different tale. But 'tis likely there will never be another day for you, if you persist in remaining here now. And there is another point, which I hope you will pardon me for mentioning. Is your wife going to bear you a child, Ewen?" "How do I know?" answered Ewen in a stifled voice from the pillow. "Our happiness was so short, and I've had no letter." "Then, before you throw your life uselessly away," said Archibald Cameron gravely, "it is your duty to make sure that there will be a son to follow you here, Marquis Elin. Do you wish your ghost to see strangers at Ardroy?" No Highlander could ever affect to disregard that argument, and Ewen remained silent. "And Alison, do you suppose that she found her wedded happiness any longer or more satisfying than you did? God knows, my dear Ewen, I hold that neither wife, children, nor home should stand in a man's way when duty and loyalty call him, for, as you know, I have turned my back on all mine. But when duty and loyalty are silent, then he does very wrong if he neglects those ties of nature." And on that Archibald Cameron, conceiving that he had preached long enough, got up from the bed. Ewen was still lying with his face hidden. Was there something on his mind, as Miss Cameron affirmed? The doctor went and looked out of the far window, and saw the lady in question scattering meal to her hens. "Archie," came from the bed after a moment or two, "if I go, it is only on one condition, which you can grant." "I?" said Dr. Cameron, turning round, rather surprised. Ewen had raised himself onto an elbow. He looked oddly pale and strained. "What is the condition, Ew?" "That I see Lochiel first." And over his fair skin there swept a wave of red. It occurred to Dr. Archibald then how strange it was that Ewen, for all his intense devotion, had not yet asked news of his kinsman and chief. But he looked doubtful. "I'm afraid that would be difficult, because you are both disabled. You cannot travel to him, nor he to you." "Yes, I'd thought of that," said Ewen, now quite pale again. "But I must contrive it somehow." And, as Archie was silent, reflecting, he added, with a sharp note in his soft voice, "Is there any other reason why I should not?" "Of course not. Save that you will meet in France, please God." "That will not serve. I must see him before I leave Scotland. I know that he is no longer in Harbour." The short phrases were jerked out, even more so the last one. "Archie, where is he?" Archie was beginning, when unfortunately he heard Miss Cameron calling to him from below, possibly uttering a warning of some kind. He turned sharply to the window and never finished. But on Ewen the effect was of a man who has second thoughts about answering a question, and is not only mute, but turns his back upon the questioner. In his present state of mind it was quite enough, and next moment, to his visitor's amazement, he had thrown himself off the bed with such violence that he staggered. "I knew it!" he exclaimed hoarsely. "He will not tell me where he is, because you have heard what I did at Fort Augustus, because Lochiel has heard it. I am not to be trusted, and that is why you came, I believe, why you want me gone at any price from Scotland." And as Archibald Cameron, already swung round again from the window, stared at him in consternation, Ewen added, clenching his hands, "I'll not go. I'll not be got rid of like that. I'll get myself killed here in Lochaber, the only thing I can do in expiation." And with that, he sank down on the side of the bed and hid his face in his hands. Dr. Cameron hastily left the window, but before his amazement allowed him words, Ewen was adding, in a strangled voice, "You are quite right, from your point of view, neither to let me see him nor to tell me where he is. But, Archie, I swear to you by my father's memory that I did not do it willingly. How can he believe that of me?" His cousin stooped and put a hand on his shoulder. "Ewen," he said, with great gentleness, "I've not the least notion what you are talking about. What did you do at Fort Augustus? Nothing, I'd stake my soul, that your father's son need ever be ashamed of. You would have let yourself be cut in pieces first, eh? I was just on the point of telling you where Lochiel was. He is in Badenoch, hiding in a hut on Ben Alder with Macpherson of Cluny. Now, he sat down and slipped his arm completely along the bowed shoulders. Will you tell me what is on your mind, and why you must see him? End of section 26. Section 27 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 5, Chapter 4. Thinking it over afterwards, Ewen knew why it had been such a comfort to tell Archie. It was that Dr. Cameron seemed to understand so well what he had suffered that he never tried to belittle the cause of it. Instead of attempting to minimize this, he said that he would have felt exactly the same had such a terrible mischance befallen him. Only how could Ewen at any stage have imagined that Donald, if he heard of his lapse, would ever believe that he had made a disclosure willingly? "I blame you for that, my poor Ewen," he said, shaking his head. "You must surely have known that he would as soon suspect me as you, who have been like an elder son to him, who so nearly threw away your life for him at Fort William. I think that's the worst part of your confession, but as you say that I am not to suppress anything, I must tell him that too, though it will hurt him." Ewen raised his colourless face, to which, however, a measure of tranquillity had already returned. "I am sorry for that, but you must not keep back a word. Tell him how I allowed myself to fall asleep when I suspicioned it might be dangerous. Tell him that I insulted Lord Loudon somewhat unworthily. He would not have done that. Tell him everything. You're only a proxy, you know, Archie, though a very satisfactory one," he added gratefully. "There's no other man save Lochiel that I could have told. Yea, but I feel as if Ben Nevis had been lifted off me." Archibald Cameron gave his arm a little pressure. "Now, 'tis my turn to make a confession to you. When I first came into this room, I found myself emulating that Captain Greening of yours, whom, by the way, I should rejoice to meet on some good lonely brae with a precipice nearby. But, like you were talking, my dear lad, my overhearing was accidental." "Do you mean that I was saying things in my sleep again? Archie, this is intolerable. You bade me lose your arm when I touched you, and spoke of preferring to be cut in pieces and of another way. You have just told me what that other way was. Ewen, what was the first way, and who took it with you? You have not told me everything, after all." The young man was looking on the floor, and there was colour enough in his face now. "I do not very much wish to revive that memory. But, if you must know, I was near to being flogged by order of the Lowland officer who captured me. He had been going to shoot me first. I'll tell you of that anon. It was because he wanted what they wanted and got at Fort Augustus. No, do not look so horrified, Archie. He did not carry it out, though I'll admit I believed he was going to. It was only a threat." "Then, if it was only a threat," remarked Dr. Cameron, looking at him closely, "why did you call me a damned torturer when I touched you?" "Really, Archie, I cannot be responsible for everything I say in my sleep. I apologize, but if you were worth your salt, you would give me some drug to cure me of the cursed habit." "I'm afraid the drug does not exist, my dear boy. When your mind is at peace, you will not do it any more. And don't you think that it would conduce to that state if you told me why you called me so unpleasant a name?" Ewen gave him a little shake. "Most do I, Archie Cameron," he said with vivacity. "I began to think it was because you merit it with this persistence of yours. If I said that, I suppose I must have been remembering that when one has had a bayonet through one's arm not long before, it is conveniently sensitive, that is all. But after a few experiments, Major Guthrie found that it was not sensitive enough, and they knew better how to do things at Fort Augustus." Archibald Cameron still gazed at him, compressing his lips. "So the Lowlander tried experiments, did he? And do you still consider yourself a traitor, Ewen? I'd give you a rather different name, and so, I fancy, will Lochiel." "But I don't mean you to tell Lochiel that. No, Archie, that was not confession. You got it out of me unfairly." "Unfortunately, you made me promise to tell him everything," retorted his cousin, smiling. To turn to another aspect of this matter, then. For Ewen was really looking unhappy. It was, I suppose, to this Major Guthrie, with a fancy for experiments, that you were betrayed by the English officer who was your prisoner here. I might almost say your guest, last August. I hope that he did not go so far as to take part in these proceedings, too. Oh, bless us, what is wrong now? For this partial change of topic had proved far from soothing. With a sharp exclamation, Ewen had got up from the bed. Good God, Archie, how did you hear that story? It's not true. Major Windham did not betray me. He saved me. Did he? Well, I'd far liefer hear that than the other thing. But that was what Lachlan McMartin told us, when he came hotfoot to us at Achnacarry at the beginning of May. Lachlan went to Achnacarry, exclaimed Ewen in amazement. Yes, he appeared there one day nearly crazy with rage and remorse, because you had been captured while he had left you in order to get food. He wanted Donald to march against Fort Augustus and deliver you. Ewen had begun to limp distractedly about the room. I did not know that. But great heavens, what a story to get abroad about Major Windham. Archie, he saved my life at the last minute. I was actually up against the wall before the firing party, when he dashed in between, at the risk of his own. I should not be here now for you to bully, but for him. It is true that I, too, God forgive me, was deluded enough for a short time to think his goodness calculated treachery, but at least I did not spread it abroad. And that is only part of what he has done and given up for me. He gave his cousin a sketch of the rest. I cannot think how Lachlan got such a mistaken notion into his head, for he was not there when I was found and taken, and he can hardly have met with that scoundrel Guthrie, who is capable of any lie. What has become of Lachlan? Is he here at Ardroy? No, he has never returned, and no one knows anything of him. He has undoubtedly been either captured or killed, and much more probably killed, I fear. But I wish he had not spread this slander. 'Tis at least to be hoped that no word of it reaches poor Windham. I like to see in you, Ewen, said his cousin, the same concern for another man's honour as for your own. But you know the Erse proverb, a lie goes but on one leg. Like me, commented Ewen with a smile. Yet you think that in France I may go on two again. You will certainly have a better chance of it. Then I may tell Lochiel, when I get back to Badenoch, that you consent to be reasonable. Yes, thanks to you, I will go, since he is going. But I must wait a chance of getting off. There's a chance now, said his cousin quickly, but you must start for the coast tomorrow. Tomorrow? Ewen's face fell. So soon? His glance swept round the room and lingered for a moment on the heathery distances visible through the window. Very well, he said, with a little sigh. Tell me what I must do. No, he caught himself up. First tell me a little about Donald. Those wounds of his, are they healed? Archie, I hope due care is being taken of him on Ben Alder. You look as if you think I ought not to have left him, said Dr. Cameron, smiling. But he has had Sir Stuart Threepland of Edinburgh with him, and the wounds are healing, though slowly. And I assure you that I've been too busy following Mercury of late to pay much attention to Aesculapius. I've been to and fro in Lochaber and Moidart a great deal more regularly than the post. More by token, I'm become a sort of banker. For I suppose you did not hear in your captivity, Ewen, that at the beginning of May 2 French ships landed 6 barrels of gold, 40,000 louis d'or, in Moidart for the prince, and with some ado, owing to the reluctance of Clan Ranald's people to lose sight of it, I got it conveyed to Loch Arkaig, and it has been buried there against future requirements. I know what you are going to say. If only we had had that money earlier, when we needed it so. Those were indeed the words which leapt to the young man's lips. Yet, since over the ruined fortunes of today there still danced, like will-o'-the-wisps, the hopes of tomorrow, he fell to discussing the possible uses of this money with a man to whose endeavours, as he soon discovered, it was due that the French had not carried it off again when they heard the news of the disaster at Culloden. Archibald Cameron had indeed played post and banker to some purpose. Ewen looked at him with admiration, not free from concern. Archie, are you duly careful of your own safety in these constant journeyings of yours, seeing that you are prescribed by name? His cousin smiled. You may be sure that I am careful. Am I not preeminently a man of peace? None the less, not even Balmerino, the dauntless old soldier, was to make a more memorable end on the scaffold than Archibald Cameron. But his time was not yet, not by 7 years, though, all unknowing, he had just been talking about what was to bring him there, the belated French treasure, fatal as the fabled gold of the river maidens to nearly every man who touched it. Now, for your getting off to France, he resumed. There has lately been a French privateer off Loch Broom, and she may well be hanging off the coast farther south. Therefore, you should start for Moidart without a day's delay. Since the 25th of July, the coast is not so closely watched for the prince as it was. The cordon of sentries has been removed. Make for Arisaig or Morar. At either, you will be able to find a fisherman to take you off at night to the French vessel, if she's still there. You speak French, so the rest should be easy. And will Lochiel and the prince try to leave by her? I doubt it, for I fear she will be gone by the time Donald could reach the coast, or His Royal Highness either. But do not delay your departure on that account, Ewen, for the larger the party getting off from shore, the more hazardous is the attempt. At least if there are any soldiers left in those parts now. There cannot, at any rate, be many. Now I must be getting on my way. You will not pass the night with us, suggested Ewen. Aunt Margaret seems to have a high opinion of the garrets as a refuge. Dr. Cameron shook his head. I must push on. 'Tis only 5 o'clock. God bless you, my dear Ewen, and bring us to meet again, even though it be not in Scotland. I wish I were coming with you to Ben Alder, said Ewen rather wistfully, halting after his visitor down the stairs. Trust me to do your business with Donald, as well as you could do it yourself. Nay, better, for I suspect that you would leave out certain episodes. You'll be rid of this fellow at last, Miss Margaret, he said to the figure waiting at the foot of the stairs. I've sorted him. 'Tis you have the skill, Archibald Cameron, replied the lady, beaming on him. None of my prayers would move him. You'll drink a health with us before you go. And under the picture of King James III and VIII, the three of them drained their glasses to the cause which had already taken its mortal wound. Next day Ewen kept his word and set about his departure. A garron was found for him to ride, and 2 of his men who had followed him through the campaign were to accompany him to the coast. Yielding to pressure, he had agreed to take young Angus MacMartin with him to France as his personal servant. He could not refuse it to Neil's memory and to old Angus's prayers that a MacMartin should be about him still. He was to leave at dusk, since travelling by night would be less hazardous, and a little before sundown he went up to Slough nan Ian to take leave of his foster-father, with whom he had had little converse since his return, for Angus had been ill and clouded in mind. But he had borne the loss of his 2 sons with an almost fierce resignation. It seemed as if he had asked no better fate for them, especially for Neil. He had recovered from his illness now, but he was rather frail, and still at times a little confused. A daughter looked after him in the old cottage, which had once rung with the laughter of many children, and with Ewen's own. But the old man was alone, crouched over the fire, with a plaid across his knees, when Ewen, helping himself on the ascent with a staff, arrived at the door. Half blind though he was, Angus's hearing was as keen as ever, and, even with the unfamiliar halt in it, he knew his foster-son's step. "Machi Kellein, is it you? Blessings on your head. You have come to say farewell to me, who shall never see you again." Tremblingly and slowly he arose, and embraced the young man. "Neil and Lachlan shall go with you, son of my heart, that you take no harm before you embark on the great water." "Oh, Neil is dead, foster-father. Do you not remember?" asked Ewen gently. "He gave his life for me. And Lachlan, I fear Lachlan is dead also." "It is true that I do not see them any more," replied the old man, with a singular detachment, "for I grow blinder every day. Yet I hear Neil's pipes very well still, and when the fire burns up, I know that Lachlan has put on a fresh peat for me. Good sons both, but I have between my hands a son who is dearer, though I did not beget him. Oh, my tall and beautiful one! Glad was the day when you came back after the slaughter, but gladder this day, for you carry your head out of the reach of your foes." He passed his hand lingeringly over the bright locks. "And yet, all is not well. I do not know why, but all is not well. There is grief on the white sand, grief and mourning, and a sound of tears in the wind that blows there. Oh, indeed there is grief, said Ewen, sighing. Grief enough in my heart at going, at leaving Alba and my father's house. I was almost for staying, Angus, did I take to the heather, but the brother of MacGaldu has been here, and he bids me go. The chief himself is going. But we shall return. Some will return, broke in Angus, sinking his head upon his breast. Aye, some will return. Sitting there, he stared with his almost sightless eyes into the fire. Ewen stood looking down at him. Shall I return? He asked after a moment. I shall not see you, treasure of my heart, but these eyes will see my own son come back to me, and he too grieving. But I fear that Lachlan is dead, foster father, repeated Ewen, kneeling on one knee beside him. Is it not his wraith that puts the peats on the fire for you? It may be, answered the old man. It may well be, for when I speak to him he never answers. Yet one night he stood here in the flesh, and swore the holy oath on his dirk to be avenged on the man who betrayed you to the Sajid and Jirak. My own 2 eyes beheld him, my 2 ears heard him, and I prayed the Blessed One to give strength to his arm. For it was then that you were gone from us, darling of my heart, and fast in prison. But you surely do not mean, Angus, said his foster son, puzzled, that Lachlan came back here after I was captured. You mean that you saw his ties? For in the flesh he has never returned to Slough-nan Ian. Yes, for one night he returned, persisted the old man, for one night in the darkness. None saw him but I, who opened to him, and he would not go near the house of Ardroy, nor let any see him but his father, because he was sick with grief and shame that he had left you on Bainlee to the will of your enemy. Ah, Machi Kelain, did I not feel that many things would come upon you, because of the man to whom the Heron led you? But that I never saw, that he would betray you to the Sajid and Jirak. May Lachlan soon keep his oath, and the raven pick out the traitor's eyes. May his bones never rest. May his ghost... Ewen had sprung up, horrified. Angus, stop! What are you saying? That man, the English officer, did not betray me. He saved me, at great risk to himself. But for him, the redcoats would have shot me like a dog. But for him, I should not have escaped from their hands on the way to Inverlochy. Take back that curse, and for heaven's sake, tell me that you are mistaken, that Lachlan did not swear vengeance on him, but on the man who took me prisoner, a lowland Scot named Guthrie. That is what you mean, Angus, is it not? But Angus shook his grey head. My son swore vengeance on the man who was your guest, the English officer who found you in the bothy on Bainlee, and delivered you up, and told the soldiers who you were. Lachlan found this out from the talk as he skulked round the Lowlanders' camp in the dark. Vengeance on the Lowlander he meant to have if he could, but he swore it for certain against the other, the English officer, because he had broken your bread. So he took oath on the iron, to rest neither day nor night, till that evil deed was repaid to him. He swore it, here on the Bedag, on which you both saw blood that day by the Lochan, and which you bade him not throw away. I think he meant to hasten back and lie in wait for the English officer as he returned over the pass of Coriaric, and to shoot him with the musket which he had stolen from one of the redcoats. But whether he ever did it, I do not know. Bewildered, and with a creeping sense of chill, Ewen had listened mutely in order that he might, perhaps, contrive to disentangle the true from the false in this fruit of the old man's clouded brain. But with these last words came a gleam of comfort. No, Lachlan had not succeeded in any such attempt, thank God. And since then, for it was in May that Windham had returned over the Coriaric, his complete disappearance pointed to but one conclusion, that he was gone where he could never keep his dreadful and deluded vow. Ewen drew a long breath of relief, yet it was rather terrible to hope that his foster brother was dead. Still, he would take what precaution he could. If, when I am gone, Angus, he said, Lachlan should return here, charge him most straitly from me that he abandon this idea of vengeance. Tell him that but for the English officer, I should be lying today where poor Neil is lying. I wonder if anyone gave Neil burial, he added, under his breath. But Angus heard. He raised himself. Lachlan buried him when he came there after yourself. Ewan, and found you gone, and was near driving the dirk into his own heart, as he told me. Yes, he stayed to bury his brother, and so when he came to the camp of the redcoats, they had taken you to Kilcumain. But all night long he prowled round the tents and heard the redcoats talk, he having the English very well, as you know, and tried to get into the tent of their commander to kill him while he slept, and could not. So he hastened to Achnacarry and found MacGuldhu, and besought him to go with the clan and besiege the fort of Kilcumain and take you out of it. But the chief had not enough men. So Lachlan came here secretly to tell me that he had not been able to stay the redcoats from taking you, and that Neil had been happier than he, for he had died outside the door before they entered to you, and all that was left for him was to slay the Englishman, and so he vowed. But now, it seems, the Englishman is not to be slain. 1,000 times no, cried Ewen, who had listened very attentively to this recital, which certainly sounded as if it had come originally from Lachlan's own lips, and some of which, as he knew from Archie, was true. Remember that, if Lachlan should come here. But I cannot understand, he went on, frowning, how, if Lachlan overheard so much of the soldiers' talk, he did not overhear the truth, and learn how Major Windham ran in and saved me from being shot. Surely that is the matter which must most have engaged their tongues, and in that there was no question of delivering me up. I do not know what more my son heard, said Angus slowly, but when a man hates another, does not his ear seek to hear the evil he may have done, rather than the good? Yes, I suppose he did hate Major Windham, said Ewen thoughtfully. That was the reason, then. He wanted a pretext. Indeed, I must thank God that he never got a chance of carrying out his vow. And from his long absence, I fear, nay, I am sure, that he has joined poor Neil. Alas, both my brothers slain through me, and Neil's children fatherless. But Angus goes with you, is it not, son of my heart, that he too may put his breast between you and your foes? That he shall never do, thought Ewen. Yes, he goes with me. Give me your blessing, foster father, and when I come again, even if your eyes do not see me, shall your hands not touch me, as they do now? And he guided the old hands to his shoulders as he knelt there. No, I shall not touch you, treasure of my heart, said Angus, while his fingers roved over him. And I cannot see whether you will ever come back again, nor even whether you will sail over the great water, away from your foes. All is dark, and the wind that comes off the sea is full of sorrow. He put his hands on Ewen's head. But I bless you, my son, with all the blessings of Bridget and Michael, the charm Mary put round her son, and Bridget put in her banners, and Michael put in his shield. Edge will not cleave thee, sea will not drown thee. He had slid into reciting scraps of a Shean, or protective charm, but he did not go through to the end. His hands fell onto his knees again, and he leant back and closed his eyes. Ewen bent forward and threw some peats onto the fire. Tell me one thing, foster father, he said, looking at him again. Even if I never leave the shores of Moidart, but am slain there, or am drowned in the sea, which is perhaps the meaning of the wind that you hear moaning, tell me, in the days to come shall a stranger or a son of mine rule here at Ardroy? Angus opened his eyes, but he was so long silent that Ewen's hands began to clench themselves harder and harder. Yet at last the old man spoke. I have seen a child running by the brink of Loch na Hollere, and his name is your name. Ewen drew a long breath and rose, and, his foster-father rising too with his assistance, he kissed him on both cheeks. Whatever you have need of, Angus, ask of Miss Cameron as you would of me. You are taking away from me the only thing of which I have need, said the old man sadly. Nevertheless it must be. Blessings go with you, and carry you safely away from the white sands to her who waits for you. And may my blessings draw you back again, even though I do not greet you at your returning. When Ewen came slowly down the path again, he found himself thinking of how he had descended it last August behind Keith Windham, nearly a year ago. The story of Lachlan's vow had perturbed him, but now he saw it in a far less menacing light. Either his foster brother's unquiet spirit was by this time at rest, or the whole thing was a dream of that troubled imagination of the old seers, where the distinction between the living and the dead was so tenuous. Soon he forgot Keith Windham, Angus, and everyone. Loch na Hollere lay before him under the sunset, a sunset so tranquil and so smiling that in its sleepy brightness, which mirrored all the mountains round, the loch seemed to hold the very heart of content. Ewen had the sensation that his heart, too, was drowned there. And by his own will he was saying farewell to loch and mountain, island and red crag. He remembered how Alison had said that he would be hard put to it to choose between her and them. Was she right? There was a place where for a little there was no bank, but marshy ground, and where the water came brimming into the reeds and grasses, setting them faintly swaying. He went to it, and, stooping with difficulty, dipped a cupped hand into the water and raised it to his lips. Perhaps that sacramental draught would give him to see this scene as bright and sharp in dreams, over there in the land of exile, whither, like his father, like all who had not counted the cost, he was going. As he drank, there was a loud croak over his head, and, looking up, he saw a heron winging its slow, strong way over the loch towards the sunset. It might almost have been the same heron which he and Alison had watched that evening last summer, when it had seemed to arrive from the western coast like a herald from him who had landed there. Now it was going towards the coast once more, as he, the outlaw, was going, and as his chief and his fugitive prince would soon be going. In a little year, between two flights of a heron seen over Loch na Hollere, the whole adventure of ruin had been begun and consummated. Well, if one's life remained to one, it was in order to come back some day and renew the struggle. Ewen took off his bonnet. "God save King James," he said firmly, and turned away from the mirrored mountains to take the same path as the heron. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 5, Chapter 5. This sea fog, Keith Windham decided, was worse than the inland mist. Thicker, more woolly, more capricious. Yesterday, for instance, one had wakened to it, and all day it had cloaked sea and shore and the wild, tumbled mountains of the rough bounds. Yet towards evening it had suddenly lifted, and the night had been clear and moonlit. But this morning the white veil was down again, and only now, some hours after sunset, was it clearing away. And this was all the more vexatious, because in the silver clearness of last night he had distinctly made out a strange vessel, a Frenchman, he was sure, anchored somewhere off the Isle of Rum. But in the day, thanks to that muffling fog, who knew whether she was still off the coast or no? Yet in a few minutes more, when the moon came up from behind the mountains, he hoped to be able to see as far as her anchorage. Meanwhile, followed by his orderly, he rowed slowly along the flat shore in the direction of Morar. No one could accuse Major Keith Windham of neglecting Lord Albemarle's instructions. If anything, he went beyond them in his ceaseless vigilance. Quartered himself at Ariseg, he thence patrolled the coast in both directions, from Loch nan Uaf, the adventurers' original landing place, to Morar of the White Sands on the other, and had his grumbling men out in all weathers, at all hours of the day and night, and for any kind of false alarm. But he spared himself still less than them, taking little sleep and covering miles every day, often on foot. If fatigue, like virtue, were its own reward, then he had that recompense. And so far it was his only one. But at least Keith felt tolerably certain that no fugitives had yet made their escape from his strip of coast, no fugitives of any kind. For, apart from using every endeavour to secure the person of the pretender's son, he had been instructed to prevent all communication with French vessels, of whom one or two might always be hovering off the coast. These nights, therefore, that this ghostly ship was visible, it naturally behoved him to be extraordinarily vigilant, since it was unlikely that she was there by chance. She was probably hanging about in hopes of taking off the prize that he was after, and he was duly grateful to the moon last night for showing her to him. And surely it was time for the moon to appear now. Keith put his hand impatiently into the breast of his uniform for a little almanac which he carried there, and, encountering a packet which he also carried, was swept at the touch of it away for a moment from shore and ship and moonrise. Having left Fort Augustus for the coast so soon after Ewen Cameron had confided to his care the letter to his wife, Keith had had no opportunity of dispatching it. Moreover, why send that farewell letter now that its writer had escaped? So, not knowing where else to dispose it, he still carried the packet with a lock of hair upon him, a material token of the tie between him and the foe who had captured him a year ago, and had held him in a species of bondage ever since. The thought had never formulated itself so definitely until tonight, but by gad it was true. He had been hard put to it to conceal his exultation when, just before setting out from Fort Augustus for Moidart, he had heard of Ewen's escape and disappearance, and this news had, ever since, been a source of the most unfeigned pleasure to him. His sacrifices had not been in vain. They had been well worth the making. He thought of Ewen back at Ardry, his doing that. Ewen would recognize it, too. He had not failed in everything. And now he pictured Ewen lying hid in the mountains round Loch na Hollere until the worst of the storm had blown over. He could not imagine him leaving Ardry unless he were obliged, and, surely, not being on the list of proscribed, he could contrive to elude capture in those wilds. His wife would doubtless get news of him somehow, return to Scotland and visit him secretly, and in the end, when the price had been paid by those who had not had his good fortune, and there was for the others an amnesty or some act of indemnity, he might be able to occupy his home again in peace. It had so happened, Keith believed, after the 15. Was then his hope that they should meet again some day so impossible of fulfilment now? It was true that if he himself succeeded in capturing the prince, Ewen would not readily take his hand. However, no need to face that dilemma yet. But, in a sense, every day that the young gentleman was still in Scotland brought nearer the hour when he must try to leave it, and if Lord Albemarle were right in supposing that he would make for this stretch of coast, already familiar to him, he must soon approach the snare laid for him there. And the presence of that unknown ship last night seemed to indicate that the actual moment of that approach was very near. Now at last he would be able to look for her, for the moon had pushed up over the craggy eastern summits at his back into a cloudless sky. Keith gave his horse to his orderly, and going along a low spur of rock, gazed steadily out to sea. The fantastic peaks of Rum were even more unreal in the moonlight than in the day, and the Isle of Eigg of an even odder shape. At first he thought that the stranger was gone, and then, all at once, he saw her, a ghostly bark on the rippling silver. She seemed to be off Morar, and, since some of her square sails appeared to be set, he doubted if she were at anchor, but she was certainly not sailing away. Keith had to make a rapid decision. At Morar he had an officer and 30 men stationed. That, surely, was enough. He could, if he wished, send back to Ariseg and bring up some more from there. Yet should Ariseg and not Morar prove after all the destined spot, and he had denuded Ariseg of watchers, he would be undone. Loch nan Uaf, the original landing place, was also provided with a quota, but the distance did not admit of bringing any soldiers thence tonight. He returned to his orderly and mounted his horse. "I shall ride on to Morar. Go back to Ariseg and tell the captain so. Desire him to keep a close watch on the shore, for the Frenchman is lying off the coast again and nearer in than last night." The man saluted and rode off along the rough sandy road, and Keith was left alone with the ship, the moonlight, and his own excited thoughts. Not that he stayed to contemplate any of these. He pushed on at a smart trot for Morar, turning over the question of a boat, without which no fugitive could, naturally, reach the ship. He had temporarily confiscated every boat on this stretch of coast, except such as were genuinely needed for fishing, to which he had granted a permit. Even of the owners of these he was not sure, for they were all MacDonald of Clanranald's dependents. It would no doubt have been better to have burnt every one of their craft. Yet, even then, a vessel could easily dispatch one of her own, at the risk of being fired on. Keith took a last look at the burnished and gently moving expanse of which he must now lose sight, for here the track turned sharply to the right, to run round the deep little inlet of Morar. But there was no visible speck upon the sea which might be a boat. And before long he was approaching the shoreward end of the inlet on the rough sandy track of a road, bordered by dense undergrowth, which ran round, a little higher than the level shore, under trees of no great stature. The tide was coming in fast over the dazzling white sands of Morar, snow under the moon, and drowning the little river which tumbled from the wild, deep freshwater loch behind, where Lord Lovat had sought his last refuge. It was so intensely quiet, and the tide was slipping in so noiselessly, that the roar of the double falls was carried very clearly over the water. Reining up, Major Windham listened for some sign of the patrol, which should be going its rounds from the quarters on the other side of the bay, across the river, and, to his displeasure, could detect none. This on a night when a French ship was off the coast. The men must be got out at once. He touched his horse with a spur, and then pulled up again. What was that dark shape down there on the sand? A small boat, and so near the incoming tide that in another quarter of an hour or so it would be afloat. No fisherman could have been so careless as to leave it there, unless it were secured in some way. Brimful of suspicion as Keith was tonight, he had jumped off his horse in an instant and thrown the bridle over a convenient branch. He knew better than to take the animal plunging into the soft, dry sand of the slope. He was almost up to his ankles himself before he was down. Yes, he was right. The boat was there for no purpose authorized by him. It had only recently been brought there, for it was not made fast to anything. There were oars in it, but no nets or fishing lines. It needed no more evidence to convince him that the little craft had been placed there in readiness to take off some person or persons tonight to the strange vessel. The most lively anger seized Major Windham. What was that damned patrol about, not to have discovered this? He must certainly gallop round to their quarters without a moment's delay, and turn out the lazy brutes. His pulses leaping, he plunged up the yielding sand to the tree-shadowed road, turned to throw himself into the saddle, and stood staring like a man bewitched. His horse was gone as if swallowed up. "It is not possible," said Keith to himself. "I've not been down there 2 minutes." But evidently it was possible. Black though the shadows were under the trees, he could tell that they held nothing so solid as a horse. He looked up and down the empty white track, streaked and dappled with those hard shadows. He examined the branch. It was not broken, and the beast could certainly not have twitched his bridle off it. Someone had been watching him, then, and human hands had conveyed the animal away. Whither? Furious, he began to run back along the road. Its sandy surface was already too much churned up to show any hoof marks. He did not remember passing any crofts as he came. Though a man could hide in the thick bushes on the seaward side, a horse could not be concealed in them. He turned abruptly and went back again, remembering that there was a dwelling or two farther along, between him and the river. If some of these MacDonalds had stolen his horse and hidden it there, by heaven it should be the worse for them. What, however, was of paramount importance now was not the finding of his horse, but the beating up of the patrol with the least possible delay. Yet by the time that he, on foot, could get round to their quarters, or at least by the time that the soldiers arrived on the spot, the boat would probably have put out with her freight. That was why his horse had been spirited away by the ambushed spy in league with tonight's fugitives. Keith set his jaw and cursed himself most fervently for having come alone. The extraordinarily skilful way in which his horse had been made to vanish, joined to the inexplicable lateness of the patrol, only confirmed his conviction that it was the Pretender's son for whom that boat was waiting. Then, at all costs, he must delay its putting out. Could he disable it in some way? Not easily, without tools, but he would do his best. Once more he plunged down the sandy slope. But the boat, though old, was solid. A knife, a sword, could make no impression on those timbers. Keith had a moment of angry despair. Then he remembered having seen in one of these craft the other day a plugged hole, designed to allow water to drain out if necessary. Suppose this boat had one. Getting in, he peered and felt over the bottom, and at last, to his joy, his fingers encountered towards the after end a rough peg of wood sticking up like a cork. After some tugging, he succeeded in wrenching it out and slipped it into his pocket. He could get his thumb through the hole he had thus unplugged. He leapt out and ran towards the slope again in triumph. One of two things would happen now. Either the pretender's son and his companions would discover what had been done, and a new plug would have to be fashioned to fit the hole, which would delay them not a little, or, what seemed to Keith more probable, they would launch the boat and pull off without examining it, on which it would almost immediately fill and sink, and its occupants be forced to struggle back at a disadvantage to a shore by that time, it was to be hoped, strictly guarded. Keith was halfway up the slope again when he stopped abruptly, for in the stillness he had distinctly heard voices, low voices at no very great distance. The patrol at last, perhaps. He did not think so. The speakers seemed to be coming along the tree-shadowed road between him and the end of the inlet, the very road along which he was preparing to hasten. A party of Jacobite fugitives would most certainly not allow a soldier in uniform to run past them if they could help it. Was the prize going to slip through his fingers after all? No, hardly, in that unseaworthy boat. But he must perforce let the owners of these cautious voices pass him and get onto the beach before he started for the quarters of the patrol. Had the tide not already been so high, he could have cut across the sands and swum or waded the river, but that was out of the question now. He could only go by the road. He looked round for shelter, and slipped cautiously into a high bush of hazel, which itself stood in a patch of shadow so deep that he felt sure of being invisible. Not only voices, but muffled footsteps were audible by this time, and presently a man, a fisherman, he thought, ran down the slope towards the boat. He had scarcely passed before it came to Keith with a gust of despair that he had set himself an almost impossible task. Now that the fugitives were already here, before he had even started, he could never get round and fetch the patrol in time, for if the Jacobites were left to embark undisturbed, they would discover and repair the loss of the plug. That man down there was probably discovering it now. But there was another way of rousing his dilatory men, for, unbelievably negligent as they were this evening, they could not fail to hear a pistol shot. That would bring them to the place in double quick time, and although to fire would naturally alarm the fugitives, and make them embark with all the greater dispatch, there was gain in that, since, if it were not already done, they would pretty certainly not discover the loss of the plug. Keith drew the loaded pistol from his belt, but he put it at half-cock only, because he must wait until the party was well past him before firing, seeing that he was only one against he knew not how many. Centuries seemed to pass while he waited, and considered, only to dismiss, the idea of deliberately shooting at the pretender's son with a view to disabling him, for he could not in this light be sure of stopping short at that. His heart beat faster than ever it had done at Fontenoy or Culloden Moor, for this business was fraught for him with issues more momentous than any battle. What happened in the next quarter of an hour would decide his whole future, and no fighting had done that for him. A sudden fall of sand behind him startled him for a moment, but he dared not turn his head to look what had caused it, for 3, 4 dim shapes were coming at last out of the shadows above and beyond him, and beginning to descend the slope. The tallest was limping badly, and he was also the principal figure, for the others, he could see now, were only gillies, and one was a boy. Had the pretender's son gone lame in his wanderings? It was quite possible. Or, God of heaven! The sand seemed to swim under Keith's feet. It was not Charles Edward Stewart. It was Ewen Cameron who had walked into his trap. Ewen Cameron who had just limped down past him on the arm of one of the gillies. Ewen, his friend, whom he had thought safely hidden in Lochaber. The bitter disappointment and the disastrous surprise of it overwhelmed Keith, and he stood there stupefied. Once more he had come on a fool's errand, not the first since he had watched the coast. This was Edinburgh over again, but a much more sinister repetition of it. For the net which he had spread for the arch-rebel was not empty. It held a lesser but indubitable prize, a chieftain, Lochiel's kinsman. With a wild sense of being in a net himself, he realized the cogency of the arguments which he had used against Guthrie. If Ewen Cameron was too important to shoot out of hand, he was also too important to let go. And he saw Ewen sent back to the scaffold after all, and by him. Tied on a horse again, by his hands. Or, since the boat was holed, and Ewen was lame, he would drown, perhaps, when it sank. The men were already pushing it nearer to the water. Stabbed to alarm by that thought, he stepped almost unconsciously out of a sheltering hazel bush and stood at the edge of the shadow with some vague notion of shouting to warn Ardroy. No, what he had to do was to fire, and bring the patrol here quickly and arrest him. He was to stop all communication, to allow no one to leave, much less a chieftain and a kinsman of Lochiel's. "God help me," he said aloud, and put a hand over his eyes. There was a sudden crackling of broken stems, a fierce exclamation behind him. Something glittered out of the shadow, and Keith swung quickly round just as the man who had been tracking him for over a week sprang down upon him. And so he did not receive Lachlan McMartin's dirk between the shoulders, as Lachlan had intended, but in his breast. Leaning on young Angus's shoulder by the boat, Ewen watched the Morar fisherman hastily fitting in the spare plug which he had brought with him, because, as he had explained, the redcoats had played the trick of removing one from Ranald Moore's boat the other night. The fates had indeed been kind. No patrol this evening. If they were quick, they would get out of the bay without a single shot being fired at them. The boat was being pushed down to the water, when all at once the lad Angus gave a little cry, clutched at his master's arm, and pointed up the beach. Ewen, turning his head, saw two men locked together on the sandy slope, saw one drop and roll over, had a dim impression that he wore uniform, and a much clearer one of a wild figure running over the sand towards him with a naked dirk in his hand. Young Angus tried to throw himself in front of his chieftain, but the grip on his shoulder, suddenly tightening, stayed him. Moreover, in another moment the spectre with the dirk was on his knees at Ewen's feet, holding up the weapon, and, half sobbing with excitement, was pouring out a flood of words as hot as lava. "Mackie Killein, I've kept my vow. I have avenged you, and saved you too, though I knew not till the bedag was bare in my hand that it was you who had passed. The Englishman would have betrayed you a second time, but he lies there and will not rise again. Oh, make haste to Embark, for there are redcoats at Morar." Despite his disfigured face, Ewen had recognized him at once, and the meaning of his words, for all their tumbling haste, was clearer still, horribly clear. Frozen, he tried to beat that meaning from him. "And God's curse on you, what have you done?" he exclaimed, seizing his foster-brother by the shoulder. "If you have really harmed Major Windham." But the moon showed him the bloody dirk. With a shudder, he thrust the murderer violently from him, and, deaf to young Angus's shrill remonstrances, started to run haltingly back towards the slope. Surely Lachlan had mistaken his victim, for what could Windham be doing here at Morar? But it was Keith Windham. He was lying on his side, full in the moonlight, almost at the bottom of the slope, as if he had been thrown there. Stunned, perhaps, thought Ewen wildly, with a recollection of how he himself had lain on Culloden Moor, though how a dirk could stun him, God alone knew. Halfway down the slope lay a pistol. Calling his name, he knelt and took him into his arms. Oh, no hope. It was a matter of minutes. Lachlan had used that long blade too well. As he was lifted, Keith came back from a moment's dream of a shore with long green rollers roaring loudly under a blood-red sunset, to pain and difficult breath, and Ewen's arms. He knew him. I did not have to fire," he gasped, but Ewen could not realize what lay behind the words. Go before they come from Morar." My God, exclaimed Ewen, trying to staunch the blood which that spotless sand was already drinking. "Oh, Windham, if I could only have warned you, if I had known that he was here." "There's a hole in the boat," said Keith, with increasing difficulty. "I took out the plug. They have put in another, one they had in readiness. Windham, for God's sake, try to... Try to do what? Your letter is still... I had no... Duncan, Angus, called Ewen desperately, have none of you any brandy? But his men, who had run up, were intent on another matter. Come, the boat is ready, and I think the redcoats are stirring over the river, said Duncan Cameron, laying a hand on his shoulder. Come, Mackie Kellain, come. Ewen answered him in Gaelic. I shall not stir while he breathes. But the dying man seemed to understand. Go, Ardroy, I implore you. He began to fumble at one hand with the other, and managed to pull off the signet ring which he always wore, and to hold it out a little way. Ewen took it, not knowing what he did. I was watching for the Pretender's son, went on Keith, lower and lower. Then I saw it was you, and I had to try to decide. A duty. No, it is just as well. I could not have borne. He sighed and shut his eyes. Ewen held him closer, still trying to stay the flood, and trying, as he knew, in vain. Yet Keith only seemed to be going to sleep. He was murmuring something now, which Ewen had to stoop his head close to hear. And then all that he could catch were the words, desire, friends, always. Yes, yes, always, he answered in anguish. Always. But there would be no always. Oh, if only you had not been in that madman's path. But that, at least, was not fortuitous. Yet to Keith the assassin had only been some man of Morar in league with the embarkation. He reopened his eyes. Your hand. Ewen gave it to him and saw a little smile in the moonlight. Have you been burying any more cannon? I always liked you, said his enemy clearly, and a moment after, with his hand in Ewen's, was gone to that place where an enemy never entered and from whence a friend never went away. Ewen laid him back on the patched sand, and, getting to his feet, stood looking down at the man to whom the Heron had brought him. Foe, enigma, saviour, victim of a terrible mistake. And friend, yes, but it was too late for friendship now. It had already been too late at their last meeting, which had not been the last after all, when he himself, as he thought, was standing on the threshold of death. But it was Keith Windham who had gone through that door, not he. Had he known that he was dying? Every word of the few he had spoken had been about him. Then through the haze of shock and grief penetrated the sound of a distant shot, and he remembered that there were other lives than his at stake. Go and hide yourselves, he commanded. But the two Camerons shook their heads. Not until you are in the boat, Mackie Kellain. I will come then, said Ewen. He would rather have stayed now, but he knelt again and kissed Keith's forehead. And that it should not be found on him, an equivocal possession, perhaps, he drew out his own letter to Alison and slipped it, all sodden, into his pocket. Then he suffered the gillies to hurry him down to the boat, for already it was clear that the soldiers were crossing the river, and some 20 yards away a couple of ill-aimed bullets raised spurts of sand. By the boat was waiting Lachlan who, directly he was recovered from the result of his first attempt by Loch Tarf, had once more set about the fulfilment of his vow, who had hung about Inverness through July and found no opportunity, lost track of his quarry when he went to Fort Augustus, picked it up again in Moidart, and had hardly let him out of his sight since. It was he who had removed the horse. Ewen, my brother, forgive me, forgive me. Ewen turned on him a terrible face. Never. You have killed my friend. Never. Then as well have my life too, cried Lachlan. The reddened dirk, which a year ago he had been moved to fling into the loch, spun glinting through the moonlight and splashed into the sea, and its owner, turning, ran headlong towards the road and the oncoming patrol. Soon the noise of shots and shouting could be heard no longer, only the creak of the oars and the rough rowlocks as young Angus and the fishermen pulled hard over the moonlit sea towards the French privateer. But Ewen sat in the stern sheets of the little boat, with his face buried in his hands, and cared not that he went to safety. The day would come when, pondering over his memories of those broken sentences, recalling the pistol lying on the sand, he would arrive at a glimpse of the truth, and guess that Lauchlan's blade had saved Keith Windham from a decision too cruel, and that perhaps he had been glad to be so saved. But he would never realize, how should he, that the tide which for a year had been carrying the Englishman, half ignorant, sometimes resisting, among unlooked-for reefs and breakers, away from the safe, the stagnant dead sea of his choice, had borne him to no unfitting anchorage in the swift death, devoid of thoughts of self. For Ewen saw Keith only as a loser through meeting him, a loser every way, whereas, in truth, he had been a gainer. A hail came over the water. They were approaching the privateer. He tried to rouse himself from his stupor of grief and regret, and from the self-reproach which stabbed scarcely less deep because it was causeless. And as he did so, the kind moonlight showed him his friend's ring upon his finger. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Epilogue. Harbour of Grace. The fresh wind scouring the mouth of the Seine kept the fishing boats from Honfleur lying well over, and at the foot of the cliffs of Sainte-Adresse the waves were shivering themselves in a joyful welter of foam. Long pennants of cloud streamed and vanished in the blue. All the shipping rocked at anchor, and Ewen Cameron, crossing the marketplace of Havre de Grace with a basket on her arm, had to clutch at her black cloak, lest it should be whirled off her shoulders. She had reached the French port in time to see her father alive, in time, indeed, to give him nearly 6 weeks of the most devoted care. But in May he died peacefully, ignorant of the catastrophe which had torn forever the webs that he had helped to weave. Since he was ill, it had not been very difficult to keep from him the news of the downfall of Jacobite hopes and the fugitive state of the prince, and to invent reasons for the absence of any news of Ewen Cameron. Of Hector's capture he had known before leaving Scotland. It was the thought of Ewen, to whose care he knew Alison now definitely committed, which had made his last hours easy. "Your man will never let you want for aught, my lass," he had said, near the end, and Alison had had the strength to keep from him the anxiety which racked her. And so one morning she found herself left alone in the lodging where her father had lain ill, a little house belonging to a youthful married couple, kind and sympathetic enough, and glad that the Scottish lady should stay on there, waiting for the husband who, Madame Heron was privately sure, would never come now, having without doubt been slain in the deserts of L'Ecosse. And when, later on, a gossip would ask her why the young Scottish lady did not voyage back to those deserts to find her husband, or to procure news of him, or at least to have the solace of weeping on his tomb, Madame Heron would explain that the poor creature was so persuaded that her husband would in the end come to Havre de Grace seeking her, that she feared to miss him if she went away. "But she will wait forever, one fears," Madame Heron would finish, and she left without even a good-for-nothing like this to plague her. And here she would snatch up her fat, curly-headed Philippe and kiss him. Yes, she has lost everything, poor lady, and she only 5 months married. But one has never lost everything. Alison still had that possession which Madame Heron could not understand, the certitude which had come to her in the cabin of the brig at Inverness. Sooner or later, Ewen would come for her. Yet it was hard, sometimes, to cling to that belief when the weeks went by, and there was not the slightest crumb of authentic news of him. All she had was negative, for there was in Havre de Grace another Scots refugee, a Mr. Buchanan, who had served in the Duke of Perth's regiment, and he had convinced her, on evidence that seemed conclusive to a mind which only longed to believe it, that Ardroy had not been among the slain or massacred in the battle. Where, then, was he? Her marketing finished, Alison took her way homewards through the bright, windy weather, and came, down the little Rue de Verger, to the small, sanded courtyard with a pear tree, where she dwelt above Monsieur and Madame Crevron. In that sunlit space there was at the moment only the grey cat curled in a corner, a pair of pigeons promenading, and Philippe, seated rosily upon his mother's doorstep, deliberately pouring sand onto his curls, as if in penitence for some misdeed, by means of an old teacup. "Oh, my bairnie, don't do that," called Alison, half laughing, half horrified. "Fi donc, quelle saleté!" Philippe gave her a most roguish glance, scooped up and emptied upon his locks a sort of final bumper cupful, and then rose uncertainly to his fat legs and came to her, lifting a beaming, smeared face for a kiss. Alison wiped his countenance and gave him one. "Are you all alone, Philippe?" The child intimated that he was, and then entered unasked upon a long explanation of the complicated reasons which had led him to make a garden of his head. "I think you had better come up to my room with me, and let me brush out that horrid sand, my pretty," said Alison, wondering what would happen if she held him upside down and shook him. "Veux-tu bien?" He nodded, and Alison held out a hand. But neither of his were available, since one still clutched his teacup, and the other was tightly closed over some small object. "What have you there?" asked the girl. It might so well be a beetle or a worm. Philippe was coy about revealing his treasure, though he evidently desired to display it. But at last he opened a fat fist. "De l'argent," he said exultingly, for though immature he was a true Norman. And indeed there lay in his pink palm a small coin. There was something about that piece of money which caused Alison's heart to leap suddenly into her throat, and, to the infant's dismay, she snatched his treasure from his hand and looked at it closely. It was no coin of France, no coin of any realm at all, in fact, but a Scottish trade token of the town of Inverness. "Who gave you this, Philippe?" she asked, looking almost frightened. For Mr. Buchanan, who might otherwise have been the donor, had gone away 3 days ago. But her plundered companion was plainly making preparations for one of the most resonant howls of his short life. "Oh, there, darling," said Alison hastily, going down on her knees and restoring him his token. "I'm not going to take it away, but who in God's name gave it to you?" It required time for the little boy to master his emotion, but when this was done, he embarked upon another tortuous narrative, from which a close attention could gather that a strange gentleman had come and asked for Madame Cameron, and had presented him with this earnest of his regard. "And where's the gentleman now?" asked Alison breathlessly. Philippe turned his rotund person and pointed up the stairs with a teacup. Next moment he was alone in the middle of the courtyard, alone with the pigeons and the cat and Madame Cameron's abandoned basket, and Alison was flying up those stairs to her room. But halfway she stopped, with her hand to her heart, for her own light footfalls had not prevented her from hearing those others going impatiently to and fro above her. Unknown steps, belonging to a man with a halt in his walk. No, of course she had been too sanguine. It was not Ewen. The tumult of her heart died down again to the old, sad patience. Yet it must be someone from Scotland, someone from the Highlands, too, for the token proved that, and if he asked for her, it was because he came with news of Ewen, or of Hector. And perhaps because at the bottom of her heart she trembled to think what that news might be, Alison turned and went down the stairs again and picked up her basket from the courtyard. And none too soon, for it had already riveted Philippe's attention as well as the cat's, and went a great deal more soberly up the stairs once more, and opened the door. It was she who recovered speech, the first, but scarcely coherent speech. "Oh, Ewen, darling of my heart, you look so thin, so ill, and why are you lame? Oh, I thought it could not be you. I knew you would come. Oh, sit down for pity's sake." She dragged him to a chair. "Are you hungry? When did you eat? Oh, I must get you." But she was powerless in the arm he put about her, though the arm was trembling a little, and she fell on her knees beside the chair and cried into his coat, and then Ewen dried her eyes by a method which he had just discovered. "I am neither thin, nor ill, nor lame, nor hungry, and I've all I want. Open your eyes and look at me like that again." His dear voice, at least, was not altered. I shall tell Madame Caveron when she returns to make ready. Oh, how concerned are women with food! I have no wish to eat at present. I only want to be sure that I am here, said her husband, half laughing. If you go away to give orders, Mesdames, I may perhaps fancy I am back on the sea again, or back on the sea, he repeated rather hastily, turning his head a moment aside. You are here, said Alison earnestly, as if he really needed the assurance. You are here, Ewen, heart's dearest, and I always knew that you would come. Long, long afterwards, and that is to say, when Philip and the pigeons had gone to roost, and the windy day had flamed itself out in a royal sunset, Alison, in her husband's arms, where she had been clasped for fully 5 minutes, without stirring or speaking, fingered the back of his hand and said, half dreamily, "How came you by the strange ring, dear heart?" Ewen moved abruptly. Something like a shudder ran through him. "I will tell you sometime," he said hesitatingly, "but not yet. Oh, Alison, I cannot speak of it yet." Some dreadful remembrance of the defeat, she thought pitifully, and then, seeing how pale he had become, slipped off his knee, and, bending over him, drew his head with a lovely gesture to her breast. And Ewen hid his eyes there like a child. But leagues on leagues away, the tide from the outer isles was beginning to fill the silver cup of Morar, and he stood there once again, helpless and heartbroken, looking down at Loughlin's handiwork. Not even Alison, whose arms held him close, whose cheek was pressed on his hair, not even Alison could stand with him in that place, where Keith Windham had come to the last of their meetings, and the bitter grief of Angus's prediction had reached its real fulfilment. Yet he must not sadden Alison on this of all days. It was Keith who had given it to him. He lifted his head from its resting place. "My dearest on earth," he said, but not as he had said it a year ago, for the gift he asked meant even more now. "My dearest on earth, give me your kiss." End of section 29. End of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster.